Good morning. We are live from Council Chamber. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from the meeting clerk. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'll call the meeting to order with a land acknowledgement that we meet here on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homeland, Métis Region 4, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'll begin with a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Mayor Sohi.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And myself, and joining us online, I believe Councillor Stevenson is on her way. Councillor Principe, are you with us?
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette? Councillor Tang? Councillor Hamilton? Councillor Rutherford?
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador? Councillor Cartmel?
Good morning.
Awesome. Okay, we have quorum, so adoption of the agenda. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. I move that the March 4th, 2025 Urban Planning Committee meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. Addition 7.1, Edmonton Transit Services Advisory Board, perception of ART safety. 7.2, administration response, ETSAB, perception of ART safety.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Debate? Hearing none, please call the vote. I'm in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Excellent. Please display the vote. Awesome. That is carried unanimously. Now, approval of the minutes. Minutes of the February 11th, 2025 Urban Planning Committee.
I'll move approval of those minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Any questions, changes, edits, debate? Hearing none, please call the vote. I'm in favor as well.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. Protocol items, I am not aware of any. Select items for debate. I'll go to Mayor Sohi. Could you turn your mic
I
on?
will select 7.3.
Okay, 7.3, Councillor Rice.
I would like to select 7.1, 7.2.
7.1, 7.2, Councillor Knack.
I'll select, I think we still have 7.5, please.
7.5, Councillor Wright.
I'll select 7.4, please.
Now, clerk, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's a flush. I think that's all of them.
That is all of the reports before you, but we do have a request to reschedule reports 5.1 as well.
Councillor Knack.
I'll move that.
Thank you. Questions? Debate? Please call the vote. Sorry, it's not coming. Oh, there we go.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is also carried unanimously.
Would you like me to read back the revised due date for that
Please do.
report?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair Jan. So this morning, Urban Planning Committee has passed the recommendation for 5.1 Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy Reserve Fund for a revised due date of April 1st, 2025.
Excellent, thank you. Now, requests to speak. I will confirm I have 12 individuals who have asked to speak on item 7.5. Number 1, Katrina Rowe. Number 2, Elise Shillington. Number 3, Susan Keating. Number 4, Carrie Jenkins. Number 5, Crystal Brightwell. Actually, clerk, should I be just reading in the names or checking if they're present?
We can vote to hear from them. You can read in the names. You can also confirm that they're here if you'd like at the moment as well.
What is the, I'm fuzzy. What's the process here?
So usually we would read in the names as part of the request to speak
Right.
motion.
Okay.
As it is the item for 7.5 as well, you may want to confirm if they're here or not at the moment.
Okay, yeah,
for
maybe
agenda
I'll
management
do
purposes
that
as
because
well.
if everyone is here and this is the only item we have speakers for, the committee may wish to move this item to front of agenda or either set it for time specific at 1:30 just to free up our guests' time. So if you'll indulge me, guest Rowe, guest Shillington, guest Keating, guest Carrie Jenkins, guest Brightwell, guest Shane Grine. Yep. Guest Ryan Thomas. Guest Jen Brown. Guest Dana Moore. Ataya Moore. So they're the chair of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. They might, not sure if they might be joining online or later in the day. Guest Tanya Laverviere, also online, probably. It says remote, yeah. Guest Butterfield, yep, and guest Jason Wong. Yep. So I'm guessing I guess first of all, with the committee, I'll take a motion to approve hearing from those speakers today.
So moved.
Councilor Rice, debate, hearing none, call the question, please. Okay,
We have all the votes.
thank you. Please display the vote. Okay, so that's carried unanimously. Request for time specific on the agenda. So given that we only have speakers on that item, but not all the speakers are here remotely, what we could do is start the speakers and see if the clerk was willing to contact the others and see if they'd be willing to come early, given there's a number. Councillor Knack?
Sorry, I'm trying to click on. I was going to try to make a motion, actually. I would move that we make this second item of business because I realize at SAB we also have our volunteers from SAB who would probably be here for item 7.1. So
Are they? Okay.
if we do this as 7.2, it gives our clerks a chance to reach out to the outstanding speakers, and 7.1 shouldn't be a long item. So I'll move that we make 7.5 second item of business after 7.1, 7.2.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Any disagreement? Hearing none, please call the vote. I'm in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. We're just sending the vote out. If we could do unanimous consent, we seem to be having some issues with eScribe.
Okay, any objection? Nope. Okay, so that is carried. The next item is councillor inquiries. I'm not aware of any. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Requests to reschedule reports, that's been addressed, I believe. And so then unfinished business, there is none, so then we will move on to item 7.1, which is tied to 7.1 and 7.2 are tied together. So Edmonton Transit Services Advisory Board, perception of LRT safety, and 7.2 administration response. I'd invite, is there a presentation from administration at this time?
We do, but I believe ETSAB will go first.
Will they? Excellent. Are there ETSAB members present today or remote?
Yes, Emily Batty, Chair of ETSAB.
Welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you very much for having me. My name is Emily Batty. I'm the chair of the Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board. Today we wanted to present our report on the perception of safety on the LRT. Although statistics are showing that safety on transit and on the LRT is improving, it isn't as clear that Edmontonians' perception of safety is also increasing. So anecdotally, if you, could you go to the next slide, please? Anecdotally, when you speak to people at work, coworkers, or if you look on social media, people often complain about the unsafe conditions on the LRT. So for this report, we wanted to dig a little bit deeper into that and help determine why people might feel unsafe and what we can do to help them feel more confident and secure on transit. So we started by conducting a brief review of some academic papers to get a bit of background on what might make people feel unsafe in public spaces. There's sort of an interesting thing about perception of safety in that there's a bit of a mismatch between the things that actually make us feel safer versus what actually does make us safer. So specifically, when researchers ask people about the things that make them feel frightened or unsafe, people tend to focus on signs of disarray or disorder, such as trash, broken windows, physical indications like that, as opposed to focusing on actual crimes, such as theft or robbery. So with that in mind, ETSAB developed some factors that can affect perception of safety on Edmonton's LRT, which might include things like cleanliness and maintenance. This is essentially just a physical indicator that an area is getting regular attention. And rider satisfaction with cleanliness on ETS has been declining and is a major area of concern. Environmental design, including sightlines and service levels. In terms of LRT, a lot of this can be related to crime prevention through environmental design techniques, CEPTED. But there are a lot of limitations with LRT stations. In particular, some of the stations are underground, you have long stairwells and restricted spaces, so there's only so much you can do with that environmental design. Feelings of isolation or lack of connectivity, basically being unable to reach the people that you want to reach, your loved ones. So this one tends to be interesting in terms of the different types of stations we have between the Capital Line and the Valley Lines. But basically just ensuring that people are able to connect with their loved ones and not feel alone while they're riding transit. Awareness of surveillance. And tied to this would be really an understanding of what that surveillance means. So for example, if you push an emergency button, who will respond? How quickly can they get there? So understanding that there is surveillance and what that surveillance means. And the overall activity levels on the LRT and in LRT stations. The presence of other riders tends to make people feel safer. So making transit spaces welcoming, such as inviting buskers, retail, art, etc., can support those feelings of safety. Next slide, please. It's also important to note that different people are going to experience safety differently. The article that we focused on gender differences in perception of safety, but clearly there are a lot of different factors that are going to affect perception of safety. So in general, women tend to have a lower sense of security than men, and it is affected more dramatically by environmental factors. So in other words, improvements on things like lighting, sightlines, and cleanliness are going to have a bigger impact on women's sense of security than men's. Next slide, please. So our group also conducted a social media scan to determine what Edmontonians are actually saying about safety on the LRT. Obviously, social media needs to be taken with a grain of salt. It may not always represent the reality of situations, but it is a very valuable tool to understand perception, so that as well someone might exaggerate what actually happened, their social media post is still going to represent their feelings and their perception of those events. So when we looked at posts about safety on the LRT, the majority of posts related to drug use on the LRT and in stations, and the leaving behind of drug paraphernalia in LRT cars and stations. There were also multiple posts that contained multiple issues, such as violence, harassment, or mental illness. Many users mentioned a lack of response from security, so that amplifying that feeling that no one is available to help you when something is going wrong. Perception of safety could also be influenced through other media posts on major incidents. So while statistics show that violent crime on the LRT is decreasing, the reports of high-profile situations or high-profile incidents over the past couple of years can definitely affect the way LRT users are perceiving their safety. Next slide, please. We developed a few recommendations to help improve the perception of safety on the LRT to make our riders feel more confident and more secure when taking the train. We think it is vital to focus on cleanliness and maintenance. This has been a common complaint. And as noted earlier, rider satisfaction has been decreasing in terms of cleanliness and maintenance. It must be identified as a priority item and funded appropriately. We also believe that we can improve communication around safety tools, ensuring riders know what will happen when they access these safety tools, and help people understand which tools they should be using when. We'd like to suggest reimagining transit spaces and improving activity. So making our transit spaces sort of mixed use areas with art, retail, entertainment, and making sure that these are just pleasant places to be. And lastly, making operational and technological improvements. The ability to monitor LRT vehicles in real time might improve passengers' perception of safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Oh, sorry, you're back. I didn't see you come in.
I snuck back in. Thank you. Yeah, thank you to our delegation for the presentation. There's no speakers on this item. Members of committee, do you have questions for our guest? Hearing none, I'll ask. Yeah, it's cross-reference, so I was going to ask, would the administration like to? Go. Why don't you present, and then we'll handle questions together. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. So good morning, committee. Oops. Shouldn't have touched it. Well, I broke it. Okay, so good morning, committee. My name is Craig McEwen. I'm acting in the Deputy City Manager role for City Operations. With me today is a group from administration across several branches. I'll just list a few. So we have Carrie Houghton-McDonald, who's our branch manager of Edmonton Transit Service. Beside me is Sarah Feldman, our Director of Transit Planning, Ridership and Revenue. We also have Tana Vey, our Manager of Transit Safety and Security, along with Dave Jones, our Branch Manager of Community Standards, Tom Gervin, our Director of Downtown Vibrancy, Oscar Lamar, our Account Director in Communications for City Operations. We also had, and I wanted to recognize Robbie Caboni from Bent Arrow Traditional Healing Society, who wanted to be here with us today in person, but unfortunately is not feeling well. So we're here today to talk about administration's response to the ETSAB report. First, want to thank the volunteers with ETSAB for their report and giving us this opportunity to share what we have been working on in response. So safety and security related work is ongoing. It involves many different partners working together on this important topic. And I'm going to hand it over to Sarah, who will go through the presentation.
Good morning. The perception of safety in transit is critical, and we are committed to improving safety of all transit riders. Our work over the last 5 years has focused on increasing security measures on transit, adding more transit peace officers, security guards, and ETS control room staff. We've also been working with partners to provide social support to those who need it, and we have some of those partners here with us today. These issues impacting transit safety and security, such as the drug poisoning crisis, mental health, and houselessness, are bigger than transit. These issues require ongoing partnerships to address root causes, and we need to continue to work together. We know there is more work to be done, and we thank the Advisory Board for their work on this. Next slide. We measure perception of safety through our ongoing transit rider research program. In addition to our main transit rider survey, we've also worked on a more in-depth survey of youth perceptions of safety. And we're working with the Edmonton Student Alliance on approaches to hear directly from post-secondary students. So we are continually building on our research to better understand the rider experience, including their perceptions of safety. Next slide. So the ETSAB report has recommendations in 5 areas: expanded personnel, cleanliness and maintenance, operational and technological improvements, communication about safety tools, and reimagining transit spaces. These themes are aligned with the areas ETS has focused on for improving safety over the last number of years. So firstly, regarding personnel. For this past winter, there were more personnel resources deployed across the network than ever before, including 98 frontline transit peace officers, more EPS members and joint patrols between TPOs and EPS, as well as 7 community outreach transit teams. In 2024, the integrated transit community safety teams, which pair a TPO with an EPS member on joint patrols, were expanded from 4 teams to 6 teams. Also, the Transit Peace Officer Transit Community Action Teams, or TCAT, have continued to deploy on a data-led hotspot deployment model on the transit system to provide a proactive enforcement presence. Next, regarding cleanliness and maintenance. This remains a priority for administration, and enhanced cleaning protocols continue to be followed. During the fall 2023 supplemental operating budget adjustment, Council approved additional funding to continue this enhanced level of cleaning through 2025. We've also been working to improve safety in ETS washrooms, including adding washroom attendants and trialing a new technology solution. Next, regarding operational and technological improvements. We agree with ETSAB that some of our current technology poses limitations, such as the lack of connectivity for LRT cameras. However, there are items we've previously highlighted and will continue to look for opportunities to improve. We also have many positive steps to improve technology related to transit safety. The underground cellular coverage project continues to advance, and Council was provided an update on this project in January. The washroom technology test was successful, and we're now looking at the potential to expand that application to more spaces. And while it was implemented several years ago, Transit Watch continues to be an important tool for riders to report incidents directly to our control center. Next slide. So regarding reimagining transit spaces, we've previously shared with Council a number of ways in which we're activating transit spaces. We continue to collaborate with local artists and festivals to bring activities into our stations. For example, working with the Downtown Vibrancy team, we were able to bring music from the Edmonton Symphony Orchestra into select LRT stations, and we're now looking at opportunities to potentially expand this approach. I want to also touch on a few topics that have come up in previous Council discussions related to busking and other pop-up activities, as well as the more permanent use of retail kiosks. Of our 9 retail kiosks, 5 are currently leased for private business use. We intend to work with partners in real estate to attract businesses to the remaining 4 vacant kiosks. And then, as part of the provincial Alberta Transit Cleanup Grant, one of these kiosks was recently converted from a retail space to an outreach space for the COT teams, and a mural was installed on the kiosk last summer, painted by a local Indigenous artist. Regarding busking, in 2023 we removed the fee for busking, and while this has led to a small boost in busking permits, we still don't have the same level of activity of busking that we experienced in 2019. And to further clarify, buskers are not required to have permits to perform in transit spaces. That permit process is in place simply to help provide more certainty for the buskers and to reduce conflict between artists. So we continue to look for opportunities to do more of these types of activities within the resources we have available. And we welcome suggestions from ETSAB, from other council committees, and the community more broadly. Next slide. Well, under this topic, ETSAB also discussed how station design can improve perception of safety. And we wholeheartedly agree that the design of spaces can impact safety, and we've seen evidence of this recently in our stations. The renewal of Stadium Station had a significant impact on the safety outcomes for that location. Since the opening of the renewed station in the spring of 2023, there has been a decrease in some incident types at the Stadium LRT station, such as trespassing, smoking violations, and liquor consumption. We conducted a transit safety QR code survey at Stadium, Belvedere, Churchill, and Century Park LRT stations from July to November 2023. And insights from that survey demonstrated that Stadium LRT station had the highest perception of safety among those stations measured. and this can be attributed to the more open design and improved lighting. In addition to improving transit safety, the new station design has improved accessibility, enhanced the rider experience for events at Commonwealth Stadium, and supported the land use and housing outcomes around the area through better integration with the Mootart Lands redevelopment. As future opportunities arise to renew older transit spaces, we will bring these types of design considerations into those projects. Next slide. So lastly, we want to highlight recommendations related to communication about safety tools. In previous discussions with Council, we've heard feedback that it's important that we communicate to riders about the enhanced safety plan and how riders can use safety tools. We've also heard Council stress the importance of sharing positive stories and news about our progress to improve transit safety. We agree that how important communication is in improving the perception of safety, that highlighting positive stories and educating riders can help improve these perceptions. So there are a few examples of work we've done in communicating about transit safety. First, we've expanded our youth outreach. Some examples of this are the ETS 101 travel training program and the Girl Guide scavenger hunt, as well as our participation in over 40 school open houses annually in February and March, and our back to school outreach in the fall. Also timed to the start of this current school year, the Here to Help campaign was a collaboration between the City of Edmonton and the Edmonton Police Service to create a safe and welcoming transit environment for all riders, including new and returning students, first-time riders, and newcomers. The campaign aimed to help build connections with students, boost their confidence in navigating the transit system, and raise awareness about available safety tools and resources. In 2024, we also updated the Transit Watch signage, which was supported by the Alberta Transit System Cleanup Grant. Transit Watch is a very important tool for the ETS Control Centre to hear directly from riders about incidents. In the first half of 2024, about 19% of incidents were reported through Transit Watch. We've also worked on updating some of our communication tools, including updating our safety tools information boards and postcard, which we use widely in all of our outreach activities. And lastly, this year, we're really excited to be working on phase 2 of the Oracle project. In this phase, we'll be collecting more stories from transit riders at more locations, and we will be sharing these stories with the public through a variety of channels. So in summary, we really appreciate ETSAB's passion for the perception of safety in transit spaces, and we share this same passion. This work is continuous, and we will bring forward other safety-related reports in 2 weeks, responding to a motion asking us to identify additional opportunities to enhance LRT safety. We thank ETSAB for this report, and we look forward to the next discussion. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I'll turn to committee members. Do you have any questions? Councillor. Oh, Councillor Rice, you selected it? Are you? Councillor Rice.
Thank you very much. And even though I selected, I don't mind, and our council member who sit in this actually advisory board to go first. I know Councillor Rutherford, and was our city's. This is our council's appointment and in that board. So I did, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Rutherford, do you want to go first?
No, I respect the order. I mean, I'm happy to, but I also I'm not on committee.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
All right.
We're playing a nice dance. Councillor Rice, just go ahead. I've had a lot of
thank you very much.
conversation.
I selected these 2 items because I do believe those reports reflect our city takes very seriously for the safety of all transit riders is the top priority, and I would like to give opportunity for the board to present the report. So the first question, so I really appreciate the transit advisory board. I attended their meeting, and they all volunteers did wonderful work there. So the first question, you recommended the 4 activities to improve the perception of public for the LRT safety. And based on response and from our city administration, do you think those response addressed or improved reflect the recommendation you would like to see?
I'm not sure if that's better for me to respond to. I do believe that the ETS is working hard to improve the perception of safety, and we agree that it is an ongoing process. think we all agree there's more work to be done, and I'm excited to see this work continue and improve.
So specifically, there are 4 recommendations in the report. And I heard and from city administration, we have specific activities to respond to these 4 recommendations. So I just want to get a sense, and from perspective, from reporting and from board perspective, those activities, yes, is continue and will continue, and will address all those perception of the safety.
Yes, although.
So is there anything you would like to see more and in the actions and based on your recommendations here?
I think our main focus is on the cleanliness and maintenance, and finding the appropriate funding to make sure that it is identified as priority. Because that has been a major concern over the past few years. So really making that a focus, I think is very important. And although it is something that we focus on, it seems like it is not sufficient to riders' expectations. So I think that needs some direct attention.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. I also heard from city administration talk about washroom attendance and technology solution. So based on that point, would you mind to provide a little bit more detail on that piece? So I heard this is some like project is planned and for this piece.
Yes, so we had been testing a technology solution that's about motion detection within washrooms, and now we're looking at expanding it to cover more sites. That'll give us intelligence. If we see that a person has access to washroom and there's been no movement, it might detect that there's an incident. So we've had 3 interventions, successful interventions, into people who are having a medical emergency. And then a 4th was another person having a different type of medical emergency. So it's been really encouraging results so far, and we look forward to rolling that out to more locations.
If you're going to looking for more locations, is that under existing budget or is it?
It's all covered within the existing base budget that we have. It's not an expensive solution. It's more about connecting with the technology in the control center and making sure that they have access to be able to work with it and use it. But there's no budget no additional budget required.
Oh, thank you so much, and then it's very good to hear that, and we can expand it, that coverage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Thanks to both groups for these presentations. I wanted to ask a bit more about the communication piece. You know, I appreciate there's been some work internally on that. Wanted to first just check to see how directly do you work with Edmonton Police Service on communication? You know, and how much influence do you have on them also maybe using their resources to communicate what they're doing?
Yeah, thanks. We have Oscar here, who's our account director with communications. I'll get Oscar to weigh in.
Yeah.
Thanks, Carrie, and thanks, Councillor, for the question. We do maintain regular working relationships with EPS Communications, so we meet on a monthly basis to discuss what's on the horizon, what campaigns both groups have planned, as well as have some space to deal with emerging items. And those certainly touch upon what goes on in transit as well and how they can support our campaigns. Mm-hmm. One instance where we did work closely together, and city operations communications played a role in it, but the work was from administration side actually led by community services, was the Here to Help campaign that was launched last fall. That was a campaign really focused on the personnel support within the system. Of course, from the city side, that focused on TPOs, but we did work with EPS on that work as well.
Okay, I guess so. The question sort of stems from what I guess I'm wondering about is that, you know, do we have a monthly communication plan where there is going to be something coming out of both ETS and EPS? And I ask because I just did a quick double check, and I think looking back on the Edmonton Police Service Facebook page as an example, the last time I see a post about transit safety was June 20th. Maybe I'm missing something. On the ETS page, I think we have a post from October 2nd about the TPOs. And you know, I'm hearing from ETSAB about the perception piece, and you know, we've essentially remained stagnant now for 2 years on perception when we've actually seen real results that have shown improvement. So I'm just wondering, like, how do we beat that drum every month, all the time? Here's what's happening. It's not that we want to tell people that they're wrong, but at the same time, you will never change perception if we can't regularly and ongoing make sure people know what is actually the positive results of the work that you're all doing right now. And so I'm just wondering how we better support the work you're doing, which in turn hopefully helps folks who are either taking the system or thinking about taking the system.
Yeah, I can touch on some of it, and others can chime in as well. You know, we're measuring perceptions of safety, but we ask specifically what would change your perceptions, and what are those things. So we know that they'd like to see more safety and security measures, improved cleanliness on the vehicles and stations, increasing frequency of service, and then the route schedules and connections, which proves that there are many different factors that make a difference in feeling safe, including how frequent the service is. We have to remember that the factors influencing perceptions changed coming out of the pandemic.
Yes.
So we know that, you know, issues related to houselessness, drug use has a more dramatic impact now because we didn't see it as often, you know, before the pandemic measures. And I also want to caution, when we talk about cleanliness on vehicles, with an older fleet, some of the perceptions of cleanliness could just be the state of the fleet. So,
And we're replacing those in time.
Exactly, like if the seats are torn, you know, the fabric is torn, et cetera, that could also have an impact.
I think the big question I guess I'm looking at is, you know, and this was highlighted in the ETSAB report, is I see far more posts on Reddit and from Yegwave on their Instagram and Twitter about the bad, right? And when on the Nextdoor app, you know, so I'm seeing that every couple of weeks I see a negative post, but I'm not necessarily seeing where we are using our resources and our communication ability and our hopefully partnership with EPS to make sure we're also telling the other story. Again, it's not that those things didn't happen, they did. And we should acknowledge that, and we should treat it as a serious issue. But I'd like to make sure, I feel like I'm missing is where we are in sort of combating feels like the wrong word, but providing the full story about what's actually happening within our system.
I think I'm picking up what you're putting down is there's an opportunity for us to share more of the positive stories. I will say some of the messages that's coming out of transit, you know, although it might not directly be tackling or talking about safety and security, we do promote the ridership increases.
Which is great.
So there's an element of that in terms of, like, you know, riding that wave, pun intended. But also, just on the police communication part, like, that is a regular meeting that Jen Flaman and I meet with the deputy chiefs. We do talk about communications. How do we better collaborate when there is an incident? How do we talk about transit, the city? So there's a number of different mechanisms, but I think we can take this away in terms of, like, how do we share more of those positive stories to help help balance what is out there.
I'm out of time. Thank you.
Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, thank you so much for the report. Just want to follow up on Councillor Knack's line of questions. How often do we engage with the advisory committee on all the work that is undertaken on the safety issue, cleanliness issue, and other steps you're taking?
Yeah, so we support the ETSAB directly with the administrative liaison, and so we support their monthly meetings. Whenever they have inquiries related to any topic, we'll
But
provide
do
them
we kind of
response.
proactively make presentations, you know, this is what's happening, and this is how things are going, this is what the data is telling us, and so they have an accurate picture of how things are.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
We do provide a monthly written report,
Okay.
but we could look at that, and if ETSAB would like us to give a more regular presentation as part of their agenda, we could look at doing that.
Okay, got it. I think we will have a couple of opportunities on our way to redesign some of the stations. Exhibition lands is one of them at the Coliseum. Then we will be talking tomorrow around the CRL addition of new projects. I think refurbishment of some of the downtown LRT stations or entrances into these stations is on the list. So how would you engage with EDSAB? Because I think this stadium refurbishment is a good example how design can improve safety, right? So how would you engage with EDSAB? With the EDSAB on that?
Yeah, I think with all the advisory boards, we would love to get them engaged when that process kicks off. So once we have things funded, we have a better sense of timing. And we did this when we looked at the procurement of the replacement trains. We engaged the advisory boards to share feedback. We'll do the same thing anytime we're doing any type of station refurbishment, or in the case of the work that could happen around Coliseum Station, it would create 2 different stations and a
Yeah.
complete replacement. But absolutely, they would be engaged.
Okay,
in
good.
that.
Okay, good. And on the, I think we did the additional resources for cleaning. We added up until end of 2025, right? That's when the funding
Correct.
expires.
Yes, correct.
And you have seen the positive benefits,
Absolutely.
obviously. More cleaning is obviously make your system more appealing.
For sure, the stations look, much, much better as a result of that funding. And being able to do in-service cleaning on the train cars in
Right.
particular, it's made a huge difference.
Is that at the end of the line cleaning? Right,
Exactly. So when it gets to Clairview, we have a separate team of cleaners that are deployed, and they're on site doing the train cleaning right there instead of having to bring it back to the garage at the end of service.
Okay.
We do a mid-service clean, which is really helpful.
Right. And when does the cellular connection, I think we did allocate some resources for within the tunnels, right, to improve
Exactly.
connectivity?
That work is underway now, so we're really excited. It'll be implemented throughout this year and
Okay.
a little bit into early 2026. But everybody is really just working closely together to make that happen.
Yeah. Maybe to EDSAB folks, how familiar are you with all these initiatives that ETS is taking?
Yeah, we are quite familiar. We do get the reports every month. This report was delayed a couple times. So at the time we wrote this report, I'm not sure the cellular initiative was underway, but we are very excited about that one. And I think it is very important for that perception of safety.
Right, right. So to administration, that additional resources for cleaning, they're expiring end of March 2025. What would be the plans to continue that? Are you going to bring forward some sort of request for additional funding, or a report on it where the gaps were, and to carry on with that investment?
Yeah, I think we could do either option. We haven't talked about which path we could take, but happy to bring a report if that's the will of
Because
council.
what I'm saying, the timing and the budgeting don't align, right? The budgeting is done until 2025. Next opportunity for budgeting is after, in October, I know in November, so
the
adjustment
funding-
to,
Yeah, the funding is in place until the end of the year.
yeah,
So if we brought forward a service package in the fall, it could be considered
I see, okay.
to ensure continuity if, again, council approved that funding. Whether you'd like a report in advance of a service package, we can do that.
Okay, I'm out of time, let me think about it. Yeah.
Thank you. So I want to thank our speakers today and the presenters from ETSAB and their ongoing advisory commitments and feedback and engagement in this process here. I wanted to ask administration, so the thread about disaggregating for gender, and how are we addressing that?
Yeah, we were really happy to see that in the report. It's something we've been working on since about 2018. So there's work done out of LA Metro, which is the second largest transit service in the US. They have a great report about gender-based differences. And there's another report that we referenced from the Mineta Transportation Institute. So we've done gender-based analysis processes. We're participating in a national study about women in transit through the Canadian Urban Transit Association. We also, as a city, participated in a UN Women's Safe City Global Initiative and hosted a forum, a global forum in Edmonton in 2018. So there's been a lot of work done, but I hear the point about let's not forget about these differences when it comes to safety and security. So I think that's an ongoing commitment from us, and personally, I'm very kind of attached to the topic and want to make sure that it's not a one-size-fits-all solution, and we need to consider all the different segments and perspectives and the intersecting identities that people bring to transit.
The last ridership report I saw said the majority of riders are women or female-identified people and racialized. Is that still the?
That's correct. We're also the first service in Canada to collect on a voluntary basis gender identity with our smart fare implementation. So we're really looking forward to digging into that data and better understand trip patterns, which helps Sarah's team bring solutions forward that are more accurately reflecting kind of what riders need.
Yeah, no, very excited for that. This is a bit of a pedantic personal question, if you will. Took the number 4 to Lewis this morning, very clean. Took the number 4 to Capilano this morning, very clean. Riding the Capitol Line northbound from South Campus to City Hall, and somebody had dropped, I'm guessing, a large vanilla latte on the floor. It smelt amazing. However, that took those 4 seats out of action. And I just had this analysis paralysis where I'm a city councilor. I didn't even know what to do. I obviously didn't have a mop, but I don't push the button because that's for emergencies. Try and take a picture for 311, but Wi-Fi, etc. Like, will that somebody take care of that latte when it reaches Clareview, or how? Like, do we have kind of a F1 pit stop kind of thing, or like how? Like, what do you do? like it's.
It's not quite a pit crew.
Yeah, like.
But our LRV cleaners will absolutely take care of it. I think it's okay to, when you come off of the train, you could make a report of those issues to the commissionaire. You could make a report through Transit Watch, although it's not technically a security incident. It does present a slip and fall risk.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they would also be willing to take that and pass it along. But in-service train cleaning does happen, so that train will get cleaned.
So when it gets to the end of the line,
Yep.
someone would look at it, and if we're on a train and we see something, are there identifiers of the train inside? Like if I got off the train at City Hall, got up to Wi-Fi again, could I say I was just on the northbound Capitol Line train? But there's a couple going, so how would
a train number.
There is.
So you can find that in the train car and on the exterior. But ultimately, I think identifying the time that it was at the station, we can identify which train it was.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, and because I think, I don't know, in a future campaign or something around like how we all keep our spaces clean. I think something around how to report or when to report or why that matters. Like, every time I have reported, it's been dealt with very swiftly, so that's great. But just improving user awareness would be great. But
Thank you. That's great feedback.
Great report. No further questions. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. So today, I guess to EDSAB, if this report is received for information, is that a satisfactory to you, understanding that there's another transit safety report coming forward, future conversations, or what is your outcome that EDSAB would like to see from today's discussion?
Thank you. Yes, would be happy with this being accepted for information, given that there are those ongoing discussions about safety on the LRT. I do want to emphasize that there is that difference between actual safety and perception of safety.
Mm-hmm.
When we continue to report about safety, there should be some sort of aspect about the perception of safety within those reports, just to ensure that we're not missing sort of half the story there, because having people feel safe is an important part of that actual safety as well.
Yeah, I really loved that aspect of this report that EDSAB did. I thought you did a bang up, the whole committee did a bang up job on this, because we've seen it before. Sometimes like what data shows and what people feel is safe are often not. So I think about back when I did my undergrad and I did human geography. Statistically, driving a car is way more dangerous than snowboarding, as an example. But people perceive snowboarding as more dangerous, right? Like there's the perceptions don't always match data. And I really like how you shored that up in this report. And I also really like that you talked about the research around some of the other factors that affect that perception. So whether they're actually seeing a crime in action, if they're seeing graffiti, if they're seeing garbage, that if there's low lighting, lights out, those are things that affect it. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, you are understanding that correctly.
Perfect. And I guess to administration, you know, I've been talking about this with transit for a long time and talking about, you know, besides enforcement, what are those other tools that we have at our disposal that are within our control to address not only transit safety, but in this case, in the context of this report, perception of transit safety. And I know many of them have not been funded. And some things you are doing as you can, we have, but we never, we never funded I think about the station attendance program as an example, or the activation of the space. We might be allowing buskers, but we haven't really fully leaned into that. And I think about when I was at CUDA recently, and they had the example from LA. And then I see this report from EDSAB and I just see so many parallels. So I guess what is administration taking away from this report from EDSAB to apply to future recommendations or future work or future conversations with council?
I would say a lot, and I'm really grateful again for the work that Emily and the team has put into this. So I agree with you. The gender-based analysis related content is really important, and it is aligned to that national study that we're doing with CUDA and similar feedback from LA Metro's work. I also really appreciated the distinction in the report about perceptions. And that'll weave into our analysis for sure as we move forward. For the non-enforcement options, those will be part of the discussion on the 18th. And we are trying to revise what that might look like to tailor it to the current state. So look forward to those discussions. And we understand funding constraints, and we may very well have an interest in pursuing something but have not had the funding to be able to do it. It just means at that time it wasn't able to advance, but we look forward to revisiting things and appreciate the motion that you did. I think it was last year, asking us to brainstorm what are all the other things that we could do to build on kind of the safety and security work that we have. So thank you for that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I'm going to put the motion on floor. And so the March 4th, 2025 Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board report EXT 02558 be received for the information. And then 7.2, that is a match of the March 4, 2024 City Operations Report CO 02559 be received for the information.
Excellent. So receipt of information on the floor. Thank you for that, Councillor Rice. Continuing with the queue, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Excuse me. Last question. I realized I had sent you like a long email like last week, forgetting that this report was coming here, so I don't really know. I just didn't wait to ask you all the questions at this meeting. But the one that I just wanted to double check on, and I've sent the question over to the commission directly, but I just want to double check and sort of ask it out loud. We are still not yet at the 50 dedicated Edmonton police officers yet on transit. That was originally planned to be in place by the end of the year, but right now we're at 35. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And have you received any indication as to when the 15 would be coming?
David's on the line. He's been working closely with EPS on the kind of direction from the GOA.
Okay.
David, did you want to chime in?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have an answer for you on the exact numbers for the EPS contingent. I know that, that announcement was worked into their existing hiring and attrition planning and all of those things. And so it takes some time to ramp all of that up with growing needs all over the place. But I know that they're working on it or are still committed to making sure they have that dedicated presence in transit. So hopefully the commission gets back to you with some.
Yeah, I've sent it directly to them. I thought I'd ask out loud because I think it is an important piece, and this goes a little back to the communication piece, and again, I would probably ask this question more of the commission than I would the administration. But when those types of decisions are being made, particularly from EPS's change in how they're deploying their resources. We had sort of made a commitment to Edmontonians, I think, very publicly about 50 being in place by the end of 2024. I know we all here at this table and at your table have limited control on that, but how then are we communicating those changes so that Edmontonians know why that change has been made and when they can expect it? So I thank you for sharing what you have for information at this point. I just wanted to ask that out loud, so I'll speak to it after. Thank you.
Yeah, I could add that our planning for upcoming sort of better integration of the TPO resources and the EPS is going really, really well. We're examining our data, we're examining their data, and really talking about how to maximize our collective efforts. And I think you'll see as we roll out, we've kept in mind that perception of safety is really, really critical, especially at peak ridership times. And so we'll be addressing that with some of our really proactive very highly visible work that we'll be launching shortly.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, quickly. So just want to get a sense, would you bring forward something on the continuation of the resources for cleaning stations and LRT cars and buses? Would you bring that forward? You need a direction from a committee or not? Just that's all you need to know.
Yeah, we can bring that forward. We can advance a request for a service package. Craig agrees with me. So we'll bring forward a service package.
Okay, so you don't need anything from the
good.
committee. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
And the 98 TPOs, that is ongoing funding, right?
Correct.
And 7 COT teams, that's ongoing funding.
Correct.
And once EPS ramps up their hiring and training, we will have 50 police officers dedicated to public transit.
I think that's probably something they should confirm.
But that's
my understanding.
But that is
How
a
about
funding requirement. That's a funding condition from the government of Alberta.
That's my
That those
understanding.
50 officers be dedicated to public transit. That's my understanding of the contract.
And that's my understanding as well. I just meant I can't speak on behalf of them.
Yeah.
And
So that those are ongoing resources. So if we can find ongoing resource for ongoing enhanced cleaning, as we did in the downtown core, I think that will definitely help with improving perceptions of safety. Okay, that's all. That's all I need to know. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So we have receipt of information on the floor. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Any questions? Any debate? Anyone to speak to the motion? Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Councillor Jens. First, again, just a huge thanks to both ETSAB for this report. Sorry, I didn't have any questions for you, but it was an excellent report. Really enjoyed reading through it. Appreciate the great work of administration, and it will be probably no surprise that sort of my closing is going to focus on the communication piece I've been asking about, and because I just wanted to sort of talk through this out loud. I think back to really 2 years ago, maybe 2.5, 3 years ago. We were in a very, very different place on transit. There were legitimate issues that were going on, and council more than doubled the number of transit peace officers that now work on the system. We got that provincial funding back that was being used. So, we went from 0 police officers on transit to 35 currently, and at some point we will see up to 50 on the system. We have significantly enhanced cleaning that is in place, and I expect the future council will likely continue that well after the end of the funding. We've revamped Coliseum Station. We've done, the step after step, we've seen ridership go up substantially. We are one of the best ridership cities in North America right now for the number of people using our transit system. And I think the worry is that even with all of that amazing news, I think if I went to ask the average person, what are some of the top things you can think about with transit, they wouldn't say any of those things. And that's my frustration. I think they would have said, oh, I saw that post on X that showed somebody using drugs on an LRT system. And there are still real things like that happening, and that's hard, and we can't ignore that reality. But I also think we need to be very clear with Edmontonians that we've done so much more. And the challenge we run up against is, I'm looking up there, and that wing is far less people today than it was 12 years ago. And I don't even know if this is going to be a story for the one person here who's here today. So how are we proactively out in the city? I mean, I would say like every week, every month at a minimum, talking about what's happening. Are we calling up the media outlets and saying we want to be on your morning shows and talking about all the changes that have been made? We want to talk about how Transit Watch works. We want to talk about how these TPOs operate. We want to talk about every aspect of what's happening because, again, there are real challenges that we're continuing to deal with, but they're actually getting better, right? We are seeing substantial improvements in safety on our transit system. And we should be shouting that every day because that can help people understand that we actually are taking this far more seriously than I think the perception is today. So my ask to everyone, to our city communications folks, is how do we work together with EPS to make sure we're shouting that message to the sky? How do we work with our media partners there to share those messages, to talk about those stories? How are we using our internal resources to be promoting this? How are we working with ETSAB? I think I just saw in Calgary the last 2 weeks they're working with different groups, I think like their version of ETSAB. And they were out at stations with city councilors, with staff to say, tell us about your transit experience, and also being able to then share all of the great work that's happening. So it's just, to me, I hope that we can take this and the great work that's been happening and just make sure more and more people know about it so that they're not only responding to the every couple of weeks not so great story that we see on whether it's a social media platform, whether it's somebody's personal experience, whether it's that post on Reddit that every 3 weeks there's another post on Reddit and somebody gets tagged, and then there's Councillor Paquette going to share the same thing that we've been doing over the last couple of years. How are we proactively working on this? So just a huge thanks to city staff who I know have been doing great work, and then I want to make sure we're just celebrating their great work in a way that can help more Edmontonians know that this is a system. I think the last thing I'd share, because I might as well take up all 5 minutes at this point, is, I think about 10 years ago, 12 years ago, it was not common to have members of city council regularly using transit. It was not common to have our branch manager of ETS actually using the system. It was not common for our city manager to use the system on a regular basis. Today, that's actually happening on a very regular basis. A majority of council uses transit regularly. I'm not going to tell where everyone goes, but our branch manager has said that she uses transit regularly and has been for years and years and years. Our city manager does the same. Let's make sure people know that we are also experiencing that each and every day so that they know that we're seeing what other folks are seeing. And that, I think, is an important story to tell as well. So thank you. I'll support this information and look forward to more talks about it.
Thank you, Councillor Knack, and thank you for not doxing our staff's transit routes. If you want to chat with the city manager, take the number 2 at, yes, thank you. Next on the queue, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you very much. I also didn't have too many questions. I know that this report has been a very long time coming for ETS Advisory Board, and I want to thank you and every member, both currently on ETS Advisory Board and also ones that have retired from ETS Advisory Board that touched this report when it was first conceptualized. So first and foremost, thank you. While we are receiving this for information today as a committee, You know, my commitment is to continue to push for the things that are mentioned within this report. You know, the cleaning and the fact that we funded enhanced cleaning is great, but what more can we be doing? The fact that we, you know, can be making sure that we're communicating about safety tools and how people can report something like even a spilled coffee, so that we can be proactive in those things. And I love the idea of the reimagining our transit spaces. I think, especially with the way, you know, we can't change the infrastructure in every transit station, especially our LRT transit stations that have been built in a certain way and would be mass capital investments, but we can activate the spaces in a new way. And we can make those spaces feel and look way different than they do now, even within the current infrastructure and setups that we have. And so I look forward to continuing to pursue that and pursuing that with administration. And we are making a lot of steps, but I think that what we've talked about today is this perception. And the reality is that social media is changing the game. And if I didn't take transit, if I didn't hear from transit riders through my work with ETS Advisory Board, if my daughter, who's 13, didn't take transit daily, and I ask her regularly how her transit ride was, I would believe a lot of what I see in social media. Because in the absence of my own self-validation, that is what becomes true. And what becomes true is also so extreme. You know, I think about what ETS said once about how, you know, within 100,000 trips, there's maybe 10 that have incidents like this, right? Like, it's so small, but those 10 get magnified and amplified and reshared. You know, I think about just recently, I actually posted on my social media, Emily, I don't know if you know, a photo from the retreat a while back. And I was just like, it was so great to join ETS Advisory Board for this retreat to talk about transit and how we can improve it. So it was a wake-up call to me in terms of the pervasiveness of social media in the absence of being able to self-validate. So I think while I agree with Councillor Knack that we need better communication, the reality is that people have to trust the communication channel. And social media has flipped the game. And so I think one of the conversations that we also have to have going forward on perception of safety is, how do we create a narrative where trusted people can self-validate, or have people that they trust validate those positive stories? Because that's actually going to change the game versus ETS putting up a social post saying transit's going great, look at we're getting more riders, or me or Andrew Knack or whomever saying it. The reality is we need to start to build a social community of advocates that talk about that as a reality, that are trusted. So I look forward to also pursuing that further. And I again just want to end with gratitude to ETS Advisory Board for the dedication you've put into and the passion that you show and demonstrate every day towards transit and making our transit system the best in Canada. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go to Councillor Stevenson, I'd like to welcome from Metro Continuing Education. We have the class, which is in Ward Métis officially. We have the class led by teacher Allingham. Allingham, is that correct? And we have a group here who's not a grade 1 to 12, but Metro Continuing Ed is, as you know, adult learning. So welcome to all of our guests from Metro Continuing Ed. We are at the Urban Planning Committee. We are talking about transit riders' experiences, and we're just finishing up the item. Then we're going to go on to many other urban planning issues today. So you are welcome to join, stay, and always come back at a future time and register to speak yourself. So welcome to our guests from Metro. With that, actually, Mayor Sohi gets to jump ahead because committee member. So, Mayor Sohi, you have an audience.
All right, I have an audience. As a matter of fact, I was one of the adult students in high school.
Your time is running.
Yeah, oh no, yeah.
You got 5 minutes.
I still have a lot of time. I have 5 minutes. I can tell my life story in 5 minutes. All right. I want to thank our city administration as well as EDSAP folks. Transit safety has been top of mind for a lot of Edmontonians, those who use the system and those whose loved ones use the system. And those who don't use the system are worried about overall safety of their fellow Edmontonians. So there's genuine worries out there. And I think we have been making the right investments to improve that safety, whether it's doubling the number of transit peace officers, whether it's province stepping up to provide additional police officers, which I'm grateful that they are doing it, and also creating social workers as part of the COT teams that are able to connect to vulnerable population to services. The challenges our city is facing are very complex. We have crisis of houselessness, we have a crisis of mental health and addictions, and those require interventions that are beyond the capacity and the control of the city. And I am grateful that both federal and provincial government have started to step up. We are building more homes. I think on our own, we build, close to 3,500 additional housing units, affordable housing units. That's mean 3,500 families that have a home, a place to call home, and need to do more. And we are committed to doing more. So investing in the root causes and upstream investment that we can make to ensure people are able to have a decent place. They don't have to hang out at LRT stations if they have no other place to go. But having said that, we are seeing improvements, and I'm grateful to our DPOs and everyone else and police officers who are devoting so much time in connecting and making people safe. So I think we are on the right path and right journey, but long way to go yet. On the communications, I agree with Councillor Knack. Yes, we need to step up. Our administration need to step up as well. But we also need to share accurate information. And we are in positions where we should be sharing accurate information. And we should be actually countering misinformation out there, whether it's through social media, whether through other channels. And I think we owe it to Edmontonians, and we have a responsibility to use our positions to get the accurate information out, not feed into the fears and really tell the true information. At the same time, continue to acknowledge that we have a long way to go, and that's where I would like to focus, and that's where I challenge our administration to really ramp up their efforts as well on getting that information out to the communities in accurate information that doesn't give you the rosy picture that everything is okay, because everything is not okay, right? But we are actually getting and moving toward in the right direction to improve safety. So I really want to thank you, EDSAB and administration, for your hard work. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Rice, you're closing, right? Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much, and thanks to everyone for the discussion this morning. I was doing a lot of listening, and really just wanted to echo some of the comments I've heard from colleagues today. So I have the opportunity to take transit on a near daily basis. And so from my personal experience, I can attest to some of the great improvements that we're seeing on transit safety. I'm really grateful for that, for me and my family to be able to use it on a regular basis in a way that feels comfortable and safe. We have our own personal experiences, but it's also always really important to confirm that with data. And again, I think our data is showing those gains and those improvements as well, which is very positive, and a result of the incredible work of our staff who are here, who are out in the stations, and our partners at EPS as well. So very grateful for all of that work.
I also need to listen to the folks that I represent and connect with as well. And that's where, I know that we still have work to do. I spoke to someone last week who was nearly in tears just with the tension she felt sometimes using the system. And it really flagged for me, some of these areas where we still have work to do. And this case really came down to some of the different hours. So really early morning, really late at night. How are we helping to bring those times of day up to the same standard that I think we're generally enjoying throughout the workday, the center of the day. So I'm very grateful for this conversation today. I think it's a really important precursor to a report that will be coming to Council on March 18th, where we're going to be looking at our safety resources and how we maximize those. I think today has really highlighted that important tension between perception and reality. And, to get success, we really need to balance both of those and make sure that we're maximizing our resources. So very much looking forward to that conversation. And I just want to close, in addition to thanking, the staff and the partners who are working towards transit safety, I think it's also important to acknowledge transit riders, who are a huge part of what is making the difference here. Having other people around, having the stations busy, that is a key part of the improved safety and the improved perception of safety. So I want to thank everyone who chooses transit on a daily basis and is contributing to the success as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much, and to all who are involved in both reports, and very much to the advisory board and the volunteers there for compiling and making those recommendations. I think a lot of my colleagues have mentioned, the good work and the more of the work that needs to come. Transit safety, I think, certainly has been a huge topic in Ward Gata Heo that I represent with the Valley Line, especially. And we actually held some of the transit safety forum last year. And as a result, just some of the little tools like Transit Watch, for example, I've been getting positive feedback from residents to say ever since they started using some of these tools, they felt a lot better about being on the train and using the system, which I think is positive. Lately I've also been receiving some of the less positive stories about sometimes riders feel compelled to protect themselves and protect each other because some of the uncomfortable interactions that they may have on the train. And this came up previously in some of our transit safety updates about Valley Line Southeast specifically. And I understand, reporting is really critical. And if they don't reach a certain, if there's no one reporting that, it doesn't become a hotspot. And without become a hotspot, it's very difficult for our frontline staff to reallocate some of those resources. And I think the thought that I continue to have is, how do we continue to invest and resource without some of these incidents become hotspot? How do we deliver in a way that before things really become a much bigger issue? I think some of these recommendations and what administration have said, will help that, but this will remain, I think, a source of tension for me as the ridership continues to grow, and as more and more people, and I hope we can address these so that more people can ride, and city takes it very seriously, and I think the more we do, the more riders we'll get, and I think it will deliver positive benefits all around. So I just wanted to share that a bit from the Southeast end. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Anyone else? Hearing none. Councillor Rice to close.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the two reports, and one from ETS Advisory Board. That report specifically focus on the ART's perception of ART safety. Another one is the response and from our city administration to really to address the recommendations from reports. So I want to say thank you so much for all the great work and from board and also from our ETS team. Safety is so important for our Edmontonians specifically and for the LRT safety, which is a topic we're talking about today. And back to 2022 February, our city actually took the action and based on the safety motion and then specific address the transit safety. I do believe probably everyone here remember that motion. We had really long discussion and we had very detailed, comprehensive safety action plan. And our mayor, so he actually did the public announcement back to June 2022. So after that, all the actions, implementations, and to today right now, we did see the progress. And so look at the data here, and 15% riders increase, and from 2023, and also the 19% decrease in drug use, and 47% decrease on the other type of incident. So I do believe our council and made the big commitment, and then also I will continue my commitment to address those public safety, including transit safety, and through the continue activities, continue improvements, and reflect in the response from today's city administration report. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank everyone, and my colleagues said very, very good points there, and we had a very good conversation today, and so I will yield my time, and then I believe everyone will support to receive us information and to continue implement our action plan and take further improvement.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So please call the vote on receipt of information on items 7.1 and 7.2.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. Thank you to our delegations and our guests from the Edmonton Transit Services Advisory Board. Next on the agenda is item 7.5, Complete Streets Design Policy Standards and Guidelines. This is only a verbal report, so I'd invite members of the administration to come and provide that, and we'll hear from speakers. Please proceed when ready.
All right, good morning, committee. I'm Pascal Dussard. I'm the branch manager for infrastructure planning and design. I'm joined today by Natalie Lozurko in person and Jessica Lamar, who will be online. And for questions, we'll have other members of IIS and colleagues from urban planning and economy, as well as city operations. Next slide, please. Administration is currently in the process of modernizing the city's Complete Streets policy, as well as the Complete Streets Design and Construction Standards. The policy was last updated in 2015, and the last major update of the standard was completed in 2018. The Complete Streets policy sets the direction for Edmonton's transportation network, while the standards dictate how the transportation network and the design elements are built. Ultimately, the standards provide the guidebook for designers, internal and external to the city, as to how we expect our new and renewed streets to be designed and built. In response to the motion made at February 4th Urban Planning Committee, we are here today to share a verbal update on where we're at with these updates. Next slide, please. Council motions have set the stage for the work of administration, and starting in 2022 with the request for a report related to the expanded use of pedestrian through zones and enhanced accessibility. Next slide. In September of 2023, administration was asked to update the Complete Streets policy to provide more explicit direction regarding the incorporation of active transportation and safety elements in the new development and renewal projects. Next slides. And subsequently, in October of 2024, administration was asked to also incorporate public trees within local roadways as part of the update to the Complete Streets policy. I'm now going to turn it over to Natalie to share the work that's been done to date.
Thanks, Pascal. The updated policy has been modernized to reflect our current policy and corporate strategic landscape. The policy reinforces that complete streets are intended to be a connected network that serves all modes in a way that's safe and accessible. Further, the policy also expands that streets are crucial to the economic prosperity and climate resilience of the city. The policy also makes it clear that it's aimed at both new construction and renewal of existing streets. Next slide, please. In addition to updating the policy and standards to respond to several motions and to reflect the city's current policy landscape, they're being updated to reflect leading practices in street design across other municipalities in Alberta and across Canada, as well as based on input received since the last update. Next slide. Streets are complex. From sidewalks to parking to trees, utilities, streets are comprised of many individual components competing for the same restricted right-of-way space. The updates to the policy and the standards are aimed at providing clarity around the city's priorities and expectations as we build our city using our limited space. Next slide. Building upon the policy, the updates to the standards are rooted in several key elements that influence the design of streets in Edmonton. These include safety, inclusivity, and accessibility for new and altering construction, the short and long-term affordability and the longevity of our transportation infrastructure, one of the city's most extensive assets, as well as liabilities, shifting towards sustainable modes of transportation and providing Edmontonians with a range of travel choices, and embedding climate resilience in a way into the way the city's transportation systems, infrastructure, and energy networks are designed and built. I'm going to turn it over to Jessica, who's online, and she's going to walk us through the first element.
Good morning, everyone. You'll know me from leading our safe mobility team in city operations. This group focuses on retrofitting or enhancing our existing infrastructure to meet the safety expectations for our city through Vision Zero and the safe mobility strategy. Whether focusing on full reconstruction work or retrofitting, everyone across the corporation is focused on Vision Zero through making our transportation network safer, more inclusive, and more accessible. This policy update is focused on just that, which has been further reinforced through the motions and other policies established in recent years. The Street Lab program is one of the programs that our team offers, and it enables neighborhood traffic calming outside of the neighborhood renewal program. Over half, or 61%, of Street Lab installation requests have been made by Edmontonians who live in newer developments. And the interest in this program continues to be strong across all parts of our city. Many of our other safe mobility programs, such as Safe Crossings, Safe Routes to School, and the Speed Humps and Tables program, also exist to make improvements in neighborhood spaces. And these types of improvements have become standard and expected by the public. With reduced revenue available from automated enforcement, which has been used to fund this work over the years, meeting service expectations has required and will continue to require a significant investment of tax levy. Traffic calming is a proven and effective way to make our streets safer. For example, pre and post installation data gathering shows that speed humps improved the speed limit compliance in Edmonton from 56% to an incredible 93% in locations that were surveyed. Two-stage crossings, which are another treatment for safe streets, have a similar impact, with the speed limit compliance improvements going from 60% to 95%. Speed reduction leads to crash reduction. Following the introduction of the 40-kilometer speed limit in Edmonton, the overall number of crashes and injuries and fatalities were reduced by 25% and 31% respectively. These numbers increase exponentially in areas where drivers slow down the most. But we know that reducing the speed limit on its own isn't effective in achieving these outcomes. Engineering improvements are required to help support it. Hearing safety concerns from the residents of new neighborhoods is certainly not the goal. Integrating safety features such as curb extensions, curb ramps, raised crossings, and others into the design standards will positively impact this issue, reducing the need for this retrofit work in the future. These features are not required everywhere. When and where they are required will be detailed in the updated design standards, and it'll be based off the specific and unique context of the spaces. With our now limited ability to provide automated enforcement as a service to make our roads safer, it is incumbent upon us to ensure that we are using every opportunity available to prevent speeding and crashes that threaten lives and livelihoods. These changes will do that, with the added bonus of being very popular with Edmontonians and relatively inexpensive in the scope of our transportation projects. They're a win-win. Back over to Natalie.
Thanks, Jessica. Shifting modes supports the city plan's goal of fostering an environment where transit and active transportation modes are desirable travel options for Edmontonians. While active transportation aspects of the design standards are being updated, as Jessica mentioned, to be clear, this does not include a requirement everywhere, and further, active transportation infrastructure it doesn't include a requirement, for active transportation infrastructure on typical residential roads, only sidewalks. Careful consideration has been given to avoid a blanket requirement for design features such as curb extensions. Rather, context is being provided as to where they're required. Based on a regional jurisdiction scan, Edmonton has some of the narrowest collector and local road rights-of-way in Alberta. We've focused on how to work within these parameters to achieve the objectives that the city has and the needs of our users. The standards also include alternatives for minor right-of-way increases, keeping in mind that these design standards apply to both new development constructed by developers, as well as the retrofit of existing infrastructure by the city, sometimes which is wider. Next slide, please. Edmonton is taking action to build resiliency to the ongoing impacts of climate change. The design of Edmonton's new and renewed streets is an important aspect of this action. The updated policy ensures a shift in how we support our environment, including the expansion of Edmonton's vast tree canopy. Cross-sections have been updated to provide clarity related to the placement of street trees. Other updates to the standards support climate resilience through design features that enable mode shift, such as accessible infrastructure or active transportation, as well as through the ongoing update to the landscape design standards, as well as low-impact development. Next slide, please. Transportation infrastructure, as I mentioned, forms a large element of the city's asset inventory. As they're constructed, the city is responsible for the long-term stewardship of the assets through their life cycle. The updated policy and standards are grounded in the affordability of these assets throughout their lifetime to support the city's financial sustainability. Updates balance upfront construction costs with the long-term operations and maintenance costs. Some of the elements to the updated standards have higher upfront cost, though they're offset by the long-term savings or improved quality of life for Edmontonians. Next slide. A critical influence on affordability is ensuring that our infrastructure has the longest life cycle possible. The elements in the design standards have been designed to support both ease of maintenance as well as meeting the needs of our users. We had looked at updating and strengthening our pavement design standards in 2023. In response to concerns raised by industry and the impacts of this change, we did pause its rollout to allow further analysis. An external consultant has been brought on board to support us in this work. Recognizing the importance of this change, as well as knowing that it could have financial impacts both for upfront construction and new developments, administration is committed to ensuring that this is thoroughly evaluated. With that in mind, we will not be integrating this into the updated standards at this time. However, we will be revisiting this during our next update to the standards as this evaluation does progress. Next slide. Work on ensuring our approach to the policy and standards had robust input. It began in 2023. Through multiple rounds of feedback from those that both build and use our infrastructure every day, we are confident that our updates underway balance both the needs of Edmontonians and the interests of industry. Next slide. Input gathered and discussions held over the past several years has helped us to prepare the updates to the policy and the standards. Input has been assembled from representatives from subject matter experts across the city, neighboring municipalities, utility companies, consultants, developers, as well as accessibility and inclusion associations. The congregated data has supported our decision-making processes and the modifications that we're making. Next slide, please. Back over to Pascal.
Thanks, Natalie. So while it is hard to summarize everything we've heard from stakeholders over the past couple of years, we have heard some key themes related to the safety and accessibility, affordability, including upfront construction costs and the impact on housing affordability, the layering of policies leading to concerns about overbuilt infrastructure, a desire for clarity on the context in which certain design features are expected, in other words, not blanket requirements, a desire for clarity for both the city and developers, and an interest in streamlining approvals, tensions of limited road right-of-way and the many features that need to be fit within these rights-of-way, and specifically a theme related to the sidewalk widths, both a desire for wider sidewalks as well as a desire to narrow them. Next slide, please. So of the feedback received, one specific item of the Complete Street Standards has generated numerous discussions with stakeholders: the sidewalk width for local streets. Since 2018, Edmonton's standard for sidewalk width is 1.8 meters. We have heard from industry partners a desire to return to the previous standards of 1.5 meters. Next slide. The 1.8 meter sidewalk width has been instituted in a variety of other Canadian cities, including Calgary and St. Albert. It was put in place to create more livable and accessible streets. It is also recommended by the National Transportation Standards as well as the Alberta Accessibility Guidelines. Next slide. Some misunderstanding related to the 1.8 meter sidewalk width include that the additional sidewalk width prevents the planting of street trees. That is incorrect. The lack of space for trees results from the combination of front driveways and utility requirements, such as transformers, hydrants, or drainage swales. Example on the slide shows the difference between front driveway and back alley developments and the number of trees that are possible. Additional sidewalk width is also inconsistent with the city's climate goal and contributes to more hard surfacing in our neighborhood. We argued that the concrete has a longer lifespan and limited maintenance, which reduces its climate impacts compared to pavement. Providing accessible, walkable, and livable infrastructure in Edmonton's neighborhoods is also critical to Edmonton's climate action and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Finally, we've heard that local streets have low volumes of pedestrian traffic, so the width is not needed as conflicts would be rare. Concept of accessible design is universal. We cannot predict where and when people would benefit from the infrastructure. Local streets see high volumes of pedestrian traffic when they are well designed. Families will walk to the park, practice riding their bikes, and visit with neighbors. Administration believes that reverting back to the 1.5 meter sidewalk width would be inconsistent with our city policies, strategies, and council direction through motions. We anticipate you will hear about this from speakers. And should committee want to see narrower sidewalk standards for local street, we would appreciate direction on committee on how best to proceed. Next slide. So we will take input from today's discussion into consideration as we continue our work in updating the Complete Streets policy and the design standards. We also have meetings planned with key external stakeholders such as BUILD, the Accessibility Advisory Committee of Council, Paths for People, various utility organizations, and others to review the updated policy. This input will support us in finalizing the policy, which will be presented to Executive Committee in June of this year. The updated standards will be published following approval of the updated policy. Next slide, please. The way to design and build our streets has a profound impact on the lives of Edmontonians. It affects how we travel, interact with our communities, and our overall well-being. While the Complete Street policy is just one policy influencing how we build our city, The accompanying standards set the stage for how we build our streets and how those streets enable all Edmontonians to meet their daily travel needs, creating neighborhoods where people choose to live, work, play, and thrive. The updates to the policy and standards are designed to ensure Edmontonians have access to safe, accessible transportation infrastructure delivered consistently, whether by the city through capital projects or by industry through the construction of new neighborhoods, and balance upfront cost with the cost of operation maintenance and the overall life cycle cost. Administration has heard industry's concern about cost pressures, including the cumulative impact of changes beyond the updates to complete streets. While the policy and standards are still being finalized, we continue to evaluate the cost to ensure the features that support livable, walkable, accessible, and safe neighborhoods will respect the influence on the cost of new developments. We have heard industry's call to ensure that the updated policy and standards reflect infrastructure requirements appropriate to their surrounding context. The updated standards provide both city administration and industry with consistent and clear expectations. The standards have been vetted by the city and other city building partners, including utility companies, and they ensure that space for the many demands on our constrained road right-of-way. Industry has both asked for context-specific options and clear direction. Administration is balancing this tension by providing clarity around design features and where they are required, while providing an array of options for designers to choose from based on the trade-offs that best suit the needs of the nature of their new development. We understand the focus on affordability. Affordability has weighted into the development of the standards. At the neighborhood level, the updated standards are anticipated to have minimal impact on the cost of new development. Depending on the choices made, the cost of the new development may decrease or increase only marginally, while over the life of the assets, costs are reduced for the city and taxpayers. As this work evolves, further details will be shared more broadly. A key aspect of affordability is building the infrastructure right for the first time to avoid costly retrofits down the road. Finally, the Complete Streets policy is not just about infrastructure, it's about building a better future for Edmontonians. By prioritizing people, safety, and accessibility, we can create more livable, sustainable, and prosperous communities for all. We thank you, and we'll leave room for the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are moving to hear from our speakers. Clerk, we've already approved hearing from the speakers, so I just call the name and invite them to come down.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. I'll ask if the speakers could just follow the clerk's direction here. I think we're going to be on stage left. So guest 1, Katrina Rowe. Guest 2, Elise Shillington. Guest 3, Susan Keating. Guest 4, Carrie Jenkins. Guest 5, Crystal Brightwell. Guest 6, Shane Grine. Guest 7, Ryan Tomas. Guest 8, Jen Brown. Guest 9, Dana Ataya Moore. Remote. Guest 10, Tanya Lavriviere. Remote. Guest 11, Lindsay Butterfield. Guest 12, Jason Wong. Remote. Excellent. I invite guest number 1 to begin. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Urban Planning Committee and members of City Council. My name is Katrina Rowe. I'm Chair of Build Edmonton Metro and President of Cantero Communities. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Build Edmonton Metro has been actively involved in discussions around complete streets for many years, and we believe this update is a critical step forward in the evolution of our urban landscape as it relates to both infill and greenfield development. The intent behind these changes is strong, and we are thankful for the opportunity we've been given to work closely with the city to ensure that we reach the best possible outcomes together. While we're excited to move forward, there are concerns that we feel must be addressed. Before we get into specifics, I want to emphasize one key principle: the need to balance progress with practicality. Even the smallest changes in guidelines or engineering standards can significantly impact the outcomes to homeowners, users of roadways, developers, and the city. When all policies and requirements are prioritized simultaneously, real-life design, engineering, and cost escalation issues emerge, which results in competing rather than collaborating interests. The cumulative impact of multiple policies can lead to increased costs, longer timeline for approvals due to uncertainty and lack of clarity, and a long-term loss of fiscal sustainability for the City of Edmonton. To move forward in a sustainable way, we believe the following issues need to be addressed. First, we need to maximize efficiencies within the existing rights-of-way as previously directed by Council and ensure infrastructure requirements are right-sized for the context. Second, costs should be evaluated when setting new standards. An understanding of both the capital costs and the ongoing operating and maintenance costs should be understood in order to understand the magnitude of the financial impact for residents and taxpayers. Third, we must prioritize our goals and provide clear direction where there are contradictory policies. Policy pile-up leads to unaffordable or unbuildable designs, so compromise will be necessary. Lastly, we must enable context-sensitive options. The Complete Streets framework must be adaptable for a variety of contexts, with consideration for the differences between infill and greenfield, as well as different types of roads. The practical needs of homeowners must be considered alongside mobility and environmental goals as outlined in City Plan. So as we continue refining these updates to Complete Streets guidelines, we ask that you please provide clear direction that ensures cost and land-efficient designs that align with the overarching goals of the community and provide clear value. Let's work together to build a city that is not only sustainable, but marketable and affordable for future generations. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to continuing this work together to build the best version of Edmonton for all of us.
Thank you very much. Guest number 2, Elise Shillington.
Good morning, Urban Planning Committee and members of City Council. I'm Elise Shillington, Senior Development Manager at Cantero, and today I want to discuss the challenges we face in acquiring additional land for Complete Streets projects, as well as some of the ways that we can address those challenges to maximize land use and improve our communities. First, it's important to acknowledge a critical reality. The land required to accommodate Complete Streets guidelines is finite. This means we need to be extremely strategic in how we build, ensuring that we create and redevelop livable, welcoming communities. It's about being smart and intentional in our approach to urban development. When it comes to Complete Streets, it's not just about adding more land into the equation. We must recognize that not every need can be met for every user in every time and at every place. There are always trade-offs, and it's important to set the expectations that those trade-offs make it to the policy level. To create efficient, functional designs that meet community goals, we must be willing to make tough decisions and focus on what truly matters. We've seen examples of success in compact street design. In places where street designs are more compact and thoughtfully planned, we've seen improvements in walkability, accessibility, and sustainability. But the key to making these designs work lies in maximizing efficiency within the existing rights-of-way. It's worth highlighting that up to 40% of the land in new neighborhoods is dedicated directly to cities for public purposes. If public land management can meet the efficiency and innovation of the private sector, we have the potential to nearly double our environmental, social, and economic impact. That's the kind of transformation we need to see if we're going to build and redevelop communities. However, we must recognize that the growing aspirations for cities and neighborhoods, as well as the associated costs and physical footprints, have significant impacts on development. The wise use of space, energy, and resources have never been more important. As we move forward, it's essential that we are disciplined in our city building approach and the decisions we make. Municipalities are crucial in creating reliable guidance, particularly when it comes to how Complete Streets guidelines are handled. How is your team thinking through those requirements, and how can we assure that land is used effectively to build more sustainable, affordable, and vibrant communities? Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Guest Susie Keating.
Good morning, Urban Planning Committee and members of City Council. My name is Susan Keating. I'm the Vice President at Melcor. I'd like to address the costs and the financial realities that come with complete streets. As we consider the future of new neighborhoods, communities in general, and neighborhood renewals, we need to think not only about developers or city administration or politicians, but in my opinion, the most important perspective to consider is that of the taxpayer. This is where the rubber meets the road. It's the homeowners that feel the long-term impact on their taxes due to maintaining and replacing the infrastructure we're talking about today. The public infrastructure that developers and investors install and taxpayers take care of. It's the scope of the infrastructure in the public realm that can move the needle on property taxes in Edmonton. As developers, we navigate an ever-changing market, continuously assessing what people want, need, and can afford. We adapt our offerings to align with the market demands while also complying with an increasingly complex web of policies and standards. And when I say increasingly complex, I don't mean evolving, I mean growing. The regulatory landscape continues to expand in scope, costs, staffing requirements, and resource demands. Despite these challenges, the development industry has efficiently stewarded land and adapted its practices to meet both regulatory shifts and market needs. There is now an opportunity for public infrastructure planning to evolve in tandem with changing development patterns and market trends. This mismatch in progress is having an effect on not just on immediate development, but also on the ongoing costs for homeowners. Over-engineered public infrastructure is resulting in inefficient land use. We hear repeatedly how our public realm is becoming over-engineered, overbuilt, over-designed, resulting in inefficient land use directly conflicting with some of the city's own sustainability goals. Over-designing infrastructure doesn't just affect our physical spaces, it drives up the cost to live in this city. For example, unnecessary wide roads and surfaces. They may be a good idea for traffic flow, but they come at a cost. More asphalt, more concrete, more maintenance vehicles, more salt, more storage needed, more labor to maintain these roads and spaces, particularly during the winter. And perhaps wider roadways and spaces are needed in some instances, but is there a trade-off to balance the increased cost of labor, trucks, and storage? How do we balance the need for good design with fiscal goals? This is something we need to address upfront in planning. Developers, municipalities, and homeowners all bear the consequences of poorly planned infrastructure. The focus for public agencies and utilities should be on smarter, more practical investments, ones that save space and reduce costs for homeowners and taxpayers alike. The bottom line is clear. We must adopt a collective mindset of sustainability in both design and in operation. Can we please conduct and analyze costs further? This transparency is missing from the process. We can help with this. Only then can we ensure we are meeting the needs of our residents and ensuring long-term financial sustainability for both the municipality and the homeowners. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Guest for Carrie Jenkins.
Good morning, Urban Planning Committee and members of Council. My name is Carrie Jenkins, and I'm a senior principal with Stantec and have more than 20 years of land development experience working on projects in the City of Edmonton on behalf of our community development team. Thank you for having me here today. I would like to address some key points about Complete Streets, its adaptability, and the importance of aligning infrastructure with practical needs. Complete Streets has become synonymous with ever-growing financial, physical, and design-related requirements for public infrastructure in the development and redevelopment of communities. The over-engineering of our public realm not only conflicts with efficient design principles, but also undermines several city initiatives, such as climate resiliency and operational budgets due to the increased amount of concrete being required. Complete Streets must be flexible to different development contexts. A one-size-fits-all approach simply doesn't work in our growing and diverse city. We are increasingly losing developable area which reduces lot yield and impacts our density targets. Moreover, there are several examples of unintended consequences from the updates being proposed that should be addressed further, such as the impacts of separate walks being preferred over monolithic walks on local roads, curb extensions on all collector-to-collector intersections, raised crosswalks, and preferring roundabouts at arterial-to-collector intersections. When designing neighborhoods and communities, it is important to understand what the residents want. Eliminating parking might sound good in theory, but it is not always desirable from a practical point of view. Homeowners need the flexibility to accommodate their vehicles, and if we reduce parking too much, we risk undermining the goals of trying to be sustainable and adaptable. We shouldn't force these changes onto homeowners without considering what they want. Prioritizing infrastructure on collectors over local streets is a step in the right direction. Every road shouldn't have to accommodate the same volume and variety of pedestrians, vehicles, and bikes. Some streets should be designed to focus on movements, while others can cater to local needs. This would make a big difference in ensuring efficiency and better use of space, which helps in keeping housing costs affordable. There is a real need for collaboration to refine these design standards. We're all striving for the same goal: better, more sustainable communities. To get there, the city, along with industry, need to work together to develop guidelines that allow for innovation while still being flexible enough to accommodate changing needs and contexts. At the end of the day, we need to be disciplined in our approach to complete street guidelines. Decisions need to be made with care, considering both long-term sustainability of the city and what residents want. It is imperative that regular reviews and updating design standards is key to ensuring they align with broader community goals and maximize the efficient use of land and resources. Thank you for your time. I look forward to our continued work together to create better, more sustainable communities and ensuring complete streets remains adaptable to different development contexts.
Thank you. Guest Brightwell.
Good morning, Urban Planning Committee and members of City Council. My name is Crystal Brightwell. I'm the General Manager at Cameron Communities. Today, I want to speak to the importance of understanding the design trade-offs we face in infill and greenfield development and the consequences of those choices. When we make decisions about infrastructure, whether it's roads, sidewalks, or public spaces, it's critical to consider how they affect not only the functionality of the community, but also the financial and environmental sustainability. There are examples in our city where departments and service providers don't always see eye to eye. This misalignment through competing policy priorities leads to delayed development, creates confusion for developers, and leaves us with fragmented, inefficient solutions. We need a clear, concise approach through prioritizing policy mandates to ensure all players are working from the same policy priority playbook. We keep running into this one-size-fits-all mentality, and it does not work. I have 3 examples for just one collector road we are trying to build in Marquee Horse Hill that we keep being told requires a shared use path. Example 1, all collectors must have a shared use path, even if within 400 meters, planned shared use paths already exist along pipeline right-of-ways and arterial roads. We are essentially doubling up on unnecessary infrastructure costs while increasing future maintenance and replacement costs. My second example, all collectors must have a shared use path and no front drive homes fronting the collector. This requires the addition of an alleyway parallel to the collector. I have 2 points of frustration here. First, this policy negatively impacts persons with disabilities. Shared use paths are specifically designed to allow for 2 wheeled chairs to pass one another, but when we cannot build attached front drive homes on those shared use paths, we are forcing homeowners in wheelchairs to choose between direct access to a shared use path or safe and simple access to their vehicles in an attached garage. My second point for no front drives along collectors is the requirement of an alley to be built. This additional alley adds infrastructure costs, increases future maintenance and replacement costs, and erodes the amount of land subject to property tax. My third example of all collectors must have a shared use path means the removal of on-street parking on one side of the street to fit within the right-of-way. While I understand we no longer have parking requirements, Marquee and Horse Hill does not currently have transit. Transit will not be delivered until certain mass of population is living within the basin. The closest transit stop is 10 kilometers away from Marquee. The guidelines require that although there is already 2 shared use paths running parallel within less than 400 meters, we must still build an additional shared use path along this collector road, removing parking along one side of the street. Removing on-street parking for residents whose only option is to drive to their new homes because transit is not available. To address these growing challenges, we must take a more rational, evidence-based approach to decision-making. It's about balancing the physical space we have available with the environmental, sustainable, financial, and practical demands associated with the Complete Streets guidelines. We must also confront what has been referred to as public infrastructure sprawl. This is the ever-growing financial, physical, and design-related requirements for public infrastructure that is simply becoming unsustainable. If we're not careful, we'll continue to face escalating costs, inefficient land use, and ultimately more challenges in maintaining the quality of life in our communities. There's a real concern that trying to meet every policy within the Complete Streets guidelines is financially irresponsible. Do we know the cost implications to operations and future replacements to each of these policy decisions? Is there a department within the city reconciling these financial impacts of all these policies? There are endless policy initiatives, but no sight to the immediate operational bottom line or the replacement requirements burdening future homeowners through increased taxation. Complete Streets cannot be a one-size-fits-all guideline trying to encapsulate the vision of all the other City of Edmonton policies. There needs to be a prioritization of these policies as they apply to Complete Streets, with a view to the implications each of these policies have to our financial sustainability as a city. Thank you for your time, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you. Guest Shane Grine. Sorry, and is it Grine or Garin?
Garine. Thank you.
Garine.
Yes.
Sorry, Garine.
But trust me, it's incorrect more often than correct in every circumstance throughout my entire life, so appreciate
Guest
that.
Garine, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Good morning. As we just went through, my name is Shane Garine. I'm a senior project manager at Local Communities, and I'll start just quickly expressing my gratitude for the opportunity to speak today. As we navigate one of the fastest growth periods in Edmonton's history, it is critical to keep development moving efficiently to address the ongoing housing crisis. The updated Complete Street Design Standards will shape how our communities are built for years to come. And while the intent is undoubtedly positive, there are real concerns about how these changes may impact project timelines, particularly if they are introduced without the necessary coordination. When changes like this are proposed, they don't just alter what gets built, they affect how long it takes to design, how long it takes to review, as well as how long it takes to construct. The more complex the design, the more touch points are required. Whether it is at the drawing review stage, coordinating with utility providers, or ensuring constructability in the field. For example, certain elements in the proposed standards will require more detailed grading reviews and additional drainage considerations, which means more time spent working through approvals before a project can even break ground. We are also seeing changes that will impact how roads, sidewalks, and curbs are built. And while these may seem very minor on paper, they can introduce real inefficiencies in the construction process, particularly when they make it harder to use standard equipment for machine pours, or require more manual work, or introduce more conflicts with existing infrastructure. Beyond approvals and construction, there's also an issue of alignment with key stakeholders. At this moment, as far as I know, the proposed changes do not have the support of our shallow utility providers. And this could lead to confusion and delays as developers try and reconcile conflicting requirements. Without coordination up front, we risk a scenario where projects stall as the details are sorted out, adding uncertainty to an already complex process. So while we support the principles of complete streets, we need to be mindful of how these changes are implemented. If the goal is to build more sustainable and accessible communities, and it is, we must also ensure that we are not introducing unnecessary roadblocks that make development slower and more costly. To that end, we encourage administration to ensure alignment with shallow utility providers before finalizing these standards so that we are not forced to navigate conflicting requirements at a later date. We encourage administration to consider a reasonable transition period for projects already in motion to avoid disruption and to allow industry time to adapt. And we encourage administration to be mindful of constructability challenges that could extend timelines and increase costs, not for just for developers, but for the city and future residents as well. So at the end of the day, we all want Edmonton to grow in a way that is smart, sustainable, and efficient. By taking time now to get this right, we can avoid unnecessary delays and ensure these policies support growth. Thank you for your time. I look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you. Next guest is Ryan Thomas.
Thomas. Yeah.
Thomas.
Hello, Urban Planning Committee and members of City Council. My name is Ryan Thomas, and I'm the Director of Civil Engineering and Land Development with Arcadis, and a member of the Build Edmonton Metro Board of Directors, having over 25 years of experience in land development in the City of Edmonton. Thank you for taking the time to hear from us today and for being open to the perspectives of those on the ground who are dealing with the Complete Streets updates. As we wrap up, we want to reiterate our key messages and make an important call to action. We must acknowledge that if left unchecked, expert disputes will never cease due to excessive policy objectives. We can't do design to meet every stakeholder's maximum objectives everywhere. Without clear expectations from the top, this cycle will only continue to spiral, and that's why we're here today, to ask for Council's leadership. We need Council to step in and set clear priorities and with measured understanding of the unintended consequences of some of the design considerations being followed. It's time to make tough decisions and lead us toward practical solutions that work for everyone. This is not about the width of sidewalks, only about the width of sidewalks, the value of safety, or the importance of the urban canopy. We want these things, all of us, all together. What this is really about is ensuring that we are smart, pragmatic, and have a rational understanding of what it takes to deliver practical, sustainable, and cost-effective solutions. We're asking for clear direction from Council that addresses the key issues we've raised today: land efficiency, cost containment, and establishing clear trade-offs. Without this, the uncertainty will continue to impact our ability to build vibrant, sustainable communities we all envision. The unintended consequences of independent policies need to be measured and calibrated. I want to thank Council again for hearing us out and for the opportunity to make our case. But more than just hearing us, we need your leadership now. Set the right and reasonable expectations at this critical junction before it's too late. Let's remember, a great call to action for our community would be to proactively generate growth by reducing time-consuming and unnecessarily expensive development requirements. These requirements hold sustainability back, and with your support, we can change that. Now more than ever, the city must sharpen its pencils. We need to be even more intentional, integrated, and thoughtful about our plans and development visions. Together, we can build a more efficient, affordable, and sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Guest Brown.
Good morning, Urban Planning Committee and members of Council. I'm Jen Brown, President of Civil Management, and I only registered to answer questions today, so I have nothing to add to what everyone has said, and I'll pass it on to Lindsay to do some closing remarks. Thank you.
Actually, I have guest Dana up next. Guest Dana.
Hello. Hi, and Tanya is joining as well. So
yeah, is Dana with us?
I'm right here.
Oh, good. Okay, I have Dana for 5, then Tanya for 5. So go ahead, Dana.
Go ahead, Tanya. Well, we're co-presenting, so Tanya will kick it off.
Thank you, Dana.
Okay.
Good morning, Urban Planning Committee and members of City Council. My name is Tanya Lariviere, Chair of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. I'm joined by Dana and Taya Moore, Policy Subcommittee Chair. We are here today to stress the importance of incorporating accessibility into the updated policy and design and construction standards. Accessibility should not be treated as a secondary consideration. It must be integrated from the beginning with clear and enforceable standards. And we're happy to learn that through this presentation that it is a primary consideration. If accessibility is not mandatory, it's often overlooked. Dana will speak to a couple of points and then I will speak after and close. Dana, go ahead.
Thanks, Tanya. We've heard concerns including
Sorry, our protocol, we have to have each speaker is 5 minutes. We can't have combined presentations, unfortunately. It's been a long-standing practice.
Okay, apologies.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead, Tanya, then.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Key considerations and recommendations. Accessibility features must be prioritized and not scaled back due to cost or logistics. We've heard concerns from developers and industry stakeholders around the costs of making infrastructure, including sidewalk widths, curb bump outs, and other features accessible for wheelchair users, people with mobility aids, seniors, and parents with strollers. While balancing costs and logistics is understandable, equitable access should not be a trade-off. Sidewalk width and curb ramps are not nice to have, they're fundamental to ensuring Edmonton remains a city where everyone can move safely and independently. The AAC recommends ensuring that the accessibility elements of complete streets are non-negotiable and non-adjusted based on budget constraints or developer preferences. The complete streets policy follows the principles of Policy C602, accessibility for people with disabilities. The current policy acknowledges accessibilities, but the term accessibility is nuanced. We ask that accessibility be clearly defined as referring to accessibility for people with disabilities, and Policy C602 be integrated into the complete streets policy. Accessibility standards must be consistent across all road types. Individuals with disabilities move in the same spaces as those who can. The AAC urges Council to consider the importance of consistent accessibility standards across infrastructure. It enhances independence, safety, and predictability. It can prevent legal challenges, discrimination, and improve efficiency and implementation. Having consistent accessibility standards can make it easier for industry, urban planners, engineers, and construction teams to design and build inclusive infrastructure at a lower cost than retrofitting after the fact. This consistent standard benefits the city, Edmontonians, and industry. We appreciate that there are competing demands in limited space, and there are challenges, but accessibility and safety must be paramount. Ongoing consultation with the disability community is critical. One of the major issues in accessibility planning is that the decisions are often made without meaningful input from the disability community. Developers held a stakeholder meeting on January 9th to address their concerns. However, it remains unclear whether disability advocacy groups were provided the same opportunity to participate. We learned in this presentation that they were consulted. The AAC advises for the establishment of a formal consultation process that includes the disability community. This process would allow for the review of future transportation and infrastructure projects before they are finalized. In closing, the Complete Streets Design and Construction Standards currently include a section titled Designing with a Universal Lens on page 26. The opening statement emphasizes that universal design is an approach to design that increases the potential for developing a better quality of life for a wide range of individuals. We want to affirm that universal design and enforceable standards significantly improve safety, independence, and quality of life for all individuals, including both Edmontonians and visitors to our city. While there may be trade-offs in some areas, again, safety and accessibility must never be compromised. We believe that administration and City Council are in agreement. We appreciate the opportunity to speak at this midpoint before the report is presented to Council in June. We hope to see improvements in accessibility design and construction standards, as well as enhancements to policies and enforcement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, guest Dana Taya Moore.
I will just answer questions. Tanya shared the presentation that we had prepared.
Excellent. Thank you for that, and thank you for accommodating the process. Guest Butterfield.
Thank you. Thanks, Urban Planning Committee and members of City Council for initiating today's conversation. My name is Lindsay Butterfield, and I'm the Vice President of Government Relations and Policy for Build Edmonton Metro. Our association and its members have been involved in the discussions to date on complete streets, and you've already heard a number of issues and concerns from previous speakers, so I won't go ahead and belabor the points that have already been made. I do want to provide a quick summary of what's been conveyed here today. And first, I want to stress that we do appreciate the collaboration and communication with city administration at all levels, from technical staff all the way up to the DCM level, as we've explored revising complete streets. During the staff presentation today, you heard that there have been many motions from council over the last several years on a number of topics, from safety, accessibility, street trees, climate, and many other items have been addressed through motions of council. And what this does is lends itself to greater and greater complexity as more and more elements need to be incorporated into the design. And with a network such as our road and street network, this is inherently already very complicated. So it just adds to the policy pile up there. What we have is a policy guiding engineering standards with the end goal of also activating behavior change. So the complexity here is immense, and that's leading to the problems that we're identifying here today. So you do have a number of goals that potentially contradict each other. There are more requirements, but also according to administration's update, this will be less expensive in the end. So while we'd love to see it, it is counterintuitive. And unfortunately, we also heard that those costs won't be shared or understood until after the changes to the standards are made. So that's a little disappointing. So with all of that in mind, I just want to leave you with our requests. One is to ensure that the existing right-of-way for roadways is not expanded, as directed in an earlier motion of council, and I think everyone's on the same page with that, but I wanted to reiterate it because it is important. Second is to identify those cost drivers and the financial impact of proposed changes. So that's both for the capital costs, but also for the long-term operating and maintenance of roadways. Our industry does want to see some kind of program that allows trade-offs in policy to be reviewed, but for those decisions to be reached more quickly. There shouldn't be surprises and new direction on a second or third round of engineering drawing reviews, but with so many policy directions and conflicts and the number of reviewers involved, surprises are happening too often, and that does delay approvals. And then lastly, the one-size-fits-all solutions, you've heard that phrase many times. It just doesn't account for the wide variety of contexts citywide, both for new builds as well as for redevelopment and renewal down the road. So flexibility and common sense do need to be applied where warranted. So I'll just reiterate my thanks to committee for providing the time for this discussion, and note that we're here to answer questions, which looks like will be after the break, but we're happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you. And guest Jason Wong. Remote.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you. I had prepared a presentation.
Yeah, it's live. It's on screen, so go ahead.
Oh, perfect. Thanks so much. Just the next slide, please. So, thanks for having me at committee today. Just a quick reminder, I'm speaking on behalf of Paths for People, and our mission is to make Edmonton a friendlier and safer place to walk, roll, and cycle. The first thing I want to say is Edmonton has been a leader in piloting complete streets measures to improve the safety of our roads in a way that's positioned us as a continental leader on Vision Zero and having safe streets for everyone. I want to speak today partly on that and partly about how to build a safer, healthier city in general, including financially. I'm going to make a few points and then come back to just this complete streets engagement that administration had done with our group and others in the last couple of years and months. Generally, I want to say that I'm supportive of the work that administration has done. I want to say that complete streets is, critical part of Edmonton's policy packages. It's important to get complete streets right for safety and for drawing in a strong economy into our city too. And this is because building complete streets, building healthier neighborhoods, creates places where people want to be. There's a study from the University of Arizona, funded by the US National Institute of Transportation and Communities, called Complete Streets as a Redevelopment Strategy. That's not peer reviewed yet, it's published just as a working paper, but it's found that building complete streets, getting them right, has encouraged mode shift away from vehicle dependency. It's created jobs and it's drawn in housing developments at a ratio of around up to 10 to 1. And sorry, I'll go through the slides just later in a bit. So you can just leave it at that one there. I want to emphasize that at Paths for People, we agree with a lot of the points that other speakers have made about over-engineering and overbuilding infrastructure and keeping our streets accessible and our city accessible. I want to say that the most financially healthy cities in the world are ones that are promoting dense cities, density, promoting multiple modes of transportation, especially active and public modes. And I want to say, just to this point, that Complete Streets is one of the main tools for right-sizing infrastructure in our city. Of course, there are other policies that we have to adhere to, like the city plan, but Complete Streets is a great opportunity to review how we're building our streets, making sure that we're not overbuilding infrastructure. So I want to walk you through these slides really quickly as just examples of how the city has been making great progress so far. So this is just in front of a school on 106th Street. This is Mount Pleasant School, and this is a Google Street View photo of what it looked like before. And if you go to the next slide, please, you can see just a few small changes have made this much more accessible, much safer for the students who are at the school to be able to cross the road and these changes have actually made driving easier by removing the traffic signal that was there previously. It's maintained parking in front of the school, but it's added much more, it's provided many more options for students to be able to get to the school, including through using those bike lanes on either side. And there's a well-designed raised crosswalk circled there. If you go through, I'll skip the next two slides. On this one, I wanted to say the Quentin neighborhood renewal has been presenting some good options in our view as well about how to make crosswalks that are safer and more accessible. And in the next slide, just a brief view here of, through the Complete Street standards, we're seeing opportunities or options for creating more spaces for people to be in, not just places for parking. I think just on some of the points that previous speakers brought up, parking shouldn't be a burden placed on the public taxpayer. If we're seeing a need for parking in, new developments, then maybe those new developments should be redesigned in a way that
Thank you to our speaker today. So
thank you.
At this point, I'm going to suggest that we take a recess, come back at 1:30 to continue with questions of our speakers. See you at 1:30.
Good afternoon.
Mayor Sohi? Absent. Councilor Rice?
Good afternoon.
Myself, and joining us in chambers, Councilor Carmel.
Good afternoon.
And if there's any other councilors online, could you signify?
Good afternoon.
Councilor Tang? A couple others may trickle in. All right, so we just heard from our speakers, and I'll look to the clerk. There were no other additional speakers?
No additional
Just
speakers.
these ones. Okay, perfect then. So now we're at questions of our speakers. Who selected this item? This is Councilor Knack. Yeah, do you want to go first?
Sure, thank you. Thanks to everyone for speaking today. I've got so many questions. So maybe I'll start. Okay, so I'm probably going to go to you, Ms. Butterfield, because you've sort of outlined through build what we're looking for. So, okay, just to make sure I've got it here, we want to maximize efficiency within the existing right-of-way. Infrastructure requirements are right size. And I just want to double check. So when we're talking about infrastructure requirements, we're also talking about some of the underground utility. And I know that work is happening with EPCOR right now, right?
Correct, yes.
So we're feeling good that we're moving that in the right direction, right? Or
I feel good that they're being engaged and they're part of the discussion,
okay,
yes.
because I feel like at Utility Committee, and probably Councillor Carmel can correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like I've heard EPCOR say that they're working with industry to right size that inventory so we're not overbuilding in those spaces. Okay, so generally speaking, that one we're moving on. I hear you loud and clear about the cost piece in the sense of I think we do need to make sure we clearly articulate the numbers, because I have a feeling there are lots of savings to be had if we build it right the first time, if we think about how we do, where we store snow, all of these things. So I'll dig into that with administration. Prioritizing our goals where there are contradictory policies. I feel I'm going to need to dig into that because I've heard a couple examples, and some of which I very much agree with and some of which I need to double check on. And then enabling context sensitive options, treating infill different than greenfield, collectors versus local roads. In principle, again, I think I agree. I feel like in principle I'm going to hear that administration agrees. I think where the disagreement is what does that actually look like in those context-specific situations? Is that fair?
That is absolutely fair,
okay.
Yes.
All right. Helpful. Great. So we'll go through a few questions. I want to dig into a few pieces. So let's get the one where I feel like that did jump out at me in a weird way a little bit more, which was, I think it was our speakers, Ms. Jennings and Ms. Brightwell, you both referenced on-street parking. And I guess I wanted to double check because I feel like that's probably the only one that felt like it really sounded out of place in the sense of, it sounded like to me in your submissions that there sort of should be an expectation that the city is developing or allowing a right-of-way to have on-street parking to deal with essentially what would be additional cars from the developments that are getting built. And I guess I'm wondering, when we went to open option parking, the whole point of that was to say, hey, that should be up to you. If you're going to sell homes that you're likely to have 3 or 4 people with cars, awesome, but that really shouldn't be up to the city to supplement the parking. If you need to build a 2-car garage with a 2-car parking pad, like, go to town, happy to let you do that. But if you wanted to build a 2-car garage and we're going to have 4 cars, is the city supposed to make up that parking? And so did I misunderstand that piece? That was the one that I just couldn't quite understand.
No, I think the expectation is that when we removed the parking restrictions, that there was alternate transit available and that you didn't have to have a car to go there. And while I understand that, yeah, in some cases, there's more than 2 cars that allow for it on your parking pad, and that may be the case, but in most of the streets currently within the city of Edmonton, there's parking allowed on both sides of the street. And what we're running into with the Complete Streets new formatting is that it can't all fit into the right-of-way. And so what is the first thing to go is parking on one side of the street.
Okay.
And so when I'm speaking to the priority, I get parking isn't a priority, but it is for homeowners and it is for the community members. So it's just something to flag,
I think I'm
that it's always the first thing to go.
I guess what I'm saying, so I'm agreeing. I guess maybe where I'm misunderstanding this particular piece is that if that is a priority, I mean, I guess I'm going to be blunt and say, shouldn't that be your responsibility then to make sure you've built enough for the customers that might want to have multiple cars? I guess what I'm struggling with is why does the city need to fulfill that particular piece? I agree with almost everything else we've talked about today from what I've heard from speakers. It's just that one I'm really struggling with why we should be making up the difference as a city versus the folks that are building for that.
In my example, it was just that was the choice the city was making by putting in the shared use path when there were adjacent shared use paths.
Okay, and I have that was an interesting piece, yeah.
So rather than the choice be 3 adjacent shared use paths and removal of that parking, my point was it can't be a one-size-fits-all. So not to, I get we're going to have to remove parking in some of these cases, but we need to look at these neighborhoods holistically and practically. And that was my point.
Excellent. Okay, I got you. I'm going to come back to that specific marquee example. I'm out of time, but so I'll come back on a second round. But that's helping me better understand it. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I am in the queue. I guess I don't need to hand over the chair because we're at committee. Thank the speakers for the presentation today. I guess where I'm struggling a little bit is I get it. It's a verbal update, and there's nothing in writing to respond to, but and maybe I'll just pick on Build as the umbrella organization. But if you could summarize kind of like, if I'm hearing from my notes here, like there's competition for space, you want us to think about finances, you want us to think about how space is being utilized and competing demands, and is that a like there's a couple other threads here, but what I'm struggling with a little bit is like if I was to craft a motion here, or when I get administration in a few minutes and say respond, I heard a lot of value statements that I agree with, but I'm generally trying to figure out what to do with that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense. I think we're in the same boat here in terms of some of the concrete details, no pun intended, not being available at this point in time.
Well, it's not your asphalt.
Oh, okay. Yes. Zingers everywhere here. Yeah, so I think the point being that at the point that we're at, where we know that it's close to being finalized in terms of what some of these standards are, we have some big concerns about those trade-offs, how they're going to be managed, what that's going to mean in terms of approvals. And so this conversation is a great time for, committee to relay some of that. What is the priority to administration? How do we prevent it from being 3 or 4 rounds of engineering drawing reviews before everyone is satisfied? And how do we avoid having cases where all elements of policy are trying to be built into a local roadway where they just simply do not fit? And so like making decisions around the complexity is the piece that we're looking for.
And that's where I'm struggling. Like if I was to hear, like if I heard you do not want people in wheelchairs to be able to go together in parallel on sidewalk, that's probably an incorrect interpretation, right?
That's right.
So like I think this like from 1.8 meters to 1.5 meters, the different pieces here, like what I think would be really helpful is like a letter to council with like specifics that we can then take and advocate and look at it, such as we go forward as a checklist of different pieces. Because I hear the accessibility committee saying, whoa, don't forget about us, and I hear you saying we're not, but something has to give, and that's, I guess I'm wondering where that is. So I just found today interesting, but very, I don't know where to take it as a committee.
Yeah, and I think the context is everything, and that's the challenge, though. That's the inherent challenge, is when do you say, trees are less important than the accessibility? Like, those are really difficult decisions to make, and I think that's where things get stuck.
And we've always had it, this conversation. This isn't new, though. It's always
not a
had
new conversation.
And this is part of the generative policy process, right?
It is part of it, but I think the thing that we're seeing as an industry is that there are more and more complexities being added, and it's more and more difficult to get clear, concise answers. If you're a professional, you expect I can submit a set of drawings as a professional, with a designation from my professional organization, and I should know the rules so that I can get approvals quickly. When you don't know the rules anymore, when it's shifting sands because there are so many different factors at play, it becomes a very frustrating process.
Right, and curveball unmentioned, but watch this interesting video about fire engines and how we're building cities around some of the needs of fire trucks or garbage trucks, and so we're building to a form is following function when it should be probably inverted. We should be buying the correct size of utility for the correct neighborhood. Has this come up in any of your conversations, and is that part of this table or a different building table?
I think that's absolutely part and parcel of this conversation, but again, it's not just one thing that's driving it. It's many.
Yeah, yeah, I appreciate it. If we were to draw kind of a pyramid of land use, I think what I heard today is like best use of land should be housing or commercial or buildings. Second best use of land would probably be some sort of green space or amenity space, etc. Third best use would probably be some sort of transportation, and fourth would probably the least best use would probably be something like parking lots, or because we don't want to get rid of open option parking, do we? Like I'm just trying to make sure
I mean, trying to create a Maslow's hierarchy of needs in terms of urban planning right now, I'd need more time to wrap my head around that. But I think, yeah, the point is multifaceted. One is that the public realm is absolutely important, and I think our industry's committed to creating a great public realm. The other is
I'm over time. I apologize. Thank you. Appreciate it. We've got some guests here. Thank you, Councillor Rice. We would like to welcome the grade 6 students from Holyrood School, which is in Ward Métis, and welcoming Teacher Eaton, and all of the students. So let's give them a round of applause and welcome them to City Hall. So your city councillor, Councillor Salvador, is not in this committee. She's on a different committee, so she's not here at the moment, but you might get a chance to meet with her later on. So welcome to City Hall. You're welcome to stay. We're talking about how we should build the roads, how many roads, where should they be, how big are the sidewalks, how big are the alleys, do we need alleys, all of those different things. So it's a very engaging and detailed conversation, and you're welcome to come and play SimCity with us. Next on the queue is Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I can't remember who said it, but somebody had mentioned about asking residents what they want. And I think if you would ask the residents in Ward Spo-Matapi what they want is they want safe, walkable, livable neighborhoods. And so that comes down to me to the way that we build the roads. So I'm just wondering, maybe Ms. Shillington, because in Alsace, where you've just recently built, or been developing, you put in raised crosswalks. And I'm just wondering what percentage of the total cost to build in that neighborhood, what percentage was for that raised crosswalk? Like, does it really add that much expense to the overall development?
It's probably a small percentage for the raised crosswalks themselves, but I think it's also about, you know, as other people have said, all these policy priorities. So the raised crosswalks also changed the drainage design, and that then changes the grading, which then changes the right-of-way needed to complete the intersection. So, you know, raised crosswalks are part of it, but I think the overall message from us is it's all of these policies working together and how we kind of create that clear framework that's also contextually appropriate.
Okay, so if we get rid of some of those conflicts that are arising in policies, like can you point specifically to them with our administration?
I think, you know, we're just seeing lots of different policies come, right? So trees on all local roadways, but we also want 1.8 meter sidewalks everywhere. And we also need 200 amp power. All of these things take space within a right of way, which obviously land is our most precious resource. So it's figuring out how we do these and create trade-offs within each finite road intersection that makes sense for the context.
Okay.
Yeah, and sorry to be clear, like the raised crosswalk makes total sense in the Alsace context, but does it make sense 100% of places 100% of the time? I'm not sure.
Because I'm just wondering, like you were talking about, you know, everything's got to be re-engineered, the grading and everything, but can't that be looked at from the start? like, why do you have to go back and re-engineer?
I think we're just saying because there's now changes in a policy context, it's much more complex. So it's not clear how we can engineer those today with policy environments changing as we go forward and as we get to detailed design and construction.
So looking at more of a phased-in approach of these guidelines, or?
I think with so many policies that are all equal playing field, we don't know how to prioritize what. And I think we're looking for clarity in what is priority in what context.
I can jump in on the engineering for the raised crosswalks. That requires an additional EPCOR infrastructure for catch basin leads. It also requires additional grading at the onset, which then in turn leads to additional review time by the city and administration as well. And it is a more complex design, so it does take more time. So the cost of development isn't only in the actual dollars spent, it's in time consumption as well. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, if it can be done at the outset, then there's no additional cost.
I think that's fair. I think if we look at an intersection, we're trying to figure out what's important here. Is it the people crossing? Is it the trees? Is it the transformers? And right now we have all of these things at the same level of importance with no clarity as to what we need to design for.
Okay, so you need more clarity there. Okay. If just in the last little bit that I've got here, I'm just, Tanya from AAC, I'm just wondering about sort of what sort of consultation or engagement do you have, or is it just a matter of receiving presentations?
At the moment, in regards to Complete Streets, we haven't had any consultation or presentations, but we will be asking to have admin come and speak to us.
Oh, okay, so you haven't, oh, okay, I didn't realize that you didn't have anything. Okay. And then what someone else also said, and I can't remember who, about the, for accessibility, not being able to access homes from a front attached garage. I'm just wondering, in order to have a wider sidewalk, would it be okay to have to access from a back alley? No?
Sorry,
So
I brought that up.
Okay, yeah, so, but I was just asking from the accessibility point of view, and my time is up. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, we'll have to come back for
Yeah.
another round there. Councillor Rice.
Thank you all the speakers coming today and then to join this really important discussion and for the city, for the our Edmontonians, and also for the industry developments. I do have follow-up with a few questions here. So I really enjoyed to listen all the speakings, and because you speaking covered both technical side and the policy side. So right now I ask a question, I try to get a sense of how that technical side questions or concerns you mentioned, some like challenges really impact our policy decision here. So number one question, I would like to go to Ms. Rowan. And so from impact, this policy right now, the draft policy in front of us, and then you talk about the impact, I really appreciate you mentioned about real life design piece. So can you explain a little bit more about between the technical side, how that real life design could be reflected in the policy here to make some change?
I'll try my best to answer that. Thank you for the question, Councillor Rice. I think the issue is prioritizing the policies in each type of street. Everything that's in the policy is important, and we're not saying accessibility doesn't matter. We're not saying sidewalks and shared use paths don't matter. Every one of these items is important. We have to find room for power. We have to find room for trees. We have to make our communities walkable and accessible. The challenge is when we're trying to do everything in the same spot. It's not dissimilar to building a house and wanting nice floors and nice counters and big bedrooms and a big living room and a big everything. You get the bill back And your house has probably expanded to a size to accommodate everything that's no longer workable and a cost that's no longer workable. And that's the frustration that we're having when we're trying to design streets under the new Complete Streets Guidelines or proposed Complete Streets Guidelines. And so I think we need to take a look at each specific example and determine what's most important here. At an intersection in Alsace, it probably is a raised crosswalk. But you can't also have street trees. For example, when you have front driveways, and front driveways are very easy for people to access their houses. So if you can't have the trees, then and a shared use path, you no longer have front driveways. Now we're adding 6-meter rear lanes to every house. What's a more efficient use of space, and what's the trade-off? And every one of these decisions has a trade-off.
I actually really appreciate that answer, and then prioritizing is always a key point and when we make policy decision. And then back to your points, so is that my understanding correct? Right now with this draft policy, we still need to revisit to really looking at it tychically, prioritizing certain things for each type of street. So you do not say that is clearly defining this policy in front of us.
Yes, I agree. It's not clearly defined. We need to look at prioritizing. However, I don't know that it can even be prioritizing that every single time this is the most important item. To the example Crystal gave earlier about shared use paths, and Councillor Knack correctly said, well, maybe parking is your responsibility. It might be at times, but if you have 2 shared use paths within 400 meters, does it make more sense in that situation to add a 3rd shared use path or allow parking on the street? And I think we need to be looking at these in very context-specific situations and deciding what makes sense here and what makes sense there and what are we trying to achieve.
Yes, and so I heard from many of speakers talk about the complexity and then to add more and more in this policy. And so this is actually linked to your answer regarding the prioritizing on each type of street. So I don't think I have enough time to get an answer. I will be quick. And I would like to go to Miss Kendi. And I believe she's online. Susan Kendi is online.
Hi, sorry, are you talking about me, Susan?
Yes. Thank you.
I'm here online.
Yeah, I don't think I have enough, but I'm going to put my question first and I come back later. So I really appreciate you talks about from taxpayer perspective and then to lead further cost analysis and lack of transparency. So I want to hear more from you regarding that 2 points. Thank you.
So we'll come back to the next round. Thank you. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, I'll direct my questions to Katrina Rowe. We are just coming back from a very exciting announcement of collaboration between the city and the development industry on how we remain rank 1 when it comes to removing red tape barriers to housing and development. Which speaks to the collaboration that we have had and want to build on that. So what I am interested in understanding, there are things that are essential that we must do. Accessibility is essential. Safety is essential. Sidewalks that are navigable, yes, right, for people to accommodate their needs are essential. Sustainability and making sure that what we're building is financially, we're having a life cycle analysis done on that. What I'm interested in, what are the things that you feel that are discretionary, that we can say, don't do these, or put them off for another 4 years, 5 years, right, until we settle on other things, right? So give me the list of discretionary things that would not compromise those things that we can look at, say, okay, we want to put them off for a bit.
Thank you for the question. I think that's the challenge and why this conversation has been going on for so long. Every one of these items is important and is important in some contexts. I think we need to be looking at each location, each type of roadway, and treating them uniquely to determine what's most important and what's discretionary in that location. And right now, it's hard to know what priorities are or what priorities exist in which context. And I think that's probably challenging for not just industry, but for the city of Edmonton as well. And I think the people working on these guidelines are trying to do a good job and trying to implement all of the policies, but we can't have all of the policies on every single roadway.
Then let me ask you another question. Like, how do we get there? How do we get to that point where we know these are essential, these are discretionaries, we can put these off for a while? What process then needs to take place? What has to happen? What the next step you envision that we need to take in order for us to get there?
Perhaps, and I invite some of my colleagues to join in here, perhaps it's about prioritizing the policies on each different type of roadway first, and then having some clarifications, like to Crystal's example earlier, if a shared use path already exists within X hundred meters, then go to priority number 2, as an example. But I think we need clearer direction on the policies and the priorities for a local road, a collector road.
I think it'll be difficult to give that kind of direction now at this point. I mean, because I think what I'm interested in, what is that process that will bring you, administration, like you have a good relationship with our administration, then you need to have accessibility folks, maybe part of their conversation, passive people, part of their conversation. What does that table look like that allows you to itemize things that we will not compromise on these things? They're essential, they must be done, but here are the things that we can say, okay, maybe this is what compromise look like. Maybe we don't have to have a back alley, for example. I'm just using that as an example.
I think if I may, Mayor Sohi,
Yeah.
just going back to even administration's presentation, the first thing that they went through in their discussion was, here are all of the motions that we have had that we are trying to
Yeah.
address. And so it's just, everyone's doing their best job, and people from all of the different business areas are like, aha, council named my business area. My thing is important. We have to get it in to the requirements and the standards.
Yeah,
And when
yeah.
you have
We
so
have-
many different business areas all competing to be
Yeah.
heard at that table.
And I'm
it
going to
becomes
ask that.
too
I'm
many
going to ask
things.
that question to administration because we have, I think, 44 policies related to neighborhood renewal. We have another 10, 15, 20 related to this, right? And how they actually work together. But what I'm interested in is a path forward, right? I know I asked the administration to do the analysis of all the various policies as part of our neighborhood renewal. Maybe that's where it fits in. But I hear you. I think there's ways we need to figure it out. But I just want to know what that path is. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Cartmel.
Great, okay, thank you. So I'm hearing, well, there's some contradictions, I think, and that's actually something that you're bringing. But here's the first one I'm hearing, and that is that that there's so much policy and so much perhaps contradicting and overlapping policy that the time from application to approval is really long and has a number of iterations. Is that fair to say? Yeah. You probably should say yes. Maybe I'll ask you, Ms. Brightwell, to speak on behalf of the group, at least for the moment, because people can't hear your nods is a thing, right? So.
That is certainly the case, and what we're finding is that if one developer agrees to something that might be outside the guidelines or policies, that it becomes standard through the city.
Okay, so let's hang on for a sec, though.
Yeah.
So if we have this lack of clarity, so which means time from application to approval, then to my mind, clarity speeds approval.
Certainly.
But I also hear we need to be adaptable to different neighborhoods, and so there's different contexts for different neighborhoods.
And I think that speaks to, I think what Elise said, we're coming in with our engineers who are adapting to the current policies or guidelines in place, and then we go through 3 or 4 iterations.
Okay, but I want to
changes.
narrow this. So we're not talking about freeways, right?
Correct.
We're not talking about arterials,
We could be.
okay? So we might be talking about arterials.
Mhm.
We're talking about residential collectors. We're talking about residential locals. Am I missing any? Yes? Okay, what one am I missing?
I'll just jump in and
Yeah.
commercial, industrial, everything that covers that. And that's been what's also been missing.
Are they called different things in commercial and industrial places?
They're still locals, they're still collectors, but there's different requirements.
So, okay, so what do we call a local road in a business park? That's not a residential local,
A commercial local.
a commercial local. So we've got commercial local, residential local, commercial collector, residential collector, commercial arterial, residential arterial, or are these just one family?
Arterial comes under one family.
Okay, so 5 families of roads,
More or less.
more or less. We have renewal of existing roads, existing neighborhoods, and we have new neighborhoods. I'm going to pick one metric, the width of a residential local. Is it different in new neighborhoods than it is in existing neighborhoods?
Yes.
Yes. So, and is it different from one old neighborhood that gets renewal from another old neighborhood that gets renewal?
Likely.
Okay, so now we've got potentially 3, 4, 5 different classes of local residential roads. So, again, speed to approval means that there is a discrete checklist and priority list and design standard for every single discrete situation. Is that reasonable? And that's an honest question. I'm not being critical. I'm saying, would that be more reasonable to have a binder that has, by my count now, 9, 10, 11 different actual road definitions that would each have their own standard?
Can I speak to that?
Sure.
I think the whole premise behind Complete Streets is to get rid of off-the-shelf specs, so you could do exactly that in any situation, and it does narrow down what you're talking about. You're not saying one for all, but you're also still having the ability, and so.
So are you saying that we should not have 11, 12, 8 different
No.
or that we should?
We shouldn't. We should have
We
Complete
shouldn't.
Streets policy written as a policy and report that says you have to, as your designer, as your engineer looking at it, looking at what fits in that neighborhood. Maybe there's a ravine a block away, and so it needs certain things. There's a matrix of priorities, but it's not a spec. It's not a cross-section.
Well, then we're not going to get the speed to approval that we would get if everything was very specifically defined. So there's a series of this or that, right? Like I don't see a parking issue here. I see the issue as being multi-use trail with a back alley or not. That's the binary issue. It has nothing to do with parking. It might from a convenience perspective, from an engineering cost of infrastructure, cost to maintain, that's the trade-off. But the first one is this.
Second round. Appreciate it. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think this is getting to our favorite theme of flexible certainty and feeling the tensions there. But I think it's a good question to bring forward to our administration. Maybe just so I can understand, because I really, there's 2 big themes I want to understand, and I'll start with, I really take that point about, a raised crosswalk leads to different drainage, which leads to different grading. What has there been previously? And I guess what I'm trying to understand is this a transitional, is this kind of growing pains, we're adjusting to something new and we need to figure these out? And eventually having a raised crosswalk will become the standard and you'll just automatically know what the drainage and the grading needs to be. Like, is it a growing pain issue? Or in the past, were there resources that helped to provide that alignment, that made it easier?
They've definitely been designed before. It is newer in the greenfield development for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and just with in a world before Complete Street guidelines, again, does some of this just work out as it becomes more standardized?
In prior to Complete Streets in 2017, there was standard cross sections you used. Those were fantastic. They worked.
Okay.
There were no issues. The only the thing that made it a little more challenging was to do anything outside of those.
Right.
So I think the intent of Complete Streets was to allow that flexibility.
Yeah.
But the problem is then they lost the standard
Right.
as well.
Okay, so then your answer is a little bit different than the last speaker, that you do want the,
So I've been on the Complete Streets development since 2017, and the intent was to have a fast stream for approvals and then a unique stream for approvals.
okay,
The trouble that happened was the Complete Streets that were developed in 2018 weren't, in my opinion, 100% vetted with all the Shell utilities and some of the EPCOR folks.
gotcha.
And they didn't really work ever with the boulevards. So
Like-
now they're trying to maintain those, and we have the same challenges.
Okay, no, that's really helpful context. And then also, just from my understanding, I've heard a lot about sort of the conflicts and the competing priorities. Again, I just want to understand, because it seems like an opportunity of Complete Streets would be to bring all those things together. So there's just sort of one checklist that you're looking at. So are we talking about conflicts like within the Complete Streets policy, or is it Complete Streets is conflicting with an EPCOR standard, for example?
Yes, it's conflicting with a lot of things. EPCOR, Shell Utilities, ACO Gas, Landscape Department, everything. There's a lot of issues that aren't resolved.
And sorry, so you mentioned some of the external EPCOR, ATCO, shallow utilities, and then internally, you mentioned sort of open space?
Yeah.
Okay, and could you give an example of that? Like, just so we can ask.
With the width of the sidewalks, there's not enough space between some of the trees in the back of walks, and then with the Shell Utilities placed there as well. So we're actually seeing limitations on being able to plant trees because of the width of the boulevards. Useful space is being depleted significantly to the point where we're actually not able to properly adhere to any one of the stakeholders' requirements.
Okay, so I think that's a great example, and I just want to dig into it. So what you're finding is Complete Streets is setting out a boulevard width. You want to plant a tree there, but then Shallow Utilities is saying, no, we need some right of way here. You have to have this much distance to plant a tree.
Yeah, and there's also clearances from the back of the walks to the trees from a safety perspective as well. So there's
The back of the, like the front property line?
it's from the back of the walk to where the tree sits.
Back of the lock? Sorry?
Back of the walkway.
Oh, walkway,
Yeah, sorry.
walk. Yeah,
Yeah.
gotcha. Oh, okay. And then, so how would it have worked? Like, how were Shallow Utilities previously? Because, I mean, the boulevards are nothing new. They exist in a lot of new neighborhoods. So how were Shallow Utilities accommodated in the previous standards?
One of the bigger transitions that we've seen is a narrowing of the lots. So there's less space on horizontally as opposed to in line and with it. So that's causing some of the challenges there.
Isn't that something that industry controls in terms of the width?
I wouldn't say
lot width?
it's the market, not industry.
Sure. And so the narrower lots mean that Shallow Utilities, how is that impacting the boulevard allocation?
It's the number of service, because you're not only running, you run the mains in line with the road, and then all the services stub off.
Yeah.
So you go perpendicular to the proper alignment.
Oh, I see. So you just have more like turn-offs.
Services, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'm finding this conversation extremely confusing, and I'm going to try to get some clarity for myself, because when this motion to have this verbal report was brought forward in February, it was with a sense of urgency that we needed to do something, but we could not wait for June to have this conversation. My understanding from that February motion was that it's because we're updating the policy on Complete Streets and that there was engagement. So I'm looking back at, I'm guessing based on administration's reference, it was the March 14th, 2022 motion that administration provided a report expanding the use of pedestrian through zones. Oh, sorry, no, it's the one from September 19th, 2023, that active transportation be incorporated and that they're standardized across. I'm guessing, is that where this tension is coming from? I'm very confused because we've had the Complete Streets policy in place since 2015. And like I'm hearing, oh, the Dunluce experiment in an urban affairs in which Build is quoted, saying it's a big experiment, but I'm confused because Dunluce is following this policy that many other neighborhoods with renewal have also followed. So what is it today that's causing the sense of urgency to have this conversation that needs course correcting? Is it that is it revisions to the policy that are causing the industry concern?
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. It's Elise Shillington here. So the Complete Streets policy has been in place for many years, but it's being updated right now, which means
Yes.
changes to all of these cross sections.
Yeah.
Which is where we're finding the conflicts right now. So those are the conversations that we're having.
So just to put it simply, if we just continue, if committee or council was to decide to say, just keep, because with the 2015 policy, as I'm reading it, it's very light, it's very flexible. It's basically like aspirational in terms of we support quality of life through, making sure we have, welcoming and safe streets and active pathways. And then from what I've understood from administration is they do look at the context, they do work within the different things. So I guess, is it just that we need to not fix, like, is this already broken from 2015, or is it the work that's progressing that might be coming forward in June or some other date that is the concern? I know I didn't personally support the motion to standardize because I was worried about, from a public engagement perspective, people being able to lose their voice in that standardization. But is that what we're here today? Like, is that what we're actually asking for from committee?
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, so in 2018, when the first cross sections were developed, there were some issues and in my opinion, flaws with the cross section with the 1.8 meter sidewalks. Sorry. Oh, they didn't. Oh, sorry. They caused conflicts that hadn't been dealt with, and we've been doing fix-arounds and all sort of one-off unique techniques for construction and whatnot. And it's caused construction timing delays, construction cost increases, challenges with EPCO and ACO, and it's been very
So what
difficult.
happened in 2018?
2018,
so it was this cross section?
Yeah, so there was the idea was at the committee when that was being developed, they put the existing cross sections up on a board, and they allowed anybody to go put sticky notes on the cross sections. And without those being properly vetted, the next week they were drafted up as 30 different cross sections that were adopted into Complete Streets, and I don't think they were properly vetted at the time. So we're building on something that was incorrect to begin.
It's those cross sections that are causing the concern right now, and there's so many from what I'm hearing. Then there's so many of them. You don't know what prioritizes which, but it was really the tipping point for this was, and what I'm understanding was the 2018 cross sections, and now industry's worried about a further policy that will go even further, creating confusion similar to what they've experienced already in 2018.
Yeah, I think it's just an exacerbation of what Ryan is talking about from 2018, because since 2018, there's also been a number of new policy initiatives introduced. So those are applied over top of the existing policy.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Everyone's still on the board for questions of the speakers, not of admin? Okay, all right, Councillor Knack.
Thank you. Okay, let's say let's take a local road. I want to, because I'm really trying to dumb it down for me right now because I feel like I'm not fully here. So okay, local road under today's rules require 1.8 meter sidewalk on both sides. Ideally a boulevard, generally speaking, right now. Is that correct?
No, it's monowalk.
Monowalk. Okay. You're worried that.
Sorry, what's that word?
Monowalk.
It's built monolithically with the curb.
Yeah.
So it's attached to the curb.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So then the worry is the updated guidelines are going to require that.
That's one of the issues. Yeah.
So 1.8 meter wide sidewalks on both sides, boulevards, and road. So this is an upcoming worry that you would like clarity on right now. Is that correct? Is that
one of them? Yep.
Okay. And I'm sorry to get really in the weeds, but I want to get an example. So, and your feeling is, and not maybe feeling is the wrong word, I don't mean to make it sound like an opinion, but if nothing changes right now, you're going to have the same width of road that you've always had, the boulevard, the 1.8 meter wide, and therefore the only place where you can take that space is through the actual lot itself, correct?
That is one of the options to rectify it. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have, does industry have a perspective of, is the road width that we currently require too wide on a local road? Could that be the place where we take from? Has that or is it right now the only alternative of what would be a new scenario eating into the residential lot?
I think we'd like to stick with the current road right-of-way width.
Okay.
And the challenge is trying to incorporate all of these different items within that width.
Okay, so that's helpful. So I'm hearing you're not on a local road right now, and I might have a different feeling on collector roads, but on a local road, you want to keep the existing road width. But that is now creating a challenge because now we would like to see 1.8 meter wide sidewalks.
And
yeah.
To be clear, we want to maintain the property lines at 17 meters wide, but what can happen in inadvertently unintended consequences, instead of using the right-of-way, they use easements, which are effectively part of the right-of-way as well.
Correct.
So we just want to be clear, we don't want to start using larger easements to accommodate some of the infrastructure.
Okay. So as an example of one of the things you would like us to resolve is, would council essentially be willing to compromise on either a less wide sidewalk or a boulevard in order to allow you to maintain the same width that you've always had of the road without going into the easement or the property itself?
Right, and Bill has actually made that recommendation too, because we acknowledge proper infrastructure at proper locations. So we know that collectors function differently than local roads. So we're not necessarily opposed to 1.8 meter sidewalks on collector roads where you do have a funneling of people. And you're around schools and playgrounds.
Okay, this is helpful, Tent, because you know, I'll share my perspective, and I mean, I hear this from the Accessibility Advisory Committee. I'm really concerned about the idea of doing a smaller sidewalk anywhere, because I think we finally, after decades of not building for accessibility, are starting to build for accessibility. And so I'm hearing you want us to at least have this debate, which means the only other alternative is the boulevard space. And then to your question, and a question I think we have to have at administration, is that I believe there is a potential cost and operational benefit to the city to having that. We don't have those numbers right now. None of us do. So I'm making an assumption, you're potentially making an assumption that it could be a savings. And maybe we're not willing to sacrifice those two because of operational benefit and accessibility, in which case the only other option is either you choosing a shorter or a less wide road, which I've heard you don't want to do, or potentially eating into that lot. But you feel like with that level of debate has yet to be resolved, and that's where the tension is.
Correct, yeah. Okay. And part of our discussion as well is the 1.5 meter sidewalks on local roads. I would still consider those accessible to individuals, because as we talked about with narrower lots and more driveways, that effectively becomes part of the travel path as well. So if there are two wheelchairs, they could deviate where the driveways are to go around each other.
Yeah, and I think the difference is, and part of why 1.8 became a piece, is it's not trying to have two wheelchair users pass each other. It's having two wheelchair users or a parent with a stroller and their child be able to be on the same space walking together, which is actually a very different experience than what you could have under old designs. So, okay, that was, thank you for letting me go in the weeds on that. That's helpful. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Thank you very much, and I would like to go back the speaker. I put the question on, and if you are ready to answer my questions.
Hi there. I think that question was directed at me, and I didn't quite hear what the question was. I understand you wanted to talk a little bit more about sort of the perspective of the taxpayer, which was what my speaking notes focused on. But could you repeat the question?
So why I'm asking this question, and because we already have this policy and in place for 25 years, and then what I heard from today's, and so are you considering, and then if we make some change or updates, and then they cost more. So you would like to see the cost for the further analysis and before we make any decisions. So I would like to get a sense from you, so what the cost could be. You may not have specific number, but will be from which area. So another point is the lack of transparency piece. And for any change, for any instance, today I need to make a decision. I know the speakers here today, either a leader in the industry or the professional experts in the industry. I think it's very good to hear your perspective on these two pieces.
Okay. Okay. I think I understand. We don't have costs or information on that directly that we can share today. We do have just a general request that there is more analysis on the cost of sort of the results of changing policies that and the cost piece of it get brought into the conversation and the discussion in more detail. I think that the stakeholder engagement and the communication that's gone on a lot of this has been great, but it does lack information on cost. And my perspective is that it's very important in terms of making a decision, because we talk about priorities and it is hard to determine what is a priority without knowing what effect it will have on maintenance budgets or the taxpayer or developers. And so I think that's a key piece of information that should come into the conversation. And the point I was making, I guess, as it pertains to taxpayers, is that the scope of these projects or the scope of these policies, as it increases, it may not be felt today by the taxpayer. So it could easily be communicated as something that people want without knowing the effect that it will have in time when it needs to be taken care of or replaced or maintained. That was the point I was trying to make. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Yes, that is actually really helpful. And so what I heard clearly and from this response is you would like to see those key information to be included and then in our decision-making process for us to make any change or any updates at this point. So otherwise, the unintended consequence could cost the taxpayer dollars and in the future from long run.
Yes.
So, okay, so wonderful, and for that. So if that is the case, and because I'm not going to the technical question, I know my colleagues ask wonderful technical questions. I'd rather leave that and for industrial and work with administration to figure out. But from policy level, so you do not want us to make a decision today. You just want this conversation continue to reflect and address what concern and challenge you're talking about today. So is that my understanding correct?
Yeah, so maybe Lindsay might want to chime in on this
anybody
too,
they can jump
in. Okay, yeah, I was just going to say it's a verbal update that we were thankful to participate in today.
Okay, wonderful. That's my questions. Back to you. Sure.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. My mistake, Mayor Sohi.
That's fine. You're forgiven. Just kidding. I am sorry, but I'm glad Councillor Knack kind of dug deeper into that, because I'm still struggling to understand what are you looking for at this time from this committee? Were you looking for further conversation with the administration to resolve those issues? What is it that you want us to do? Because this is too much into the weeds, too much into detail, too much into technical stuff. And we are governors, we're journalists, right? We are here to set policy and governance. What are you looking from us? What are you looking from?
Thank you for the question. I think we're looking for policies to be prioritized. And going back to Councillor Knack's detailed question, in that example, Are we looking at what's most important, accessibility or trees?
Okay, well, so what, so
And
I
so
understand.
those are two different priorities, and I think we need prioritization for what the policy should be.
But that prioritization is something that would require conversation with administration, right? So are you looking for any direction from now committee that you continue to talk with administration to prioritize those policies and get rid of some of the redundant policies, streamline them, right? Is that what you're looking from this committee today, or do you have that table already that exists where you can have these conversations, follow up after this conversation with administration?
I think that prioritization is really important, and the challenge is Complete Streets is just one program in the city. And so these issues are coming up over and over again across the board in different contexts. Neighborhood renewal was brought up today, that's another one.
You want to look at every policy related to development.
Well, I just think there's too many policies that are, running counter to each other, and it's very difficult for city staff to make decisions on council priorities and policies without direction.
I have made a motion a couple of months ago when we were talking about neighborhood renewal. I don't know if that motion talks about on consultation with stakeholders. I have to dig it up. I don't know if colleagues remember that. But that I'll check into that. But if that is the goal, then we already initiate some of that work. And I think we need to look at all those policies. I think some are decades old and may not be relevant today. So that is what you're looking for today. Go back, work with administration to undertake the review of all those policies and look at streamlining them, eliminating them, or prioritizing them, as long as we don't compromise the principles that I talked about earlier: safety, accessibility, environmental. That could be part of the conversation.
I'm just going to add in, so thank you to explain that you've made that motion on the overall. I think going back to...
It was more related to neighborhood renewal.
Yeah, no, and that's great. Yeah. That's great, Mayor Sohi. And I think today, when we're talking Complete Streets, as you've heard, is not a new thing. It is going through an update. But this update is not going through the same process and same steps as we're used to.
Okay.
And so our request today is to almost take a breath. And can we just look at this? And one of the things is the competing policies, but we want to stick to Complete Streets as we're talking.
So if we take a breath, do you have a table where you go back to sit with administration and go through that, or that table exists?
Yes, we want to sit down with, and I don't want to make it sound like administration has been working with us. There are regular meetings. They've been great to work with, but like the latest round, we have 800 comments back and forth, and it's just comments back and forth. It's not sit down and collaborate. It is a different group at admin working on Complete Streets, this update, than who developed it 10 years ago. So that creates new issues, and they're pulling in the policies. So a lot of times they're getting, what policy is for them priority. So we just want to take a breath. We want to sit back and we want to work with admin on all of these issues.
Thank you for that, and I'll ask that question to administration when we go back. How that can be kind of operational. We already have the table, but how that can be done. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Wright, I apologize, I skipped you.
No, that's quite all right. Because that was going to be my question to industry is, why was this brought forward to us? Was it to referee what was going on, or was it to hear what council's priorities are? I'm not sure who wants to answer that.
I'll continue. No, I don't want to say it's a referee, so thank you for actually just bringing that out so we can talk about it. We have a very good relationship with admin, and we do work through things. I think all involved are just keep bouncing up against a priority or a policy priority, and so why we're here to speak today and not waiting till June is because come June, we may not have an opportunity to have those conversations to slow some of these processes about the raised crosswalks. Raised crosswalks, like you've heard 4 times, it works in places, but if you do this as a standard, it's not an efficient, affordable, marketable way to build this city. Sustainability, and that's neighborhood renewal and greenfield and everything, because it's one policy, right? So it's across the board. So it's not about refereeing, it's about giving us and admin, how do we move forward before we get to June and before we're locked into something that none of us can afford.
Okay, so do you know how to move forward then now with this? Or do you still need to know what our priorities are?
I think that's part of the conversation. That's why I say it's about taking a breath and we just take one step back and I think we ask it goes back to what are the priorities, but we're not going to answer that today. That's not for today's discussion necessarily.
And then I have just another question. So at those tables, will you also be engaging with our Accessibility Advisory Committee and with other organizations like Pass for People?
So industry is at the table through invitation. That's a good question for administration.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, sorry. Oh.
Sorry, did someone else want to
Respondent?
respond?
Sorry, Councilor.
Yeah,
Wright,
go
Elise
ahead.
here. Just about that, I think the challenge that we still have is we still need to know council's priorities, because each motion or policy that council makes is an equal level of priority for administration. So I think that's where we're at, is if all of these policies are equally important 100% of the time, we don't know, and I don't think administration knows which ones we do, because they're of equal importance from council right now.
I'm having a deja vu moment because I think we had this discussion about 2 years ago about what council's priorities were. Okay, thank you. So then how do you plan, or how do you want to get that information? This is just committee, it's not council.
For sure, I think we just know that a verbal report update was coming today, and it's our opportunity to make that ask around policy priority from council. So we're just saying it. I don't know necessarily what the outcome can be today, but that's the direction we're looking for ultimately.
Because you might also get differing answers as to what priorities are too. So.
And I think that's exactly where we're at as well.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Carmel, you're on the first round, right? Yeah, Councilor Carmel.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where to go with this, I guess. Because I'm, you know, and the responses to the questions so far have been that you're looking for council's priorities, but also that we're not going to solve that today. So I'm not quite sure what to do. I guess a question would be, is there a table or a listing of policies that apply to complete streets that, even just that, like I'm imagining a table that has sort of a binary, if these two policies are in conflict, then this one trumps, and, you know, like on down the list.
Working with the city at some of those tables that we were at, we call them the innovation meetings with deputy or branch managers and industry. And we did develop a list of priorities, but the administration at that point was uncomfortable prioritizing any of them. And we showed conflicts where they occurred with other policies, but basically the whole table was red.
But we have not had a conversation that has specifically asked a question on a point of conflict. Like, I'll go back to the one I mentioned earlier. You know, we have two potential designs. One is sort of the standard front drive, front walk, 6 foot wide public sidewalk at the curb. The other is multi-use trail, which means no driveways, which means no front garage, which means a rear lane, and I think also means that the garage in the back cannot be attached to the house. So there is, you know, a conflict between the two policies potentially. Sometimes it makes sense to have the multi-use trail, sometimes it doesn't. But we can't answer that for you. Like, I don't know if that's one point of conflict I've heard. I feel like there's a number of others that have sort of been hinted around and you know, implied. But there's no discrete list of questions here for us to say, as a group, this first, this second, this third, away you go. And I thought that was actually what was going to be presented to us today.
I think that's part of why it is kind of convoluted today and confusing, because that's what we face when we're trying to do the design or working through this complete streets, we sit down with admin and talk about conflicts, and the response will be, well, council directed us to do this, and we don't get past that. That's a dead stop conversation, and so.
Yeah, but I don't think, if you had another meeting tomorrow, I don't know that you're farther ahead for this conversation.
Absolutely, I agree.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to figure that out, like where from here. I had a couple of questions. I don't want to belabor that because the rest of the committee's got a lot to do today yet. They got a couple more items. And we have questions of admin. My question for the panel is, maybe to you, Ryan, is what are the implications on neighborhood renewal, just quickly? Like my guess is that we've already got undergrounds that are in particular places, whether they're in the street or in the right-of-way or in the easement.
Yeah, for neighborhood renewals, like if you have different road rights of ways, then you're gonna have infrastructure in the wrong places according to specified cross sections. So when you have different rights of ways, you need to do something special to accommodate that. You can't just have a one brush paints all.
And then, so then the question is, what gives? Do we move all the utilities to match the new cross section, or do we leave them where they are and adjust the cross section? Is that?
Exactly, yeah, those are unique custom designs, whereas we're trying to get something as well that you can have that option in Greenfield or have a go forward path, very quick approvals and predictability.
My recollection of neighborhood renewal, you may not be able to answer this, was that it was like for like. Like the original premise was we cannot keep having this ward versus ward fight at council about who gets the next renewal. So we're gonna create a program that says everybody gets it in due course, and this is what it's gonna cost, and we're gonna increase property taxes over 10 years to be able to pay for that, and it's like for like. Is that your understanding? And if you don't know, you don't know, but.
That was the original intent, yes.
Yeah. So when we start applying revised standards to neighborhood renewal, that to me says that we're increasing the cost of neighborhood renewal. Is that fair?
That would be what I would think as well, yes.
And not just the capital cost of that neighborhood renewal, but as has been mentioned, the time to the design work and the time to approval means that a specific neighborhood's cost of renewal is in excess of what we had projected.
Plus the operations and maintenance longer term as well.
Ms. Brightwell, it looks like you had one more thing to say.
I do. I think our ask here is for council not to get into the weeds, but to set some priorities. And we heard Mayor Sohi say accessibility, safety, and climate. The accessibility and building shared use paths and larger sidewalks goes against your climate initiatives.
Yeah, I agree.
So just in what you were saying, in those three initiatives, which again, we've never been told was a priority, goes against one another. So that's why we're here today. We would like council to prioritize your policies so that we could work with admin to activate them all. But even in this room, we can't agree to what those policies are. So how do we go back to admin and fit everything into these cross sections?
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. So, sorry, I'll probably just come back to you on that particular piece because I'm continue to use the example of a local road in a greenfield development because this is the one I'm focusing on. I appreciate this would then apply to the other pieces. If council prioritized accessibility, and I don't know if council, if I prioritized accessibility first, I'm going to call it climate, but I'm actually going to say operational efficiency. That's why I love boulevards. Pushing up the snow, things like that, there happens to be a climate benefit. If that's my number one and number two, then under these new standards, if you don't want to shrink the roadway width, which I've heard you don't, then the only other solution is to eat into the developable land where the residential development would occur. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. How much, and that might be the decision point, right? Maybe that is the trade-off conversation and we agree with that, but I guess what I want to understand, how much space additional, and I appreciate this is in the weeds, but like, is that an extra meter of space? Are we losing a half a meter of each developable lot? Are we losing 2 meters? What is that scope and scale? Because I'm hearing this is an example of something that might come forward in June. And if I want to prioritize accessibility and then sort of operational efficiency, and I don't want to force you to give up road width because you've said that's important, then I need to know what's the net impact to the only other variable in this equation.
Well, with the road width, with the compromise, they said you can reduce the road width, but you got to remove parking on one side. So
Which
maybe-
then goes to some of the other concerns I've heard.
But I mean, it could be anywhere from 1 to 2 meters.
Okay, so we're talking about potential 1 to 2 meter impact, which in turn impacts the size of the home that you're going to build for your customers. That, you know, we're looking to build. Sorry, go ahead. You raised your hand there. Yeah.
I also think we need to consider that there is an infinite amount of land. So yes, it might be 1 to 2 meters, but under the MGA, for this purpose, you're only allowed 30% of lands. So we can't just continue to grow, because then we have to take away from environmental reserve or potentially, well, not parks, because that's MR, but you can't ask for an alley and a shared use path and separate, like, it's not an infinite number of asks, which is why we're asking for the priorities.
Yeah,
There is that 30% under the MGA.
And I think where potentially the tension exists then is that, because I might be willing, for sure on collector roads, to say the road width, I think on most of the collector roads that exist in the new neighborhoods I represent are way too wide. And so I would have been willing to sacrifice that to have these other pieces. But I'm hearing on local roads in Greenfield, you're not necessarily willing to make, and I'm not, that's not a judgment, I'm not angry that you're not willing to make that sacrifice, because you feel that based off what you can do and the product you can provide, you need that width, which means if we're not willing to budge on accessibility and environmental and operational efficiency, and you're not willing to budge on road width, we have a tension point that is in front of us. That's what I feel like I want to try to solve a little bit more of today, or at least get some general.
Right, because once you start increasing the road widths, you start decreasing density, you start decreasing affordability.
Which hits other impacts.
Right.
So
all those things. Yeah.
Okay, this is very helpful.
Yeah, I think it's ultimately about the road width, like keeping it the same while having all these competing priorities within it. And we also don't ever get to plan perfect squares. So, you know, we don't have perfect squares to plan within, right? We have curvy arterials, we have curvy wetlands, we have all these things that now if we're taking 1 to 2 meters away and our new density guidelines are 45 or better, we're now compromising some of those density outcomes as well.
So I think one missing piece in all of this for me, and I think I heard it from you in your presentation, is that let's take the boulevard piece specifically. You know, call it climate, call it operational efficiency. I'm going to call it the boulevard. Do we know enough if there is a true financial savings to us as taxpayers to having that? Is there an economic benefit to that? We don't know that answer, I'm hearing. We don't know what kind of environmental benefit that has compared against higher density or number or unit count. So maybe that, because I think accessibility to me is one that I'm pretty on board with, and I can't see how I would be willing to compromise that. But the boulevard, I'm hearing pros and cons. We just did a neighborhood renewal in my neck of the woods where we decided to not put in the boulevard because of the cost of the utility movements, all of that on the local roads. I mean, I still might have liked it, but it wasn't going to be a hill I was going to die on. But that's what maybe that's the one area that we could have some more dialogue
Those are
on.
the exact trade-off conversations we're hoping to have. And maybe there's trade-offs around tree planting. Could EPCOR, other shallow utilities, and I don't know their standards, I'm not an expert, could there be planting over top of those? Are there some unique solutions that other municipalities do that we could look at here?
Okay. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the speakers. Anyone can jump in to answer this. It just sounds to me like this is a very long conversation to simply say some wires are crossed, we'd like to uncross them. Does that about sum it up?
That's a good way to look at it, Councillor Paquette.
Okay, great. So we'll talk to administration and we'll start that uncrossing of the wires, and we'll make sure that you're in the conversation. Of course, you're essential to the conversation, and we'll move forward. Does that sound fair to everyone?
Yeah, we look forward to more conversation and the ability to discuss those
constructive
trade-offs.
conversation. Like, let's get a list. You know, Councillor Cartmel made a good suggestion about a binary, if not this, then that, you know, where things conflict. And I think that this priority confusion here, I think that can be cleared up pretty darn quickly with administration from the council perspective. So if that sounds fair to everyone else, that sounds fair to me. Just quick reaction on that?
Sounds great.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Sohi, your questions to admin. Okay, at this point, I'd really thank our speakers for coming out to share today and the robust conversation. I'll invite our administrative delegation back down. And if you have questions for admin, Councillor Knack, you were the selector of this item, right? So if you want to begin.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Jans. Okay, I feel like I'm glad I had this conversation. So it took me a long time to start to get. So I think the question I'm now wanting to grapple with is, you know, I started going down the weeds of a very local road example in Greenfield, but now I know a tension point, because I think council has provided direction that we're not willing to compromise on accessibility. I think we've generally provided direction that we're not willing to compromise on whether it be climate or operational efficiency. Those are high on the list. We might have been willing to compromise on road width on a local road, but industry is not, because they have their own needs, and that's a very valid need as well. So now I'm at a point where I think what they need from us is, are we willing to bend on one of those other two things we said? And council has not given any direction to suggest that we're willing to bend on those. Is that an unreasonable summary, or is there something I'm missing in that equation here?
I think, Councillor Knack, that's a good summary.
Okay.
I will be clear, we do not agree that we're not finding the solutions to integrate all of the priorities.
Okay. So can you expand a little more? I know you did your presentation, so let's take that example again. What are some of the solutions we're looking at to try to solve that, so we're not necessarily having to eat in an extra 1 or 2 meters up to the building development?
Yeah, and I'll turn it over to Natalie and Matt to
Sure.
kind of provide the details, but what I just want to provide is that, so as we've been developing, and it's been 2 years working with Build and numerous stakeholders, including the Accessibility Advisory of Council, Paths for People, another advocacy group, we have been developing cross-sections. So there is, to Councillor Cartmel's point, there is a binder with cross-sections.
Okay.
And we have cross-sections for local roads within the 17 meters right away that show that you can integrate all of those elements. Okay. And I'll let the team talk about how
Please
to
do.
that.
Yeah, give me more detail if you don't mind. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Councillor Knack. Matthew Ivany. I'm running the update for the Complete Street Standards and the policy. So yeah, after quite a while, we've developed numerous options for local roadway cross sections. Even before we published an update, we developed a detail that showed how you could meander a sidewalk around a utility cubicle, which was really the big point of contention on the local roads. The size of the cubicles and their grounding grids, it just takes up a lot of space, and it's challenging to fit the 1.8 meter sidewalk around them within the 17 meter right of way. The other option we developed was, which Build has indicated they're not supportive of, is to reduce the width of the pavement to 8 meters and ban parking on one side, and the side with the front drive product. So you have driveways with the new zoning. There's so many driveways. There's almost no technically legal parking spots.
So that was going to be my other question in this equation, because like almost all the new neighborhoods, I mean, I'm sure I've technically illegally parked in that spot in between the two driveways, but I'm actually not supposed to, and we're not supposed to. So what I've heard you say is that maybe there is a bit of industry is still maybe not willing to ban parking on one side, even though technically speaking, there probably shouldn't be much parking on one side, at least.
That aligns with our perspective, yes.
Okay. How do we... I can't bring industry back up to ask questions, but I feel like that's a really important conversation, because I do think many of the local roads in the neighborhoods I represent, if we did that, which essentially we should already be doing anyways, then maybe we have a very different conversation. And so you've said, I'm hearing that it sounds like you've had that conversation a lot, and you're not feeling there's not interest in examining that option.
I believe, I don't want to put words in Bill's mouth.
Sure.
It was around the marketability of the product without providing this on-street parking was one of the big concerns. I know they're not allowed to come back, but that's something we heard loud and clear.
I'm sure they're taking notes and can email us back afterwards, because I would be very interested in better understanding that perspective, since you already can't park in most of those areas.
Yeah,
and that might be a major solution to a lot of this on local roads.
And there's a lot more benefits than just getting the wider sidewalks as well. You get more room in the boulevard. There's more room for two cars to pass each other on a local road as well. If you ban, if you have two cars parked on the side of a road on a local road with our current snow clearing, it's very challenging, right? Sometimes it's back and forth.
Yep.
So there's just more operational room as well. So it's not just the benefit of the sidewalk. There's other things that you get as well.
Okay. Probably will have more questions, but I'm out of time right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Sorry, first of all, correction. The neighbor renewal policy review motion was Councillor Knack's motion, right? So, yeah. Yeah, so I take credit for something that I've been asking questions on, but I think it was your motion, Councillor Knack. I want to acknowledge that. Yeah, now it's owned by the Assembly. Yes, of course. The relationship that our city administration has been able to build with the development industry and other stakeholders is the envy of other cities. That's what I hear from development industry. So what is it that is in the way for, I know you've been working hard, absolutely, and acknowledge that. So what is in the way, or what needs to be done in order to have the continued conversation to prioritize? I know you listed number of things in the presentation: safety and accessibility, shifting modes, climate resilience, affordability, infrastructure longevity, right? So if the conversation is do they all weight equally in the conversation, or how do you prioritize, and what needs to drop off?
Yeah, maybe I'll start, and I remember when this item came up and we decided to bring the verbal, the question was asked of me, do I think it might help to bring this here today? And I think, although we're into the weeds a lot, it does, because it shows you, I don't think we're that far apart. We have, from my perspective, a constraint on the local corridors to meet some of the conditions that council asked us through the previous motions, and one was stay within the existing right-of-way and try and find a solution, so the team's done the best they can. If you widen your right-of-way a little bit, and you heard from Bill some of the constraints to marketability and all of those things come with it, then that relieves that tension point too. So we've really tried to do our best to meet those requirements. We've heard collectively from council, and we had to do a bit of interpretation. Accessibility is one of the most important factors. So we've held tight to the 1.8 to try and make sure we're trying to maintain that as a sidewalk. And although it sounds a little bit detailed to talk about how low do we go on a sidewalk, that's one of the constraining points, and that's why we put it in the presentation, and that is into the weeds and administrative work behind the scenes usually, but that's one of those confining points. So a bit of clarity on that will help us guide how we work together.
So do you need clarity on all the things that you have identified where they fit into council priorities? Like what is the next step you're looking for to get back to the industry and pass for people as well as advisory committee? Like what is the next step?
I'll let Pascal go too.
So, Mayor, at this point in time, our next steps were to finalize consultation on the policy, integrate as many of the comments and feedback that we've received on the standards, and bring them to bring the policy to council for approval and issue the standards.
In June?
In June. And so from our perspective, we've done all the engagements. We've had as many discussions as we can, and we believe that we've arrived at what the standards need to be, responding to the directions that we've received over the years from council, the policies that are in place, and the demonstration that we have within the cross-sections that we've provided that they can be achieved.
And I would just add, I think the clarity and progression of complete streets has been from a very high level nebulous flexibility at the request of a bit of clarity, putting more cross-sections in. So hopefully once those are there is a better process of approval. So we've been trying to meet that intent with this next step in it.
Let me ask this. I know you can't foresee the conversation, but come June, I hope you're not having the same conversation that we're having today.
I fear we may.
Huh? I'm sorry?
I fear we may.
We may. Okay, what is needed then in order to resolve that? What are you looking from the committee that we are not in the same position that we are today having the same conversation in June?
That is the trick, and I think there was challenging. I mean, I think Build with Genuine Intent tried to bring clarity to you on some of the things we're wrestling with, and we're trying to do the same. I think what we've done is we're trying to honor all the policy impacts, and I would say, you know, we've talked about different terms. There's many policies, and we try to integrate them all together and make the best judgment we can with the mix of those to bring guidance to industry, to you, and to ourselves with our own projects, how we take all of those and we do the best we can with all of it to put together those cross sections and solutions. So I think if anything, it's clarity that we're on the right path and to continue on and bring that forward.
I'm out of time.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Rice.
Thank you very much, and it's a really, really good conversation. I think there are two key points here. We are heard very, very clear. So we need to prioritizing all the integrated policy because there are many policies and which one, and then we should be implemented as a top priority and how they impact each other. So that's number one. Number two is about some key information, so we still need to be included, and for us to make final decisions. So then my first question will be, I heard the reports we will have in June, come back in June. So when you back in June, I know it's not an easy job for you to integrate so many things. When you're back in June, were you going to include all the data like cost analysis and all tons of other factors we heard from speakers today?
Yes, Councillor Rice. The update in June, or the new policy that will be presented in June, will be accompanied with the financial analysis that we are working on.
Okay,
so
financial analysis.
Yeah, so that will give you an understanding of potential cost impact or benefits of the new policy.
So there is one point I thought it's missing here. So you can correct me if my understanding is correct. Is the inputs and from actually homeowners. We have the inputs, we have strong inputs and from like stakeholders, industrial developers, builders. Do we have that inputs from homeowners specifically? We talk about the complete street. That impacts their daily life every day. And is there anything to be incorporated into the reports?
Thanks, Councillor Rice. Yeah, on our working group and our administration, we have all the feedback of every neighborhood renewal that was done. And
so that is through the neighborhood renewal.
Yeah, we have tons of feedback from the residents and what they like, what they don't like in general around, we have that kind of level of feedback.
I understand as neighborhood renewal and we have a little bit of different focus and purpose. Does that type of inputs could be inform us for this type of decision?
So neighborhood renewal uses the same standards, same policy as new development does. And so from a user experience and the homeowner's experience, I think the neighborhood renewal engagement would represent, generally what we hear from Edmontonians about what they want in their neighborhoods.
The other thing on that to add is that some of the features that are being added and clarity being provided within the Complete Streets update are born out of requests that have been made by Edmontonians. So some of the safe mobility features, for example, are being added and clarified as to where they're being expected based on the requests that we as a city are getting through the Street Labs program and so on.
So that is covered like sidewalks, like covered and the parking, and because the parking is a big topic and in the neighborhoods.
Yes.
So all those topics covered on that. Okay.
So yes. Yeah.
Okay, so if that is covered, and it's good to hear that if not, and we still have like few months to the June, I would like to say something, if something missing, and it would be helpful to have inputs and from residents, from homeowners directly. I saw the nod head. Okay, so if that is the case, Mr. Chair, I'm going to put the motion to receive the verbal report as information today.
Okay. Anything further?
Okay, so that's a motion I want to put on. I really want to take this opportunity to thank everyone, and you brought very expertise, and then to help us understand what's to help and the industry also what to help and for homeowners as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay, so just I guess it's me then. Yeah, excellent. Okay, so I guess to administration, I found this interesting today. I guess can we qualify? How do we contemplate stakeholders in this conversation, like around neighborhood renewal? Because, for instance, as a taxpayer and an Edmontonian, I'm deeply concerned about the amount of money that we're spending on our roads, even if I'm not in that particular neighborhood that's under renewal. How is like our collective fiscal gap voice being factored into this?
I would say, Councillor Jans, that as we develop policies and standards, we are definitely listening to the broader conversations. And so fiscal gap, for example, is something that everyone in administration has understood to be our priority to integrate into our choices, into our decision making, and something like that. So while we may not hear directly from Edmontonians related to these things, we've heard from council and we've heard through other types of engagement, and so we're able to relate that into the decisions that we're making.
And I would say, like, from my experience, Grandview loves their neighborhood renewal. Malmo likes their neighborhood renewal. Pleasant View likes their neighborhood renewal. Garneau loves their neighborhood renewal, and I can keep going. And I am being inundated with demands for more speed bumps, more traffic calming, etc. So I get a little frustrated as a citizen when I hear people saying, leave my neighborhood like for like, because what they're effectively asking me for is me to keep subsidizing them in perpetuity, not just for their neighborhood, but then also for additional speed bumps or traffic calming or anything else. So, like, and similarly, when I hear new neighborhoods being built, if they are not being built to current standard, they are just a liability for future retrofit. So, I am feeling the fiscal pressure here. How is that being, like, at what point do we go to people and say, I'm sorry, what you're asking for is an 8-lane roadway. That's a luxury that is unmerited here. You are going to 2 lanes because that's what the traffic flow requires. And this is a citywide policy. Deal with it.
I would say from the renewal perspective, in my history, all of those neighborhoods you mentioned, in my history of the neighborhood program, I would echo the outcome after, and I would say it was not felt that way during the process.
It was a nightmare. Everybody thought it,
And there was a lot of apprehension and concern about whether that investment was a good future for that community until we were done and they started seeing the benefits of it. I'm making a generalized statement a bit, but I would say universally I've heard that with almost every neighborhood renewal program. And I say when we're going in to do those renewals, in the context of the road corridor where it needs to be in the future, we're always looking at that. How do we right-size that and how do we rebalance the share of that space in those right-of-ways to bring a more balanced approach, just like we're trying to do with the cross-section of complete streets, because they fit renewal and greenfield.
So why don't we have, new topic, why don't we have more 1-lane roads? We have 1-lane roads in Garneau, where I live. Is that a consideration? Like, why are we operating on the assumption all roads and new builds as well need to be 2 lanes parking, 2 lanes road?
That's an excellent question, and in the case of retrofits, it's a bit of a different story where we do implement that and trade off the space, but perhaps someone from our development team may have an opportunity to chime in on this.
Yeah, it's very rare that we see one-way roads in new neighborhoods and developing areas. We are kind of sticking to that standard of, a 9-meter wide surface that has two lanes of parking and 2 travel lanes. And that's kind of been the consistent standard for the past 20 years in sort of the new neighborhoods too.
So is the contemplation of allowing 1-ways, like if the development team comes, or if an applicant comes back and says we want to do 1-ways here, etc., will that be allowed under the complete streets guidelines?
Yeah, if there was, as part of their subdivision application, some 1-way streets, again, like we've had a very small amount of 1-way streets and some areas, it would be okay. Like we could review that as a subdivision and provide comments on it and make sure it's sufficient and efficient and it's operable too.
Yeah. So what I'll be looking for in June when this comes back is that in a conflict, if there's a conflict between the city need and then maybe an applicant interest, if there is if it is financially beneficial to the city to do what we are doing for whatever reason, operational, reduce wear and tear, reduced whatever, I would be looking for that to trump the bad word. I'd be looking at to supersede the interest of the applicant. And so is that the kind of direction you need or are looking for?
Yeah, I think for sure. I mean, when we have that kind of verbiage really clear in some of our statutory plans or neighborhood plans, it really does give us some good direction at subdivisions and into detailed engineering that we can implement that.
I apologize, I'm out of time. Thank you. Councilor Wright.
Thank you very much. So, so you said you're going to be providing the costs of the different things. Would you be providing sort of options or an alternate and what those costs might be? Like sort of here's our first recommendation and then second?
So we're not necessarily providing recommendations, but the way we're laying out the cost tool that we're developing is showing how the changes will influence from what we're doing today to what we're expecting in the updated standards. It'll show the cost difference, whether it be an increase or a decrease. And in some of the case studies that we've done to date, we're seeing that it's actually decreasing costs at an overall neighborhood level. We're still working through it from an operations and maintenance and life cycle perspective, but the upfront costs of a lot of the things that we're implementing actually do go down because we're reducing the hard surfacing that's coming forward.
Okay, and I'm just wondering, can you contrast that with what we've ended up paying for street labs? Like, and where that would be a savings?
Yes, we could definitely do that. And I don't know if Jessica wants to weigh in around that.
Yeah, I sure can. So in terms of the cost for infrastructure projects for safe mobility in the last 4-year budget cycle, we're looking at about 35 million. That's all of our programs together, not just street labs, but as I mentioned in the presentation, lots of our different programs touch on neighborhood spaces. So it's certainly not the whole cost going to just this, but a significant portion. And to do it right from the start is always less expensive.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Because we've run out of a funding source for to cover those. And then, do you have an understanding of what council's priorities are? Do you think?
We believe we do. Okay. There are a lot of policies and a lot of strategic plans that need to be integrated. And as I mentioned, we believe that we have successfully demonstrated that those policies can be integrated into how we develop our neighborhoods and, to accommodate the transportation needs, the livability, accessibility, climate resilience, and so safety. Okay. Yep. So as part of this process, you'll sort of align where there might be some conflicts with other policies based on what council's priorities are? Yeah, so the aim of the Complete Streets Standards is to integrate all the policies into how the designs are done. And so that's why we provide cross-sections, we provide direction as to where we want to see some of those like safety features enhancements. So we've talked about curb extensions to be on collector to collector intersections, for example. We're not requiring them on local to local because it's evaluated based on where do they have the most impact and where they need it. And so the standards in the end are answering that question of what is the priority. They do leave room for flexibility and choices from the developers because there are many cross-sections that they can use and they can submit their own in line with what we provide for direction. Okay, and that will take effect for any new development applications, right? So ones that are sort of in the process now will go with whatever we've got now. So they don't necessarily have to change midstream?
That's right, okay. Yes, okay. That's correct.
Okay, all right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate the conversation. So just, I think I'm getting a lot of clarity from the team and the work you're doing. So I'm understanding we feel we can fit, we've got cross sections that show how it can all fit within the 17 meters. But I just want to confirm that also includes these other layers in terms of utilities, shallow utilities. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. I think in Pascal's presentation, there was a slide that kind of showed all the elements, but we are extensively engaging with EPCOR, all the franchise utility companies, making sure they have alignments, making sure all the underground works, and as well as the above ground stuff. So we're really looking at all the elements in the cross section. And the utility companies have been very cooperative in trying to make this work as well, so.
Okay, and so would there, would there still potentially be instances where you did, I think from the image you showed, with the front attached garages, where you have a boulevard, and then there are limitations for where trees can be planted? Like that's just kind of a...
I think that's a byproduct of the widths of the current approved lots and the driveway widths, and unless for some reason developers or homeowners want smaller driveways or whatever, or if we change something about that, we might be able to fit more trees, but it's just the amount of concrete from all the driveways that really prevents the tree planting. It has nothing really to do with the sidewalk width. It's all about the driveways.
Gotcha.
And utility cubicles, I guess,
okay,
as well, and street lighting and fire hydrants. There's a lot of stuff fighting for the space.
And Councillor Stevenson, there was a motion made in October related to looking at those elements as to how we could include more public trees on local roadways.
Okay, and so we are looking to maximize those opportunities, but there are some limitations which again seem to largely be driven by the width of the lots and the width of the driveways if there's front attached garages.
Right. And it was mentioned before too, we continue our conversations with Build, with utility companies to look, is there opportunity in terms of those current ideal clearances to provide more opportunities for those trees. So that's ongoing conversation. We're in part of that too, to try and look for those opportunities as well.
And so that would be reducing the minimum clearances and therefore providing more opportunities.
Part of our ongoing conversations with utility companies too.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I really appreciate that. And sorry, and then that's also inclusive of our internal departments. So again, we're not going to see, like in terms of the clearance for trees, like our parks teams have confirmed those, or our urban forestry teams are.
Absolutely, urban forestry is involved, and internally we also, have EFRS, ETS. We speak with the waste management. So internally, we also have a strong engagement with all of our departments.
Okay. Then, I do appreciate again the flexible certainty and the challenges there. So, is there any way to codify? The only equivalent I can think of is like a variance process. So you have your standard road width, cross section, X condition results in it being a bit strange. What sort of parameters are put in place around that?
I can answer, and then subdivision, I guess Mark can also chime in, but essentially there is a design exception process outlined in the standards. So if someone wants to bring something innovative or not in the approved cross sections, they're welcome to. It will take, I would say, more submissions and more back and forth with the city to get something like that approved. But fundamentally, if it met all of our accessibility, tree planting, and all those requirements, the city would be open to that. But the idea with this update is to provide some cross sections that work and can be constructed that would speed up the development approval process.
Yeah.
And if you choose to go down that path, you should be able to get your approvals much quicker.
Okay, and that's that fast, slow stream. And so again, that really is the intent, that if you are building to this standard, you are good to go. There's not going to be a surprise at the 11th hour with drainage, for example, correct?
That's right. That's the intention of working through the standards and having those issues worked out at the beginning. They're still making sure that everything works together, but having a designer utilize the standards makes the process go a lot more quickly.
Great. And recognizing the recognition we just received in terms of our permitting timelines, do we monitor our subdivision approval timelines as well, or is that something that could be introduced as part of this so that we can maintain? I know I only have 9 seconds left.
Yeah, no, that's something we do, and we report quarterly on that to industry, and we even had take feedback from it. So we do have targets on the subdivision world from engineering and subdivision planning, and we shoot to meet them with industry too.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Carmel.
Great, thank you. So a couple of neighborhood renewal questions, and maybe first to the clerk. There was a conversation back at budget about refinements of contributions to the neighborhood renewal program and expenditures, and the advice then was that any conversation had to be part of a public hearing. I can't remember if it was a statutory or a non-statutory public hearing, but can you remind us of what that advice was, first of all?
Yes, that is correct. So in the neighborhood renewal program policy, part of it, the requirements for any, prior to this policy being amended, exempted, or revoked by City Council, a non-statutory public hearing must be held.
But nothing was scheduled, is that right? There was no motion made to schedule anything?
That is correct.
And that's in context of if you want to change the policy. That's a process that helps guide the consistency of the program.
Yeah, I get that, and I mean, I don't want to rehash the conversation there. I was wanting to have a conversation around how much property tax dollars was being contributed to the program and then what we were doing with it.
Right.
And the advice was we couldn't have that conversation. So I guess perhaps back to the clerk, would a subsequent motion on this item that considers a public hearing on that matter be appropriate? Does it flow from this report, or should it be notice? Might be to you too, to the chair.
I know that was to the clerks, but I can start if you're
Yeah.
comfortable with me doing that. So I would say that it feels a little bit different than our conversation today. If
Yeah.
council wants to make a change in the priority in the budget of the neighborhood program, that feels like a separate conversation. And this is the process to do that if you so choose.
Yeah,
Does that
I
make
think
sense?
I think it's fair. Like, this is, the complete streets is one aspect of it, and perhaps a considerable aspect of it, but
Right.
Yeah.
And the neighborhood program follows the complete streets, whatever scale the neighborhood program is.
yeah,
context.
you heard my apprehension earlier that, we started on this road of a program that was like for like, and now we're doing something different, and ought we think about that?
I did, yeah, and the policy speaks to the neighborhood renewal program predominantly renews the existing infrastructure and gives a little bit of leeway for current guidelines.
Right.
Targets 5% up to 10% at a program level. And I would say that in our asset renewal categories, we're looking exactly at how much growth do we put towards a renewal program to make sure we're meeting current guidelines in a thoughtful, careful, not too much investment in it for the context of what we're renewing.
Within renewal budgets, like how
Within
much
renewal
growth within it,
budgets.
yeah, as
Correct.
a ratio, yeah, fair.
So we're looking at that everywhere. The neighborhood program has pretty good containment on that, I would say, and we've shown that in the past.
There was some, I mean, might even be one that I put forward about comparative costs on neighborhood renewals and a summary of costs and changes, right? I can't remember if we've received that or if it's still in process.
That report was presented back in November of 2024.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so I think if I want to pursue a public hearing thing, that's a notice of motion, then, it sounds like. So switching back a bit more to this, I have a few more questions than those that have been asked, but I'm going to start with this one. So when we talk about conflict in policy, one of the questions I have is about how we're applying our climate change policy, whatever that looks like. If one could argue that, the option with the multi-use trail in the back lane, that requires more maintenance and perhaps more hard servicing, is antithetical to climate goals, but it takes cars off the streets versus some other thing. How are we evaluating how these choices are, either supporting or not supporting our climate change goals?
So climate change factors into a number of different things related to the complete streets, and a lot of it is around that conversation of context, and so each of the streets that we're putting forward in or cross sections that we're putting forward in the design standards does have a specific context in which it would lie, and the different policy drivers that would be behind it. So, for example, in an area of a park space or a transit center, we'd be looking at more or a higher standard for our active transportation infrastructure to facilitate mode shift. The other factors that are playing into the design standard updates related to climate would be things like low impact development, expanding the street trees, and making making sure that there's space for all of that.
But how do we measure what is better? Like, so, you know, some might say that the 8-lane road means that the travel times are far, far reduced and we have, you know, there's less CO2 because you're running your car less. You know, so are we doing an embedded carbon calculation? How are we comparing alternatives?
So the standards can only go so far when it comes to comparing the alternatives, because the real application of them is, as Natalie was mentioning, context specific. So when the neighborhoods are developed, that's when we could evaluate, you know, the choices that are being made and how they're being applied, how they contribute to tree canopy, the mode shift, are they integrating into the neighborhood all of these aspects to create the environment for these things. It is quite difficult to do it at the cross-section level because you're only looking at for lack of a better word, you're missing the plan view, right? And so from that perspective, the application isn't there. So at this point in time, we're not doing that at the standards level, we are focusing on maybe things that are not as easy to quantify. Mode shift, you know, encouraging people to travel in different modes. Tree canopy, a little bit easier to quantify, but to your point, measuring like carbon emissions and things like that, we haven't developed that level of calculations yet.
I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. So
that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, is everything okay?
Oh.
Yeah,
Had a live
sorry.
mic there.
Mic is on. You, Councillor Paquette.
Okay, thanks. I see some of my time pass, so I'll just take an extra minute. Sorry. We heard from the speakers that there was like maybe an issue regarding sort of crossed wires about administration not understanding council priorities and then not knowing how to navigate those priorities and then how to communicate those priorities. Is that, I mean, I'd love to get a response to that.
I'll start with that, Councillor Paquette. I think what you've heard from administration is there are many priorities and policies. We feel that we're navigating those reasonably from the direction we've received from council. That's putting some tension and pressure on how we go in and do our renewals and how Build looks at how they're going to develop the neighborhoods. So there's a bit of tension there.
So do you need something from council? Do you need a conversation with council about how to weight those priorities?
I don't know that we do, to be honest with you. I think what we wanted to make sure council was aware of is where this is at and respect everyone in this role, all of industry as well as us, and how we're trying to navigate this. And there's some pressure points and tension points. And so I don't know that we need direction from council on those. We wanted to give council a sense of what they were and make sure council was comfortable with where we're heading, as I mentioned before.
Okay, so essentially what I'd be looking for come June is an untangling of those wires that have apparently been crossed between administration and development. Because if there's no crossed wires between council and administration, then it's got to be administration to development industry. So can we see some kind of thing in June that shows that all of that has been clarified? Or at least a good portion. Obviously no work is ever fully complete.
Councillor Paquette, I will be honest that we have been engaging for about 2 years, and as you can see from the speakers, you know, concerns being shared, our perspective that we do not share those concerns. We are not necessarily at a point where between now and June we can resolve these. We have demonstrated to Build and the other stakeholders the work that we've put forward. We've allowed them to comment. We've provided reasoning behind it. What we haven't been able to provide reasoning on, or we've pushed back. So the pavement design, for example, we're going to push at a later date because we want to make sure that what we provide is thoughtful and well documented. So at this point in time, I just want to manage expectation that between now and June, I'm not sure what we could do to
Okay,
resolve
so
this.
let me put it this way. There's not confusion here. There's just disagreement.
I believe that's accurate.
Okay, so that should have been clear from the speakers as well, because it sounded like they were sort of, and I don't want to put words in their mouth, but it sounded to me like it was about confusion. And what I'm hearing is that from the administration side, it's not about confusion, it's about disagreement.
Well, and in fairness to Build, with all the policies and us trying to incorporate them all in, they were unclear as to why we were constraining ourselves to the limits that we had. We were comfortable with why, but Build wanted to make sure and have clarity too, that those were the limits and boundaries.
And we heard from responses, from questions from other councillors, like Councillor Knack and so on and so forth, that there are ways to incorporate all of these things. It just happens to be maybe some people just don't want to, and that there is no utility confusion because we've accounted for that.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, interesting. Okay, and yeah, there was a lot of other claims made, but I didn't see any numbers or studies or anything backing that was peer reviewed and independently reviewed to check for facts. Just like, you know, things about affordability or whatnot that, you know, without numbers and without independent review doesn't really mean a lot. So, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, and Councillor Paquette, as we mentioned, we will bring administration's financial review of the standards and the new policy for council to have as part of the decision making in June.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
I yield the rest of my time.
Councillor Rutherford. Councillor
Thank
Rutherford?
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi. I guess one of the things, like, yeah, there's been a lot of claims by the speakers. I've been listening to this conversation where we have a receipt for information. So basically, we've heard them, we'll likely hear them again in June. So we've just had a redundant conversation. But one of the things I think about, and we had this conversation in November, I think, was it Craig that you brought up the November conversation, which highlighted that it's actually been saving us money because you have to renew a road every, what, 30 years was it? And you can renew a sidewalk every 70 years. Wasn't that a stat I remember from that report?
Those are close numbers. Yeah, we have to do renewal on the pavement about every 25 years, and there's different
25,
treatments, and then the sidewalks are typically lasting at least 50 to 60, sometimes more years.
And then a piece that I think we're forgetting too is, like, I'm thinking about, I'm going to go to Miss Lamar here, because I think about Dovercourt and Sherbrooke and Woodcroft and Prince Charles, where all of those neighborhoods have had neighborhood renewal. And now we're asking for traffic calming measures. And we have had Yellowhead Trail Freeway Conversion Program budget actually do some permanent installations, retrofit after neighborhood renewal. To what I would consider pretty substantive amount. Is that fair to say?
Yes, we've been really lucky to partner with the Yellowhead Trail project to bring some of those permanent improvements to those neighborhoods. And yes, lots of requests for more traffic calming in there. I don't have the dates of those renewals in front of me, but I suspect that we're dealing with a different set of expectations.
They were pre-2020, 2015.
Right. Yeah. So those were working off a different set of expectations.
But this is my point though, right? Is that, like, sometimes the conversation that we have to have in June that we need to have with industry and I invite industry to have that conversation with me as an individual counselor, which they've never reached out to me until this point to actually raise these flags with me as a city councilor. So I'm disappointed about that. But I invite them to between now and June. But the other piece that we have to talk about is the broader question of what Edmontonians want writ large, that balance with our operational dollars, but also what makes sense so that we're not going back in and fixing things 10, 15 years down the road. Is that fair to say? That's the conversation that I'm taking away that I need to have with both my constituents, with industry, with my colleagues between now and June.
And Councillor Rutherford, I would add that, the standards are always evolving and, the learnings like that Jessica's team are seeing from old standards, we want to make sure that those are all things that we integrate so that we build it right the first time. But that's never going to be perfect, so we continue to evolve and to learn.
But I do hear the tension around the over-engineering. I still personally feel like 132 Ave is an example of that. And I understand the principles of it, and I understand how we got to where we are. But there is something there. Is there not?
Yeah, I think, Councillor, at the time we did that, this is a good direction and progress for a future overly wide, too many lanes collector road with a lot of activity of schools and things. But we're learning and iterating as we go with that corridor too, and how we set those boundaries. So I think it was a good step in the correct direction for what that corridor was to where we want it to be for the future of the city. But as Pascal said, we're always looking and learning. And could we trim back some elements that we did there? Likely, and we're going to evolve that as we go forward in all of our renewal programs.
Amazing. That's all we can ask for, right? Is just continual improvement. Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, at the time we are here for a 15-minute recess. I see 2 speakers, and then probably some of us want to speak to this. So I think we take recess now, reconvene at 3:45. Councilor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councilor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Mayor Sohi, Councilor Rice,
Good afternoon.
and myself. Joining us in chamber is Councilor Stevenson. Anybody else online? I think I see Councilor Rutherford.
Hello.
And Councilor Knack, you have the floor.
Thanks. Just a few more questions, recognizing we'll chat more about it in June. So I've spent a lot of time using the local road example. I want to come to sort of the collector road example. And while I don't want to be so far in the weeds on the one example in Marquee, I do want to dig into that. So in terms of the work that you're doing, is there flexibility on something like that collector road where you've got potentially bike trails on either side? Because, on one hand, I could see wanting to have flexibility. On the other hand, I'd want to make sure, are those trails connected to the schools that are going to be on the collector road? Are they connected to the commercial entities? Because if they're not connected to those, then maybe we don't really want to bend on that. Whereas if they are, oh, sure, I think I could see value in that. But that's like where the bus runs and where a lot of people will be there. So how are you looking at an example like that under what you're developing?
Yeah, I'll turn it over to Mark.
Sure.
Yeah, for sure. In that example specifically, we do look at it in a context base. I mean, that example is currently still at subdivision planning stages. So we're kind of trying to get it all sorted out before it kind of gets into the engineering drawing stages. But yeah, we always do look at context of the neighborhood layout, where the schools are, where the bike networks are and the spacing is. And I guess even distance to transit is another important part of the context of where we have those active modes and then the spacing that's required. So we're working together with industry to try to come to that number and work with that. So
Asking out loud, new standards coming out, in an example like this, in generic example X, you are not holding firm to say generally speaking, every collector is going to have a multi-use trail. But there's an asterisk there that says maybe there are some unique circumstances that you might look at on that. Is that what you're expecting come June, or how do you feel? How do we feel about that, I guess?
Yeah, I think Councillor Knack, you summarized it well. Like, the standard is for a collector to have a shared use path, but we also look at the broader context. And I'll give an example of neighborhood renewal. We might have neighborhoods that have 4 connectors. And so we are asking ourselves the question, is one shared use path enough for the neighborhood to support the active transportation, the mode shift, safe mobility of all the users? And so we want to be context conscious, absolutely.
Okay. And I guess, speaking of neighborhood renewal, I think that's part of, and this goes into the communication piece, because I think about Glenwood neighborhood renewal, which most of the homeowners on 167th Street don't want the multi-use trail that we're building. But there's 500 units of seniors development, and those folks have never come out to any of the engagement sessions you've hosted. I've gone into those buildings, you've gone into those buildings to talk to them. But, the average town hall meeting that happens, people would think nobody wanted it. When we actually went and engaged the majority of people, they wanted it, but they're not heard by the vocal folks. So that is part of how you want to design these guidelines, is recognizing that there was a massive accessibility issue in that community that we're now solving. I don't have some fans anymore on 167th Street in my neck of the woods, but lots of fans who live in the building of what you're doing. So you're trying to take into account all of the feedback that you've heard in examples like this and like ones in the past, and that's how you've been developing some of this.
Yes, and continuing to evolve to make sure we hear that collective voice as part of our engagement processes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the last question I have just around the communication, there's going to probably be a few more meetings. You're going to continue to connect. Can you connect with AAC and get their chair out to come sit down at the same table with these folks here, and that we're talking through that? Is there, or maybe not before June, but generally speaking, how do we make sure that these voices are hearing each other and working through those challenges? We did that a lot in our land use planning on mature neighborhoods. We did builders and residents together, and it worked really well.
We'll certainly take that suggestion back. Right now, as it stands, we're in the process of just getting into those engagements on the updated policy. We've been engaging for quite some time on the standards and a lot of the kind of initial work into the policy. We do have a meeting set with the Accessibility Advisory Committee. We have other meetings coming up with Build and other stakeholders, and we'll look at options for how stakeholders could perhaps hear from one another in some sort of a forum. So we will take that back.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bryce.
Thank you very much. So I just I want to ask a few questions here, and because I heard in June when we're back in June, and we may have this similar conversation, but I do want to get certain question asked, certain information to be addressed, and then to avoid that type of repeatedly conversation. At least we should have progress, move forward. So. First of all, I still need some clarification on the cost implication review. Is my understanding based on today and from public speakers, the cost not only talk about our city's operational and maintenance cost, and also talk about the cost could generate and from development side and also from like homeowner side. So is that financial implication review will include cover all those factors, or only cover our city's cost implication?
It'll cover both to a degree.
Like three point.
So we'll be looking at the costs and when the comparison of costs of what it would take from a new development from an upfront cost perspective. We'll also be looking at how the standards change the operations and maintenance costs for the city, including things such as the mitigation of costs or mitigation of the city having to spend money on things such as street labs. So by putting that infrastructure in at the front end, we're preventing the city from having to do that after the fact. I'm not sure what the third item was.
The third one in terms of the long-term, from long-term perspective, from taxpayer perspective, and was a cost from homeowners. So what I do want to clarify the scope of this review to be covered all the possible cost opportunity, and then when we have that conversation back in June.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things that we're very, very interested in is ensuring that we're looking at the whole life cost of these assets.
And the whole scope, and including different angle, not only from city itself.
You've got it, including what the taxpayers would be incurring.
Taxpayers and also developer side, industrial side, and then all the cost to be included. So, okay, that is one. Another one is because we heard that when the policy integrated, when implemented, that expanded the timeline for the applications and for implementation. So is this June conversation, you will have information come back, say the timeline. So if we implement it in this way, we have the guidance for this type of street. Do we have that implementation timeline for that information to be included?
So, Councillor, the new standards would apply to new developments or new neighborhood renewal that start after the standards are issued. And so, in the meantime, anything that's already started would use the standards that are applicable at the time of its initiation, especially if neighborhoods are in design. And so from a time implementation perspective, it will take a few months before it actually most of the designs are using the new standards. When it comes to application timeline, I can turn it over to Mark to speak a little bit about the impacts of Complete Streets to that.
Yeah, for sure. With Complete Streets updates, I think what we're actually hoping for is a bit more clarification that will help the timelines, but we track all the timelines quarterly, so we can have good, strong data to say what new standards are doing to overall drawing review timelines and everything, and we can always, and we present that quarterly. It's open data. So.
Okay, thank you. I yield my time.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Just two very last brief questions. I just want to understand as well, so not thinking about collector roads, as I know there's different restrictions there, but on a local road, are the standards saying you can't have front drives unless you meet all of these other standards? We just have a different cross-section when it's front drives.
No, that's not the case. The standards are showing how the elements would fit within the right of way, but it's not dictating one way or another whether there's front drives or not.
So, sorry, just going back to our previous conversation though, so do you have cross-sections that allow front drive with the narrow lots and all the elements that we're asking for?
Sorry, Councillor Stevenson, do you mean like a boulevard walk with trees and with the front drive, or?
So that's a question, first of all, so I'm understanding there's still no requirement for a boulevard, right? They can do a mono sidewalk?
Yeah, if they choose that, yeah.
Okay, and so having front drives will still be an option.
Yes.
And in those instances, there's recognition within the complete street guidelines that might not have trees.
There will not.
Yeah,
you might
because
get one tree for 6 lots or something is what
Okay.
so
And
it's almost no trees.
Further, that's a decision outside of the Complete Streets Design and Construction Standards. So the Complete Streets Design and Construction Standards show how the elements fit within the rights of way, how the lots are oriented and how their driveways are set up and so on is a decision outside of that policy and the standards.
But again, it's not prohibiting that. I mean, and again, like I would be somewhat inclined to say you can only have front drives if you also have trees, but that's not.
That's not the case, and I just want to remind you, Councillor, that there is that discussion with the motion from October.
Yeah.
That's looking at how those elements could be at play that go beyond complete streets. We are looking at, as Craig mentioned, work with the utility companies as to how we could potentially create opportunities. We're looking at our landscape standards, and so we're doing everything we can to create those opportunities. But there is a lot of things at play when it comes to implementation.
Gotcha, perfect, thank you so much. And then just a very last question. So again, Complete Street Guidelines will also apply to our own city projects when we're doing neighborhood renewal in mature neighborhoods?
Absolutely.
And so are we talking to our contractors in terms of, their perspectives on the buildability of the standards, the costs of the standards?
I think Nicole's online too. I can see if she wants to answer that one.
Hi, Councillor Stevenson. I think we have enough data internally because we've been doing these profiles since 2018 for the most part, where we can fit them in neighborhoods. And as you know, neighborhoods are a bit unique. We're constrained on certain areas, so we do a lot of options and trade-offs conversations based upon conflicts. So we do have all of that data from a cost and ability to build perspective that we chime in with this team on. We've got folks sitting on the Complete Streets groups.
Okay.
And we still have a lot of consultants and contractors that want to do that work.
Great, yeah, and I think that's the clarification, because again, we, just in terms of, I think it's a fair ask that, or just to say, we are equally bound by the standards we put out. We face equal risks in terms of costs, and even more so in terms of operating costs. But we as an organization are confident, and again, we have that.
Yeah, and we continue to work with our operations team on looking at how we look at all those dimensions and those implications of that operating and maintenance cost after too. So that's part of our evolution as we go as well.
Great, thank you so much. I yield my time.
Okay, so seeing no one else on the board for questions, thank you to our administration. We now move to, we have receipt of information on the floor. Is there any debate or anyone wishing to speak to receipt of information? Okay, Councillor Knack.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Jans. I know there's a lot left on the agenda, but I think I want to speak still because I think today, at the end of the day, I feel it was helpful. It's taken me a while to decide whether or not it was helpful. And I think there's still some tension to come. Because as I heard from industry, I started talking through some of these examples, and so, I'm going to pick on the local road example. I think the tension is right now, Council has given clear direction that we're not willing to bend on accessibility, and generally speaking, we're not willing to bend on sort of the climate and the operational efficiency. industry's not willing to bend on the width of the roadway or potentially the ability for on-street parking. So guess what? Like, we are now at a tension point. Now, I did hear one thing today, and part of why I felt this is constructive, and I'm going to look to industry to say we'll need to chat more later, because, you know, I heard a suggestion that said we can do that all in the road right of way, but we're going to have to ban parking on one side of the street, which we should technically be doing in these areas anyways. But I hear there might be a reason you might not want that. So I'd like to understand that prior to June, because I think that is a solution where we could all get what we want, but maybe it's not absolutely perfect. But on the other hand, you might be saying, well, are you willing to bend on the climate or on the operational piece? I've heard I'm going to get data in June that will help show why we might want to make sure we keep boulevards on the table. Because again, my gut says that is very important for the long-term viability and the life cycle management of the infrastructure we're going to be responsible for. I've heard we're going to get that data, so I'm going to trust that. I would hope, and I'll just offer a suggestion, I hope that data can maybe be provided to industry well in advance of the 10-day normal piece, so they can look and provide their thoughts on that. I'll also flag, I'd love to see if the utility companies can be potentially part of the delegation in June, so that we can all talk through that and make sure we've understood that. Because it is still sitting in the back of my mind that there's going to be some tension points, and that's okay. And we might not all like the answers at the end of the day, but at least we can make it clear. Because I feel really, really strongly about some of those other pieces, and that's part of why I think I made, I don't know how many of those motions were all mine. Were those all mine, by the way, probably? Okay, good. I think a lot of them were mine, because I've seen how things have been changing, and I see some of the new neighborhoods that were built in the mid-2000s in my neck of the woods, and like all we're doing is responding to traffic safety issue after traffic safety issue. The amount of money we have put into Rosenthal alone to try to address traffic safety issues that we're still not fixed, right? But like it's so much, and we need to figure out a different way. I've also heard today, though, and I appreciate it, that there is some opportunity for flexibility. I'm not necessarily, as I kept in the side of my eye trying to watch the reactions of our audience, I feel that there's still maybe not necessarily the same feeling from everyone in the audience there. I think we need to be willing to tackle that and address it head on. I don't know how we do that yet, but I'm just saying that I saw your reactions. I keep it close. I like to watch folks, and I saw a couple head shaking no's at times when certain things were said, and so I want to figure out how we manage that as we go through the next piece. But I'll say, even with all of that said, at the end of the day, I don't think we're terribly far off overall. And so that to me is really encouraging. I don't think I took away that today in this. And so I just want to say thank you for the work that you've done to get to where we are. And then I know we didn't like the term referee earlier, but I actually think at some point council, and likely at June, is going to have to be a referee on a couple of these decisions. We do that all the time. In so many other situations, we shouldn't be shy of that, having to have that conversation. So I think we need to be prepared for that as we go forward. So those are some of my observations from today's discussions. I'm glad we actually had today's discussion, and I think that's going to set us up a little bit better for June. But we all need to be prepared for some tough decisions at that point. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can take my 5 minutes and speak to it now, I just want to go blow up big picture again. We just ranked number 1 for the second year in a row as it pertains to housing development timelines, affordability, and processes. We are in a trade war. We are facing tariffs. We have a lot of things going on in the world today, and I think it's really important to step back right now and still say there's nowhere better to be building homes than Edmonton. I also want to focus again that more people in our city, we almost had as many people killed last year on our roads as we did murders. In 2024, there were 26 traffic deaths and 129 serious injury collisions. There were 30 confirmed homicides. So like this is a very serious conversation when we talk about road safety. And again, I stressed this earlier, one of the most popular things we are doing in neighborhoods is the traffic calming, the speed bumps, those other pieces. Everyone wants to live in a neighborhood which is safe for their kids, for their neighbors. They do not want shortcutting. They do not want speeding. They want us to build it properly to begin with. They don't want us to be buying the base level car with no features, with nothing else. Do it right from the beginning. So the fundamental question I think we keep coming back to here is, are we building a city for people or a city for cars? And I think we need to, as much as possible, challenge this notion that there's any such thing as free parking. There is no free parking. Neighborhood parking, to be asked to be putting more parking in, is taking on a public liability here. Free parking is very expensive. According to my calculations here, the annual cost is $360 for a 7-meter parking stall, standard 7-meter parking stall. $360 is about the annual cost to clean and maintain in 4 seasons. We're talking snow removal. We're talking annual street sweeping. Then there's the land cost on top. So you're looking at about $360, $380 on the cost of cleaning and maintaining. Then you're looking at the land cost as well too. So when we're being told we can't have trees, we can't have paths, we can't have this because parking or road width or something, I think we really need to interrogate that. Are we building a city for people, or are we building a city for cars? Potholes. Cost of repair, $26 each. The largest item in our budget, the largest asset class we have over 11,000 kilometers of roads in the city of Edmonton, valued at $14.2 billion. Each year, we are investing $300 million in capital costs into our roads, and an additional $166 million into the operational costs of our roads. Break that down to a kilometer, that means every year we are spending $27,000 per kilometer of road each year, that as capital, that we're doing that amount for the 11,000 kilometers of road, and 15,000 kilometers or $15,000 per kilometer for linear road on maintenance and operations. So when we are starting from scratch, building a new neighborhood, anytime we can minimize our liability here, if we can think about this financial gap, this fiscal gap period, because many of the same people who have written us about thinking about tax tolerance, talk about keeping taxes low, we need to put these numbers into context, that every additional parking stall, every additional extra lane, every additional extra square meters is dollars. And yet here, when we're being asked to say we can't have trees, we can't have this because of parking, well, in my building, I did pay $60 a month for one stall in my parkade. If I want to ride transit, I pay $3 for 90 minutes to ride the bus. If I want an art card, it's $100 a month. If I want to go swimming, it's between $515 or $773 a year for a pass. If I want to just have my garbage collected, that's between $480 and $648 a year. We accept that we have to pay for everything else in our city, yet we're being asked here today to what should take priority: accessibility, trees, multi-use paths, etc., or parking stalls. And I really want us to zone in that this is not just somebody eats this cost somewhere. Somebody bears this cost somewhere. And we're in a housing crisis. Our priority should be housing. I think we heard a lot of good comments about how we can build housing, and we are. But when it comes to all of these other pieces, we can't just have everything we want all the time. There is a dollar figure here, and especially when we're looking at new neighborhoods, we need to get this right from the beginning. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Very briefly, definitely enjoyed the conversation. I think it did highlight, where the tensions are. For me, I just want to reiterate my thoughts around to Councillor Janz's point, reducing process inefficiencies for me is a top priority. There is no value that is gained for us, for our community, for industry, by having inefficient processes that are unpredictable or result in sort of last minute surprises. So, that's something that for me is really paramount coming out of this, and something that we absolutely need to continue working really closely with industry on. I think where we we do need to stand firm, though, is those outcomes that we want to achieve. We want to achieve the walkable, safe, climate resilient neighborhoods. And those are things that I think are really worth defending and working on. So as administration goes through finalizing this work, recognizing all the great work that's happened to date, all the great input that's helped shape the project to date, you know, that for me is maybe an opportunity or a way forward, is to really hone in and nail down the process pieces, but maintain those important priorities for the outcomes that they achieve in our community. But thanks again to everyone for the work, and look forward to a further conversation in June.
Thank you. To close, Councillor Rice.
I will be very quick. So, building city actually is a process that's based on the joint efforts and from our city, from development, industrial, and also from homeowners, actually are Edmontonians. So that is why today's conversation and is really viable and is really important. And we have this type of conversation to listen to each other, to understand each other, to really identify the challenge and also the concerns. And when we go into implement or update the standards, and our city has implemented for many years. And so we heard over and over about listen to the people. And so I think that what I take away from today's conversation, back to the June, I really hope that inputs and from how our homeowners, from our Edmontonians, really be included and in the report and back in June. And specifically, like my colleague said, yes, we need to build the city for the safe, walkable community and safe roads. But not only about this, it's about the better quality of the life, and our Edmontonians will enjoy every day. So that is a goal, I believe, is our industrial stakeholders' goal, and build our city and for the people. Build the city, people can really enjoy their life, and by living in our city, by living in those neighborhoods. So I actually looking forward for the June conversation, and looking forward and for our city to have the better standards, or everybody can work and on that standards, can rely on that standards to enjoying the better quality of life by living in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please call the question.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Awesome. That is carried unanimously. Okay. We are on to our next item. Item number 7.3. Does administration have a delegation? Is there an interest in hearing a presentation, or would we like to go straight to questions? I believe Councillor Knack. Okay, here we would like a presentation. Thank you.
It's a shorter one than earlier. Than ours earlier.
Good afternoon. I'm Carrie Houghton McDonald, Branch Manager with Edmonton Transit Service. With me today is Sarah Feldman, Director Transit Planning, Ridership and Revenue with ETS, as well as Natalie Lazurko, Director of Transportation Planning and Design. We're here with a report that answers a motion from Council asking us to assess low-cost opportunities to increase the efficiency of the top bus routes that consistently exceed productivity standards for bus boardings during peak hours. And with that, I'll turn it over to Sarah.
Thank you. Transit priority refers broadly to approaches that provide more space for public transit in order to support a more efficient movement of people in the transportation network. To help advance the objectives of the city plan, administration is moving forward on several initiatives to improve transit access and reliability of transit,
including the implementation of transit priority measures. During the 2023 to 2026 capital budget, Council approved $7.1 million in funding for planning, design, and implementation of transit priority measures. Design and implementation of these measures are underway and will continue through 2026. Also, as part of this budget cycle, Council approved $5.5 million for concept planning of 2 bus rapid transit routes. These investments recognize that if we want to maintain and grow transit mode share, we need to continue investing in high-quality transit service that keeps up with growth. Next slide. Bus lanes improve travel time and reliability of transit service, which supports mode shift, climate change mitigation, and more compact urban form. The many reported benefits of bus lanes include their ability to carry more riders than general traffic lanes, thereby increasing the total capacity of the transportation network, improving operational efficiency of transit, reducing travel times for bus passengers, supporting mode shift to transit, and supporting more transit-oriented development. Research shows that transit ridership is the most responsive to investments that improve service quality, with changes in travel time having significant impact on demand. While bus lanes can improve bus travel speeds, they can only address one source of delay. Other types of delay, such as times to access bus stops, time spent at bus stops, and intersection delays also play a role in overall bus service speed and reliability. So transit priority measures is a term that refers to lower cost measures to improve the speed and reliability in the transit network. These measures can range from adding an exception for turning at select intersections, to physical measures such as dedicated bus lanes or transit priority signals at key intersections. They can generally be grouped into 3 types of measures: traffic signal measures, physical measures, and other measures such as pavement markings and signage. By providing transit priority over other types of traffic, transit priority measures improve the rider experience and improve efficiency of transit operations, which results in a better use of transit service hours. Next slide. So this report provided an opportunity for administration to reflect on how we are identifying and prioritizing locations for investments that provide priority to transit where it benefits riders the most. So the motion speaks about high ridership routes. In our review of other jurisdictions with bus lane programs, we saw that cities that have applied a wide variety of metrics to identify potential corridors for bus lanes. So these metrics range from more restrictive measures focusing just on improving travel time for general traffic, to less restrictive measures that focused on reducing bus passenger travel time specifically, to much more broad metrics that consider things like social equity and broader strategic goals. In Edmonton, our work on mass transit focused on corridors with high transit ridership, corridors that had potential for mode shift, and the potential for transit to support land use outcomes. Meanwhile, our work on transit priority measures has focused on where we operationally experience the greatest amount of delay in transit service. So with this motion, thinking more about this topic, we've proposed a new measure that considers both ridership and delay. We've seen a similar approach from other cities, such as TransLink in Vancouver. Essentially, this new measure looks at each bus route and weights the total number of people riding the bus in that segment on that route with the amount of delay the route is experiencing compared to its schedule. So this shows us how much time transit riders are spending experiencing delays during their travel journey. Next slide. So this map is the results of this analysis. The map shows the corridors with the highest degree of passenger delay currently. The width of the red lines indicates the degree of passenger delay experienced on the corridor, with the wider segments indicating more delay. So we further refined this map to create a short list of potential locations for transit priority measure investment. For the short list, we excluded locations that are experiencing delays due to current construction projects, such as LRT expansion, because these impacts will not be experienced in the long term. We also excluded locations that overlap with the TPMs or transit priority measures that are being designed and implemented over the next 2 years, as well as locations where there is design currently underway for future mass transit. So for the shortlisted locations, we would need some further technical analysis and stakeholder engagement to better understand the feasibility, cost, and impacts of these measures. Next slide. So given all the work underway on mass transit and transit priority measures, there's no immediate change in our work as a result of this report. However, our intent is to create more of a program that can inform future business and budget planning cycles. The analysis we showed today is a great first step in helping us inform the development of that program. While transit priority measures have been funded through the current capital budget cycle, there is no established or ongoing program to sustain this work beyond 2026. A transit priority measures program could provide more strategic and sustainable approach to continue advancing a range of measures and consider opportunities for rapid implementation of these measures in some cases. So in conclusion, this motion provided us the opportunity to reflect on all of the important work we have underway related to transit priority and think about what comes next. Thank you very much, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. I believe this item was selected by Councillor Knack. No? Mayor Sohi. Mayor Sohi, you have the floor.
Thank you. So walk me through the timelines again, the implementation timelines.
So we have, well, Natalie could speak to this. We have transit priority measures funded to be designed and constructed this year and next year. Maybe I'll just.
I'm happy to chime in on that. So in the 23 to 26 capital budget, we have funding for planning, design, and implementation of transit priority measures at a number of different locations.
Yeah.
We also have funding for planning of mass transit routes B1 and B2.
Okay.
That's currently not funded beyond planning at this point in time.
But the priority signals are funded up to $7 million, right?
Correct.
And those will be constructed or implemented this year.
This year and next year, so it's a bit of a work in progress and a bit of a balancing act with the other work that we have underway on the transportation system.
Yeah.
We had a big conversation about that last week. I think it was last week, and so we're looking to make sure that we're implementing some of the physical measures this year as well as next year without undue pressure on the system.
And the B1, B2 planning the BRT planning is only funded to planning, then next, say, will be part of next budget cycle. If so, have we done analysis on other areas where, because this is a very effective investment to improve the frequency and reliability and get people to their appointments wherever they need to go on time, and also less stress on drivers as well because they're able to maintain the schedule. Where are but this is not going to be enough, right? So where are we doing analysis on further gaps and what investments we can make, right?
For sure. I think the map that was shown in slide 5, what Sarah's proposing is that the team would like to use this as a guide for a future set
Analysis.
of priorities, exactly, and use this new measure to help inform the work. And we'd like to package this as a bit of a program, so there's a commitment from administration to bring this to council on a regular interval to say, okay, here's the next phase that we recommend based on these measures and the performance of the network. And as you mentioned, there's really great outcomes from making these types of changes to the network, which also benefits other people who are doing active transportation or in vehicles, just by speeding up and getting these buses through with more people on them.
And just to build on what Carrie was saying, right now we have the program that's in place through to the end of this budget cycle. We'd be looking to bring this forward for the next budget cycle for council's consideration.
Good, thank you for that, because in my experience, we have been slow in this area. You talk about Hughes Way signal prioritization. It brings back memories of 2007 to 15 that, we were actually talking about that time as well. We did make some improvements on that road, right? But
it's been very slow, and I think this is another example of just not prioritizing it, not having it funded to proceed. So with that big gap, we've got a lot of catching up to do.
I see this as more of a renewal focus, right? In a way that we have existing infrastructure or optimization of the existing infrastructure. That's how I see it. We have buses there, we have signals there, we have routes there, we have roads there, we have transit facilities, bus stops, everything. All we got to do is invest in the technology and get buses moving fast.
And make the network more efficient based on that.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That's how, I don't see this as, you may see this as growth, right? But I see more of a renewal efficiency of existing infrastructure. Is that how you see it, or how do you see it? When you prioritize funding, how do you bring that as a growth funding or more of a
Strictly speaking, this would be considered growth. From the funding perspective, I'm not the expert in this, but that's how it would come forward.
Maybe we need another category, which is called optimization of the existing infrastructure. Okay, I'm out of time, almost out of time.
Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Jens. Thanks for this. So maybe just picking up off that. So how do we, so if I'm understanding the answers to the questions, like there is going to be something for the next council that they will have in front of them without having, like, I guess what I'm trying to say, it feels like every time we've talked about BRT and things, it's always had to be like a council-led motion versus saying, this is part of enhancing the service that is a core service that we should be doing more of. How do we make sure this is like, you just have an automatic guarantee that you get to put this on our budget? Maybe not every part of it's funded, some of them are unfunded, but how do we make sure it's like core to the work and the council's getting that without having to sort of ask for motions like this?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. Our proposal is that let us build this out as a program, but navigating the budget process, if council makes a motion, it's very clear that it's a priority and it's very direct in terms of making sure that's advanced for your deliberations and discussion, and then whatever the outcome is, the outcome. So I think clarity in that sense is kindness and just being really direct about what you're prioritizing. We can bring, ahead of the next budget deliberations, if it's the will of council, happy to bring an information report kind of showing you what a program would look like, if that can be helpful to inform any of the budget deliberations.
I think it would be. I'll look to the person that selected it to debate if I think we all want it to happen. It's just making sure how do we give, so do you need council to be clear and say, like, make sure this is coming back, make sure this work is coming back, make sure we, the next phase of B1 and B2 are coming back, sort of.
I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
I do.
All right, well, I'm looking at the original selector to solve that. Fantastic. The only other question, and I think it's technically within order because it's going to fall a little bit to the on-demand, but we're talking about how to optimize our high-efficiency routes. So if what I've understood correctly is that, our sort of 4 highest routes that would trigger moving into a fixed route, of those 4, we're only able to do 1 with the current edition of the 50,000 service hours. Is that correct?
That's correct. Based on the amount of annual hours added to the network, we were able to convert 1 of the 4.
Because 50,000 hours is actually not a lot of hours, so you're only able to bring 1 of the on-demand routes, and then you're using the rest of the hours to enhance other services and things like that. So I guess the question I want to ask is, and I think it's probably a subsequent motion, is just to see if we can get a breakdown of, like, what would it take for the 3 routes that should be on fixed route service by our standards to get them to that fixed route. I don't know if we have it today or if I think it's something I need to make a motion on, even just to get a memo. I don't think we need a report, but.
Yeah, I think the team can do that analysis fairly quickly, and we could send a memo.
Okay.
So if you wanted it to be just an inquiry, we can take that back. If you don't want to do it as a motion, that's fine for us.
I can probably do it as a subsequent motion for a memo, so that it doesn't have
perfect.
to generate a report. So,
Okay, perfect.
I'll probably do that at the end of this discussion then to our chair, but just because I think we need to make sure we're also keeping on top of that along with the other high efficiency routes. So that's it for questions for me. Thank you.
Okay, if I may take my 5. Is someone from City Comms on the call? Maybe not. Well, via I guess then I know at least one deputy city manager is here, and via I guess the branch manager. I love this, but as I've been talking about it, I keep getting attacked. Oh, you're trying to take away parking. You're trying to take away cars. This is unrealistic, et cetera, and I think we should be reframing this whole thing as these are not transit priority measures. These are traffic elimination measures or traffic reduction measures, because who actually benefits here? It's the drivers. What we're doing by getting more people onto the bus is making it easier for people to drive. Same with the bike lanes, same with everything else. Like, we have a city plan that really fundamentally is about making it easier to drive. And I'm just, again, wondering, kind of, Councillor Knack just left, but how can we package a number of these initiatives together? We know, like Edmontonians, three of the biggest concerns: housing, affordability, and traffic. How can we package all these things together as, like, we hear you, traffic's an issue, construction's an issue, bridges are an issue, all these things are an issue. We're working on it. Like, this is one of the answers to the bridge closures.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's good feedback to inform messaging we share when we come to you with these reports. And then we can take that back to our communications teams about ongoing narratives and communication when we're explaining what we're doing and what these projects are all about. Whether that's web materials, whether it's, let's say Natalie's team doing some media, like we can just try and incorporate those messages so we're a little bit more clear about that.
And yeah, okay, I would love to follow up that conversation another time, but just very quickly to speak to it, this is great work. I think we need a lot more of it, and paint is cheap. Let's get it on the roads. Thank you. And I'm going to join remotely and hand the chair to Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. I will take my turn, though. What's that? Yeah, chair and my turn. Okay. And as chair, even if I wasn't on the list, I could go. Okay. So this is great, and expanding our, service further, looking at the, but I just want to make sure that it's not at the detriment or at the cost of the service that's been expanded out to the southeast, including the on-demand service that we've just, recently gotten in the past year or two. I just want some assurance.
Yeah, absolutely. This doesn't impact any of the current service that's out there on the road. In fact, in the future, priority measures help to us be more efficient with the hours, which helps us use be able to serve more areas by not having buses, stuck in traffic. But no, it wouldn't impact any
Okay, so it could even provide even further expansion of services out to the southeast. Thank you very much. That's all I wanted. Councillor Rice, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. There are a few questions here. Because the ETS is the second largest of city's expenditures in our operating expenditure budget. So I'm glad to say this work is in the place, try to resolve some delay issues. Because recently we have lots of transit conversation and in the past week. Can you tell me specifically, and besides the delay you try to address, what's this program you are going to resolve? What's the key problem you are going to resolve?
So the program would be, how do we continue to design and implement transit priority measures going forward after 2026? So things like traffic signal that gives transit priority, or bus lanes, or modifications at intersections. So it would be capital kind of work ongoing in a more ongoing, sustained manner to keep making those small infrastructure improvements citywide to help make buses move more efficiently through the network and help, as Councillor Jan said, just make general traffic flow better for everyone.
Is that this type of infrastructure is not in place already? And then it's my understanding we do have the bus network design, we do have all those infrastructure. So to me, is this something is repeatedly, or maybe you can tell me a little bit more?
Yeah, so we have a very small amount of transit priority measures citywide. The bus network redesign was really about our operating budget and service, but we didn't have any capital investment related to the network redesign. We have some small segments of bus lanes citywide, but really bus-based priority is not something we've done. And really, as the mayor alluded to, some of these locations have been in need of this type of work for many years, and we just haven't had that program to be able to support that work. I don't know if you want to add anything, Natalie.
And just to add to what Sarah was saying, we are making some small changes with the current funding that's in place, but there's many, many more locations that could benefit, and it's really around making transit and other travel more efficient. And so it's something that could continue, and we've got a lot of different locations beyond what's already funded.
So, but there is a gap there. So what I heard here, and we are using existing operational budgets and to do the bus network design or those type of work. Right now, this funding requirement listed in the presentation is more about the capital. So is that my understanding correct?
The current funding that's in place to implement transit priority measures is capital, and that would be the same type of request for a future budget ask. There's no current ask in this report at this point in time. It would be for the next budget cycle.
For the next budget cycle, and then for the capital funding requirement.
Correct.
The new requirement for the capital. So then my question to you is, right now we just discussed we have 15% of ridership increase compared to 2023. And then did we do any analysis to demonstrate, and based on the ridership increase, we need those type of capital infrastructure? So do we have built that relationship there yet? And so because why I'm asking this question, I do not want to hurt the comments over and over. People say our bus is empty, and then our LRT cars are empty. And when we do the more capital investment, I do want to say that ridership, like community needs, and the ridership increase, demandings, and match that capital investment, the fund for the new funding requirement.
I'll try to answer that. Let me know if this is helpful. I think the map we showed in the report is actually based on riders as of September last fall. And, with that ridership increase, how many people are actually on a bus, on a route throughout the day, and then the delay on that route. So it's how many minutes real people are sitting on a bus in delay. So it includes all that ridership increase and real people, real ridership growth experiencing delays in the network to explain and show where we could benefit for some more priority for transit.
So I would like to see that information more. And I know today we just received information, and then you will continue to work on this piece, and will bring more information back and for the decision-making point, right?
Yeah, I think if we did come back with a report prior to the budget, that we could elaborate more on some of this, and as well what the program would look like and how we would evaluate the program. So we could build out a bit more information if that was the will of council.
Thank you. My time is out.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rice. Did anybody want to make a motion?
Yeah, I think they're working on my motion of go get things done. That's what the motion is going to be. Go get.
Okay, that administration go do their.
Go get it done, right? Right.
Okay, there's no other questions in the meantime. We will just hang on until we get that motion going.
It's very simple. Go get it done.
Okay.
And Carrie and everyone will know what that means. All right, here we go. That administration bring forward a report outlining opportunities for ongoing transit priority measures to improve the efficiency of the transit network and reduce related traffic congestion. Next steps to implement bus rapid transit B1, B2 routes, including opportunities for partner funding, such as funding from the Canada Public Transit Fund. November 2025. Okay. Due date. Can you put it up in the on the screen?
Yes,
Yeah.
we're just getting that loaded into eScribe right now.
Okay.
If I could just add one quick comment, Natalie's suggesting Q1 might be better.
Q1 2026.
If that works for everybody, ahead of the next 4-year budget cycle.
Okay.
Does that work?
When is the next? That'll be
Fall of 2026
fall of 20. Okay. Okay.
is the deliberations for the next 4-year budget cycle,
Okay.
if that's amenable.
That's the next opportunity, anyways.
Yeah.
There's no opportunity before
Exactly.
that. Okay. All right. So that is it right here.
And would you like to introduce that?
I think we have another item. I'll speak to this when we're on.
Okay, any questions? Anybody else to speak? Okay, Mayor Sohi, go ahead, please.
Yeah, well, I'll be quick, but I think it's important to speak to this, not just to this, but broader because public transit is an essential part of how we serve our communities, how we serve our economy, and how we connect people to jobs and opportunities and to the community by providing that reliable, affordable option for them to when they need it, where they need it. And I think we heard, I think with Jen Brown, I think made a point about new areas not getting access to public transit. I think we need to build it, and we need to build it as quickly as possible. It is about affordability, it's about environmental sustainability, and in this case, allocating some $7.1 million is going to reap us benefits that are probably very high on the priority of things and the optimization of the dollars and the value for the dollars that we have allocated. And I think this will be a very sound investment and more cost efficient way of improving the efficiency of the public transit service that our Edmontonians rely on. Look forward to that conversation.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Please vote.
Point of order. So I didn't see the due date on it. What is due date for this report to be back?
Q1 2026 was what I understood.
Can we update that? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please vote. And I also believe Councillor Jans has rejoined.
Councillor Jans, are you with us? We will mark him absent. We have all of the votes.
Thank you. Display the votes, please. And that is carried. And Councillor Knack, you have a subsequent?
Yes, I'll move that administration provide a memo on what it would take to transition the top 3 on-demand neighborhood zones from on-demand transit to conventional service.
Thank you. Would you like to introduce that?
It's a memo to get the information.
Yes, okay.
So it's really not that exciting. They won't create a report. I could probably do it as an inquiry, but it saves myself a week of waiting, and we can get that information sooner.
Okay, any questions? Mayor Sohi, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just to the mover, what are those 3 neighborhoods?
Well, one of the 3 is the communities of Big Lake. The other 2 are southwest Edmonton as well. So I think southwest, northwest, is that right? You might want to double check.
Kavanaugh, Cashman, Big Lake, Kinkamau, and what's number 4? Hills of Charlesworth.
Okay, here you go.
Yeah.
Hills of Charlesworth. Okay, got it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Rice?
Yes, so based on information provided, information sessions there are 5. There are 5 on the top list. So right now, this memo is going to ask to identify top 3 from among the top 5.
So I think some of those communities are connected. So that it's the top 3. It's the only 3 routes that have currently hit a level that should be transitioned to conventional. We have only 3 on-demand routes that should be going to.
So there is a table presented during information session, and on that table there are 5, and then top 5 and area identified and it's transferred from on-demand into conventional. So what I saw this motion is just only identify top 3. And among this top 5 or at the 25 different top 3, because that type of top 5 are already provided.
Might be a question and Min can probably answer just to.
Yeah, to clarify, so in that information session, there were 4 groups of neighborhoods.
5.
One of them is being converted. No, there are 4 groups. One of them is being converted. Some of them are like Councillor Knack said, combined. So like Kavanaugh and Cashman, 2 neighborhoods, but 1 zone. So there's 3 remaining zones that we haven't converted and 1 that we did.
So I just want to make this very clear on the public record, and because the south area, community really need those on-demand to convert it to the conventional. And because the table you provided during information session if you use zone, yes, there are 5 zones. The 5 zone combined like Cashman and then Kavanaugh and another 2 combined, but 1 is already convened. And then so we have 4 left. So right now you're going to identify 3 among these 4 zones.
So we already converted last year the South Edgemont.
Yep.
This year we're doing Keswick and Glenridding. So that's 2 of the 5. And then we have 3 left, Hills of Charlesworth, then Kavanaugh Cashman, and then the Big Lake Winterburn area. So in the table I have the slides, there were 4 rows, because the 5th one in terms of South Edgemont was already converted.
So right now this memo is going to provide information to convert this top 3 already in that table and from on-demand to conventional services.
Exactly. It'll answer the question of what would it look like, what would it take to do that conversion. Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. That's my question.
Okay, thank you very much. And no other questions? Close? No? Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. Thank you. Our last item is 7.4. And I was going to ask, does anybody want a presentation on that? No, colleagues? All right. I think we just have a few questions for administration. Okay, and I will go first because I can. Of course, well, I know I'm also on committee and you're not. Okay. I guess, yes, I am. I'm like Trump. I'm power hungry. Okay. Okay. Your chair is yours. So I'm just wondering, with regards to the nodes and expanding, with the nodes and corridors, how much additional time commitment would be required from the committee to do that? And do we have the resources to compensate fairly for it?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Wright. And the simple answer is yes, we do. We did some initial modeling on this question and pulling the permit numbers from the last year, comparing the existing boundary and the boundary that corresponds to Center City and primary corridors, which is what our work as a committee is looking at, is within about 10% of the existing workload of the committee. So it's very close now to what the committee is looking at. Clearly, if the committee looked at going beyond primary corridors, then that would have a fairly substantial, or could have a very substantial impact in terms of the workload of the committee.
Okay. Well,
can I, Councillor Wright, can I just make a clarification as well? This report, though, doesn't adjust those boundaries. That's future work that would come to council with a bylaw change tentatively next spring. So this report is a bit confusing in that the engagement talks about the potential adjustments, but what this report is only here at committee for is about the principles, the change in principles, not boundary adjustments.
Okay, thank you for making that clarification then. So, okay. So if there was a need for any additional funding to continue on or to expand with the nodes and corridors, then that would come to council for approval.
When that decision is in front of council about adjusting boundaries, if there is impacts, financial impacts, we'd bring that forward.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. And I'm wondering about my other question, whether I should ask. I guess it seems like these changes are providing a little more flexibility, but taking away some of the, I don't want to say authority, but input of the design committee. The one that I'm thinking of is they can submit an informal application, and then that wouldn't require a formal one be submitted, and then it would be up to the discretion of the development officer to make any other decisions going forward. Do I need to find the actual point that I'm talking about?
Councillor Wright, I think again, that question is maybe around the larger three tasks that committee, or not, sorry, committee council instructed EDC to look at as part of its work plan. And the committee is coming back here on March 10th to report on those three tasks, and that might very well
I'm
be
getting
answered
ahead
as,
of
as
myself.
part of that, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you then. I will not ask any further questions. Okay, thank you, and over to Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the work that's happening. I think it's going in such an exciting direction. And I'm trying to focus my questions around governance questions and not get too far into the weeds, but obviously an area of deep interest for me. So maybe just starting with the new principles, I think they're really excellent, really articulate some of the pieces that we want to achieve. But one gap I maybe found was around how we weave safety into the design standards. And so I think, you know, the healthy and inclusive principle is the closest thing. It talks about creating safe and welcoming places. But given that safety is a major priority in our community, we have a goal to be the safest city by 2030. Just wondering about that choice of language between healthy versus safe and inclusive.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Stevenson. Again, I can't speak for the committee personally, but my sense working with them is that the idea of safety is clearly embedded in that inclusive principle. One thing I will say that may help put this into perspective is that the committee doesn't do technical reviews of projects.
And
so.
Yeah, and certainly not stepping on engineering toes, things like that, but safety in terms of overlook, for example. I don't think that I didn't see that reflected, and I may have missed it. So, you know, there's talk about animation, activation, but again, sort of overlook, sept head. You know, how are we reflecting that in this work? And so maybe an overarching question is recognizing these are draft, recognizing the committee is going to be at council next week. Do you think that's an appropriate opportunity to share some feedback or raise some of these questions?
I think the answer is yes, it could be.
Okay.
With regard to SEPTA, that is one of those areas where, again, like the committee is not really tasked at doing a detailed analysis of those types of things.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, as you know, many of the people in the committee are active in the industry and have at least a working knowledge of those kinds of things and can bring their experience to bear in conversations around safety, whether it's, you know, at the scale of a neighborhood or at the scale of a site.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think it's just sort of how we capture that and make sure it's articulated very, very clearly. I think maybe maybe is another sort of higher level question. Again, really appreciate the focus, especially around, you know, human-centered, human-scaled. There's a lot of the idea of sort of interface at ground level. I'm just wondering what we do in terms of skyline impacts. Like, again, not fully seeing that here and recognizing that again, that is a part of urban design that needs to be considered.
Another excellent question. I think the committee would maybe benefit from hearing that directly from you. I mean, what I can tell you as an observer of the committee over the last few years is that the committee tends to not focus on those things, as you've alluded to, and really does focus on what happens at the ground level with the intent of making a quality public realm, which is safe, livable, vibrant, all the things that we all want.
Yeah, which I see a lot of value in. As well, so there's attention there because I think the human scale piece is the most important, and then just thinking in terms of how we implement. Do you foresee some tension because we have the principles of urban design, but then also design priorities? I'm just not clear how those nest or relate to each other.
I think the simple way to look at them is the principles are the what, and the expectations are kind of the how.
Yeah. The priorities are the how. Because there's the urban design principles and then the design priorities.
Drawing a blank.
That's okay. It's on pages 4 and 5 of the document. But again, maybe again something I can ask the group next week. And then if I can just go a little bit over time too, just to preview if these are things you want to convey to the committee as well. Just with the draft submission guide, I again think really excellent shifts in some of the approach. Just some confusion around it. Talks about the project design analysis and the design narrative, but then the section, there's no section on what your design narrative needs to include. It still talks about a design analysis and a design strategy. So maybe just some clarity there, but we can come to that next week. And I will stop and let everyone get on with their day. Thank you, though. Thank you very much for being with us all day. And again, if I can briefly speak to the non-existent motion.
Speak to it, yes.
Really pleased to see this work happening. I think, getting urban design right is critical to how we build our city. I really appreciate the work of the EDC. And I'm very encouraged by the direction that this is going. So I look forward to a conversation next week just to maybe further refine or dig into some of these to make sure we maximize that opportunity in alignment with some of our broader strategic priorities as well. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking to that in advance of putting the motion on the floor that the Urban Planning Committee, the recommendation be received for information. Thank you. And Councillor Rice, you want to go ahead?
This actually is a very important topic, and then I expected to have longer conversation, but I know due to the agenda management, we have to rush to end it. But I want to thank you and for this presentation, and thank you for all the work has been done. I think this is really, really important work, and then to have those principles updated and to really guide in our how we build our city. So this design principles. I look at the reports and I appreciate they include actually really, really wide scope. So thank you for that. Even though I expected to have more conversation on this piece, but we don't have. Okay.
We do have the time available, and then if we need to extend orders to finish the item, happy to do that.
We only have a few minutes. So because it's received as a information, so what does that specific mean for moving forward right now for those design principle just received as information?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Rice. The work is ongoing. The work is scheduled to be completed around the end of April, which is the end of the next Edmonton Design Committee term. Okay. So when the motion was first made to bring this report to committee, there was a sense that the principles could be shared with the intent of getting some feedback or input to inform the remaining few weeks of work. Having said that, EDC is coming to council next week, and there will be another opportunity for input that the committee can go away and continually refine these principles.
Okay, so we still have opportunity. Thank you for that. Okay, that's my question. Yield my time.
Oh, that's all. Thank you very much. Okay, if there's no other questions. Councillor Jans? No questions, just ready to vote?
Ready to vote.
Okay, and we'll put that to a vote, please.
May I clarify on what we're voting on?
The recommendation to receive for information.
To receive for information, thank you.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Oops, display the votes, please. And that is carried. And I believe that completes our items for today. No notices of motions without customary notice. And we are adjourned. Thank you. Oh, wow, at 4:58. Well done, Councillor Jans and I.
Thank you, and happy Mardi Gras, everybody. Go eat pancakes.